Okay, excellent. Welcome to the 8th hearing of the Public Accountability and Work Committee's inquiry into the New South Wales Government's use and management of consulting services. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today and those watching online. Today we'll hear from a number of transport sector agencies, including Transport for New South Wales, Infrastructure New South Wales, the Transport Asset Holding Entity, Tahi, and also Sydney Metro. We'll also be hearing from KPMG. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. A transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, the House has authorised the filming, broadcasting and photography of committee proceedings by representatives of media organisations from any position in the room and by any member of the public from any position in the audience. Any person filming or photographing proceedings must take responsibility for the proper use of that material. This is detailed in the broadcasting resolution, a copy of which is available from the committee secretariat. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it is important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness, according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, they can take a question on notice. Written answers to questions taken on notice are to be provided within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. In terms of audibility of the hearing today, I remind both committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphone. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing? I now welcome our first witnesses, Transport for New South Wales. Could you please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation?
Peter Perdiccas, Executive Director, Commercial Procurement and Transformation. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Rob Halsall, Executive Director for Procurement. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Would you like to begin by making a short opening statement?
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to participate as a witness in the hearing today. As mentioned, my name is Peter Perdiccas, Executive Director, Commercial Procurement and Transformation. I'm joined by my colleague, Rob Halsall, the Executive Director of Procurement. As part of our roles, we have strategic oversight across the procurement of goods and services in Transport for New South Wales. Under the Transport Procurement Operating Model, we provide transport staff with policy, standards and guidelines as to how they should procure goods and services, including consultants, with ultimate accountability for those procurements sitting with the respective financial delegate. Given the significance and scale of transport operations infrastructure delivery, Transport has a unique role in ensuring that every dollar spent, including on consultants, considers value for money and serves the public good. Transport's procurement spans a diverse range of industries, ranging from transport and logistics, building materials and construction, business services to information and communications technology. As a result of that, there will always be a need for some external strategic advice to assist and support in decision making. Agencies within the transport cluster are authorised by the New South Wales Procurement Board to undertake either goods and services or construction procurement through the New South Wales Treasury Procurement Accreditation Program. Accreditation allows transport by goods and services or construction services and sets minimum standards for managing procurement activities and risk, promoting the delivery of strategic outcomes and driving continuous improvement. It's worth noting the transport procurement model currently consists of the following key frameworks. A goods and services procurement framework, which sets out the requirements for goods and services across transport. The NSW Roads and Maritime Procurement Framework, which sets out the requirements for the roads and maritime-related construction and infrastructure procurement, an infrastructure in place construction procurement framework, which sets out the requirements for that related construction procurement, and finally, the Sydney Metro construction framework. Procurement activities in relation to the engagement of these services are monitored and reported across Transport to provide visibility and transparency of these services and ensure that Transport delivers on its commitments to its customers and community. I would also like to add in 2021, Transport reformed its goods and services procurement framework structures and governance. The reform program, including recruitment to fill those structures, was completed in late 2021 and early 2022. Since then, we've undertaken and continue to implement a significant uplift program across goods and services procurement policy, strategy, data, analytics, contract management, and driving improved value for money. As part of our uplift program, we have for the first time in Transport established a category management approach, providing the necessary expertise and investment to drive improved risk management, financial sustainability, and value for money. Also like to acknowledge the Audit Office report into the consultants delivered by the New South Wales Government by New South Wales Government agencies released in March this year. Transport for New South Wales was one of the agencies within the scope of the audit and welcomes the recommendations to improve the practices in relation to engagement of consultants. We are currently working through the relevant recommendations of the audit, including ongoing work with New South Wales Procurement to drive alignment and uplift across procurement and management of consultants. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before the committee around and providing information around Transport for New South Wales' current operating framework. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. And thank you for coming along today and being here to answer these questions. So I think we've spent a lot of time looking at the way that health works, and now we're sort of beginning to look at transport and infrastructure today. Can I just start off by asking you a little bit about the way that you classify and record consultants versus contractors? So, for example, if a layperson was to look into your annual reports, it would have over $1 billion of expenditure in consultants and contractors as a line item, just for the what I understand to be your sort of core operating sort of element. But then we only have 20 million or whatever listed as being consultant spend when we get to that specific disclosure section. So can you explain to us kind of what sits in that other big chunk and the different categories and how you sort of make those distinctions?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chair. I'll start off, and Mr. Halsell may wish to add anything that I may miss here, but generally, with the definition as provided by the Procurement Board with respect to consultant, we're looking at that advisory nature to assist decision-making. Now, there's a category that within the professional services. Now, that looks at 4 different aspects. Now, that really is where we have supplier secondees, where we have managed service providers in addition to that, and where you have people or organisations that come on board under a statement of works. So that's the category that's the non-consultant spend. And that can be vast and varied in terms of the work that they do. And that's, I think, the distinction between that and the consultant is that advisory nature with respect to the recommendations made to assist decision making.
So you could have secondees from consulting firms, for instance, that would be categorised as contracting, not consulting?
That's correct. And I think what we find is it's less about the supplier or the firm. We talk a lot about the Big Four and so forth. It's more around the work that they're doing on any specific engagement as to what the categorisation is. Now, that's not a transport categorisation. That's something that's we align to the New South Wales Procurement Board definitions. So that's something that we work within those definitions to categorise our spend.
So perhaps a question for you then, Mr. Halsell. I understand you've got a significant experience in procurement in various types of organisations. Do you have a view on, I guess, whether that sort of definition is really working for these purposes, and whether we should really be looking more at the nature of the entity that we're doing a transaction with versus whether or not it's considered to be in the nature of advisory or something else?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Look, I think what we've tried to do is elaborate on the procurement board direction that's been advised and shared earlier by Mr. Perdiccas. Within transport, we've worked over the last 12 months to further kind of define and produce kind of fact sheets around what is, external workforce. So what do we class as external workforce more generally, and what the definitions of that are. We produced that in line with our policy harmonisation goals at the end of October 2022. So it was something that we recognised we needed to elaborate further on to provide greater segregation, greater kind of granularity on what those classifications were. We updated that guidance again following the performance audit completion by the Auditor General's Office in March 2023. We've also produced fact sheets for the standard commercial framework. So as you know, within the performance management scheme, we have standard commercial framework suppliers, and then we have outside standard commercial framework suppliers. So we produced a fact sheet internally within transport to make it really clear what the obligations are in engaging professional services more broadly, and obviously what the obligations are on those individuals if they choose to engage within the standard commercial framework or outside the standard commercial framework. That's another example, I would say. And then finally, we've developed a standalone consulting fact sheet, which we actually we did that in alignment with New South Wales Procurement and Treasury. We produced that as part of our goals on policy harmonisation. We produced that last year in advance of October 2022. And then we refreshed that again in earlier this calendar year. I guess what I'm trying to share is there's a collective number of guidance documents which we have developed prior to the Auditor General's performance audit, but also after that, and the learnings from that to further, make it really clear what the differences are between the external labour definitions.
I guess so. From a basic perspective, if we're looking at last year's financials, there's a line item under other operating expenses which says consultants and other contractors, and it's 1.35 billion. Can you give us any more, colour around what that includes? How much of that would be, for example, external staff being contracted in?
Thank you for the question. We don't have that detail on hand. I'm happy to take that on notice. So, however, what I'll say is that size. If we think about the transport program, I think our budget was roughly 39.8 billion last year, which is if you look at the capex side of that, it's over 70%. Now, there's going to be assistance required, and I think that was part of what we mentioned right up front. That now whether that sits across project management, financial services, and the like. There'll be aspects that transport brings on that expertise to assist with the delivery of that program. Now that's, as we've mentioned and we've said, distinct from consultant usage, which is the advisory nature of it. So we can get some details around that, Chair, and come back to you.
It would be very useful. I understand that a significant number of total staff within the transport sector, or within the transport department and agency, are external staff. Can you give me a general percentage of how many of Transport for New South Wales' staff are not employed by Transport for New South Wales but are contractors?
I don't have the exact details right now. I know in the vicinity. So we've spoken around professional services and what that looks like, and as we mentioned, suppliers, secondees, and the like. We also have labour hire staff to assist as well. Now, I don't have the numbers in front of me today. We'll come back to you on the actual details of that. But as mentioned, we have done a lot of work around consultants. But as Mr. Halsell mentioned, we also have been focusing on the broader cohort of our workforce, what we're terming the external workforce. Now, that does include labour hires and our professional services contractors. We have quite an extensive program focused in on that. Now that feeds into how our internal capability and capacity programs, but also with respect to in changed fiscal environment, how we meet those priorities as well.
So, for example, I understand from Sydney Metro's annual report that they have around 1 in 4 of their employees is not an employee of Sydney Metro, but is an external contractor or consultant, however you want to define it. Is it similar in the broader kind of transport department?
Thanks for the question. I'm not aware that it's at those levels. I mean, Sydney Metro has a specific program very much focused on infrastructure delivery, and I know you're speaking to Sydney Metro later today.
Yeah.
With respect to transport, I think we always say in the vicinity of 30,000 employees.
Out of?
30,000 in transport, in the transport cluster. Now, of those 30,000 employees and staff, there's a portion of those that are either labour hires or professional service contractors.
Yeah.
I don't have the exact numbers here in front of me today. I know we've been on a program that we're starting to see some changes in that cohort, but I'm fairly confident it's not in the vicinity of 25% across transport.
And how many of those are secondees as opposed to labour hire? Can you come back and tell me that?
We'll come back to you on
as
that.
well?
We'll take that question on notice.
So I understand, and I think this goes to something that you said earlier, Mr. Halsall. There was a memo put out. Yeah, go ahead.
Is it possible for you to perhaps get those figures while the committee's in hearing? Is that possible?
We'll see what we can do, but yeah, we'll follow that up.
That would be the sort of thing the department would keep, wouldn't it?
Look, I don't want to make a commitment that
No.
we come back to you, but yeah, if we can't get it within this hearing, we'll come back to you
Thank
within
you.
the. Yeah.
Can I also maybe ask to assist you? I note that you report to Treasury and the actual codes that are used for consultant expenses are AE 208 020 001 and for contractors AE 208 040 001. So presumably if you've reported those, there must be a list somewhere.
Well, we'll take that away. Look, I don't know. That reporting could be financial rather than headcount and FTE. So look, we'll take that away and see what we can provide.
Chair, if I can, while we're just asking for information, Mr. Halsall, I think you mentioned some fact sheets and those kinds of things. Could we on notice have copies of those?
Absolutely. We can provide
Perhaps
those for you.
the different iterations as well would be useful.
Absolutely.
Thank
yes.
One of the issues that we've been looking at in this inquiry is the potential for there to be, conflicts of interest or the kind of misuse of information when you have secondees sitting in departments. And we've seen it, there's a number of PWC secondees, for instance, and we see it across sort of all of the departments. I was concerned, actually, in the context of the SO52 into Josh Murray's appointment, just randomly, at one of the end of the emails there was a bit of I think it was a internal memo attached to the back of one of those emails, which talked about changes to how you identify external workers. So sitting at the bottom of this email chain from Transport for New South Wales, it says, and so this is from this year, quote, "You'll soon be able to see the name of the company our external workers, excluding labour hires, are contracted with. You'll also see what type of work they do and the job family they support. This will help Transport protect our confidential information and improve transparency," end quote. Now, what concerned me about that was that it implied that previously people didn't know who was an external worker and who was somebody who was working for Transport for New South Wales. And if that's the case, there would be very little to prevent a free flow of information within a department. Did you identify problems with the use of information? What led to this statement?
I'll just provide some context around that, Chair. So I think that the point there is that we identified and have a continual uplift program, and we can go into the details of that. Now, one of the areas we've looked at is our external staff, and there's a significant program around that external staff program. Now, to your question around have we only just implemented that, I think we had, if someone was a supplier secondee working in transport, up until recently, that was noted by, it had NSW or if it was Sydney Metro, and then followed by PSC, Professional Services Contractor. That's always been the case. What we've added more recently is additional detail. So in addition to saying NSW PAWC, we now have the organisation and name the organisation from which they are seconded. So there's the additional detail to what we already had that identified them as being external. We just now know which external firm they are coming from.
And so what is the distinction then between those kind of labour hire and secondment people? What's the practical distinction between them?
Yeah, look, so the supplier secondees generally are there to provide a statement of work. And that can be a very clear statement of work. That generally their tenure is shorter, it's more specialised. Labour hire can supplement your workforce. It's probably a little bit more generalised and the like. Now, that's a little bit different. When we have labour hire staff as compared to professional services contractors, it's the type of work they're doing which distinguishes how we engage them. We do have a system called Contractor Central through which we bring all of our labour hire staff on. We are currently, as mentioned, through a significant uplift program around our professional services contractors.
Sorry, when you say uplift program, what does that mean?
There's
It's general improvements. Thank you for the question.
Yeah.
So it's an acknowledged need to improve business controls, improve practice, improve policy, improve guidance, improve training and awareness.
Yeah. Okay.
Happy to step through some of that if that's useful.
I'm just curious because there are, you don't have to look for very long on, LinkedIn or any social media to find people who have worked within transport as secondees for 8 years plus. It strikes me as extraordinary that we have, and I think that's just one of a lot of examples. So it strikes me as extraordinary that we have such a, I guess, such a lot of money going to people who are secondees for long periods of time. What does Transport for New South Wales do to sort of monitor that and rein that in?
Yeah, I'll kick this off, Rob. You might want to add some more to this. But I think we've got something called at the moment an external workforce optimisation program. I know it's a mouthful, but what we're really focused in on is exactly the point you've just made there, among others, which is really focused in on tenure, the pay rates in addition to that, but also setting really clear guidelines for our hiring managers internally as to when to bring someone on board, having a very clear scope of works. When it's a professional services contractor, one of the things we look at is, we shouldn't be having people in there for extended periods of time. If it's 12 to 24 months, very defined scope of works. So that program that we're currently it's in flight and we're operating through is very much focused on that. Now, one of the things that we're working through is ensuring we provide our hiring managers and our key decision makers with visibility and transparency around those things, including tenure, spend and the like. And that's what we're currently rolling out.
Do any of your industrial instruments contain provisions for time limits on fixed term employment and things like that, secondees? Do you know?
I don't have that background. Happy to take that on notice and come back to you.
If you could, thanks.
And could I ask a related question? So this external workforce optimisation framework, which is quite a mouthful, does that is part of that mapping, for example, salaries, remuneration of external staff to ongoing staff?
Not specifically, but one thing we've looked at is job families. Now, within those job families, we recognise, whether it's project management, financial services and the like, we have a look at what those job families are, the capabilities that are associated with that as well. Now, if we just slightly move to labour hires, and so for labour hires, we do have different pay rates, for example, across different job families. So one of the things we do track now is what that looks like. So, for example, there'll be different pay rates and maximum pay rates for different job families. And we do track where there's variance above that as well.
Okay, thank you.
When you say, job family, is that just like job type?
Yeah, it could be an engineer, project management, financial services, IT.
Yeah.
So each of those job families will have different capabilities. And one of the things we look at from a labour hire perspective is maximum pay rates across those.
With the term job family.
There's a lot of buzzwords going on here.
Public service commission.
I think it's a bit of a recognised term that's used in that particular industry. Yeah.
Presumably someone hired a consultant to
I'm sure it originated
Can't
from the
comment on
consultant. Are you able to provide us on notice with a list of sort of how many, I guess, people have been on contract or secondment, however you want to call it, filling a so-called temporary role for more than 12 months, more than 24 months, more than 36, more than 48, etc.? It would be very useful to see just how long. But also, I know in a lot of these examples, these people are... I've got one in front of me that's been a secondee for 8 years, but in sort of 5 or 6 different roles within transport, so they're going from one to the other. Would that be classified in your sort of records as being a continuous person for those purposes, or...?
Look, without knowing the specific circumstances of that, it's difficult to comment. But one of the things we do look at is potentially, for example, if they've had a break-in service and it's been a 3-month, it's different. There's different rules. We look at the individual engagements. I don't have those details in front of me, but generally we would look at, on any specific engagement, that tenure, that 1 to 2 years.
Sorry, if I could add to that, Chair. I mean, that's part of that uplift programme that we referred to is today we have a Contractor Central, which allows us to look at how we onboard labour hire. We're moving towards a vendor management system, which is a different piece of technology which we'll implement by May next year, which will give us greater granularity, greater ability to report on those, more effective business controls when we onboard and exit external labour. So that, again, is part of an evolution of where we are today. And again, a lot of this comes down to, quality data, being able to leverage data effectively to make better decisions.
Management scheme that Treasury is working on?
It's related to that. Yeah, thank you for the question. It's obviously there isn't necessarily one vendor management system that all agencies will be adopting.
Oh, that's a worry.
Well, we've obviously been working on a vendor management system and a strategy for, over the last 12 months, and we have a defined pathway to achieve, a digital solution for transport by May next year. As you can appreciate, each agency is probably at their own stage of maturity on their digital roadmap. So, we've obviously worked with Treasury and New South Wales Procurement on the general principles of a vendor management system, and we're part of the category, a whole of government working group that sits in this area. But we've obviously chosen to move forward to provide better functionality within the transport environment.
So will those vendor management systems, will they be compatible? Will they talk to each other? Because what we've found so far is the range of ways that things are reported in different agencies makes it extremely difficult. You mentioned the problem with data. So they will be compatible with each other. They will talk to each other.
Thank you for the question. I can't guarantee that we can integrate with every other vendor management system. I think where we can define, be clear on the definitions, be clear on the fact sheet information that I referred to earlier, be clear on how we classify different parts of labour, external labour, then being able to extract the right information, clean information that resonates with the information that Treasury would be working on. For example, as you know, there's a trusted and accurate data programme that the New South Wales Procurement are working on. We're working with them on that to make sure that the categorisation that we can provide aligns with their categorisation, which means we have a consistent source of truth where at all possible.
Thank you.
Can I ask, who made the decision that it was good not to have a consistent range of definitions within, say, for the various family groups? Who within government would think that was a good decision to make?
Sorry, just to understand the question a little bit better, are we referring to consultants and non-consultants?
The questions that were just asked, what we're saying is that time and expense and work has gone in to develop what presumably within individual agencies and across agencies should be a consistent way of defining and following through on the use of public funds in relation to various categories, and you've just said that the decision was made that didn't work for you. I don't understand, regardless of regardless of what internal decisions may be made, in what world is it a good decision not to allow there to be consistency across agencies? And who would make that decision?
Thank you for the question. I'm not sure whether there's a misinterpretation of what I said earlier. We're very aligned to the definitions that exist within New South Wales procurement. We're very aligned to those. In fact, we're working proactively with New South Wales procurement to make those as current and contemporary as possible and make sure there's consistency in that. I think what we were referring to was the implementation of a vendor management system, and the fact that that's unless there's a whole of government solution for a vendor management solution, then that's really with each agency to implement the appropriate digital roadmap. It wasn't that we weren't aligned with definitions. It wasn't that we were going outside and creating separate definitions were unnecessary.
But there's not just one big vendor management system that applies to everybody.
That's correct.
So I could go to health after this is implemented, and I could go to community services, I could go to roads and you guys, and when something is being purchased, a good or a service, that those definitions would align?
They absolutely should. So look, one of the things, just to give you an example, so Mr. Halsall mentioned around the consulting fact sheet. Now, we worked on that in close collaboration with New South Wales Procurement, including seeking and getting their endorsement before we released that internally at Transport. So that the reason for doing that was to get complete alignment with the definitions that are used at a whole of government level, and then applying those in a transport context. Now, the consulting fact sheet that Mr. Halsall's referred to then reflects that definition in, as I mentioned, a transport context around the different types of procurement that we do. But absolutely, from a definitional perspective, we seek and do align with New South Wales Procurement.
So just one final one, if I can. So therefore, the Auditor General's concerns raised in the report in March would no longer apply?
I think there were 7 recommendations in there. Some of them were directly for New South Wales Procurement around definitions. Now, I think from my understanding of those recommendations, it was around clarity around the consultant rather than consistency and alignment into the clusters. Now, I just want to draw that out a little bit further. Whatever the definition currently is, we have worked closely with New South Wales Procurement and ensured that definition is applied consistently within transport. Now, whether additional work is required to clarify the definition itself, that's a matter for New South Wales Procurement.
Okay. I'm going to put a whole range of questions on notice because I don't want to drive everyone insane, but it would seem to me that when a member of the public, or including us, want to look at expenditure, the obvious place to go through and is look at Treasury. I mean, there are a range of very specific Treasury definitions. I am not sure whether consultants and contractors are caught under those definitions as well. For example, other operating expenses, cash, capital delivery, program delivery expenses. Each of them have very specific codes with Treasury. But you can see where I think we're driving to is that every time we ask these questions, we are told there's a disparity, it's not sure, and quite often, I mean, it suddenly appears as though contractors particularly, and maybe consultants, are being caught up in a range of these other areas as well, to the point where you never ever actually know how much an individual agency is actually expending. So I'll put that to you rather than.
Yeah, I'll just add.
That's the reason for the voluminous questions you're going.
I'll just add one on consultants. We referenced earlier around the Uplift program. Mr. Halsall and his team early last year, I think it was April 2022, have stood up a weekly, for every consulting engagement that comes through, his team reviews. We report that weekly in terms of spend, engagements and the like, so we see the volume of that spend. The work that Rob and Mr. Halsall's team does across that, Now that applies the definitions as set by New South Wales procurement, and we ensure that those engagements are coded correctly. Now that uplift program that Mr. Hassel and his team have led, as we mentioned, the consulting fact sheet, we've worked in with the business, we've communicated that out to our staff, and we continue to review every engagement that comes through with respect to whether it's a consultant spend or otherwise, applying that definition. We've had a range of other activities to support that as well. For example, we've looked at our financial delegations. We've revised those financial delegations for all consulting engagements, and that's a very, within Transport for New South Wales, if we look at anything up to $250,000, it requires a Deputy Secretary approval. Anything above that requires Secretary approval. So we've taken those definitions, we've applied a program around that, and then implemented that and tracked that through.
Can I ask a question about the financial delegations, because you mentioned them earlier? So when you were talking about who has the ultimate responsibility for consultants and consultant spend, you mentioned that it was the responsibility of the financial delegate. Does that accord with the procurement process, the procurement framework, which I would suggest, I thought, but please let me know, that the ultimate responsibility lies with the Secretary, who is the representative on the New South Wales Procurement Board and needs to be able to go to that board and justify that. I presumed that the Secretary was the ultimate financial delegate, and that within your other classifications you have the capacity to engage, but ultimately the Secretary is the one who has to front the procurement board.
Thanks for the question. That's right. Ultimately, if we talk about financial delegation framework, those delegations flow down from the Secretary to different people.
Okay, it was just that initially you said the ultimate responsibility is the financial delegate.
The financial delegate is the engagement, heads up the engagement and makes the authorisation based on those delegations to bring on that consultant or otherwise. Now we have, as we mentioned, we have the program around that. The Secretary, through the New South Wales Procurement Board, we have an accreditation program. If I just focus on goods and services, led by Mr. Housel's team, across an annual accreditation program where we need to attest to New South Wales procurement around our engagements, around a series of metrics, and what that, including for a range of areas around goods and services procurement. But one of those is how we bring on consultants and other engagements.
Can I just inquire, does the financial delegation assume that you've got operational experience?
I'm going to rule that question out of order as not being relevant to these terms of reference.
Why is it out of order?
Just because he's clearly talking about the other inquiry.
No, he's not. He's asking a question about the delegations.
And the operational and the requirement for an operational experience.
It would depend on the position.
All right.
I wasn't asking you. I was
We're
asking the
going
members.
there,
It's
Wes.
It's a general question.
a general question. Yeah, very general. Just asking. I was wondering if
Feel free.
operational
I will
experience
give you
might be useful in a
one
role
leave pass
with transport.
if you want to answer the question, if there's a answer you can give.
Who wants to answer that?
Yeah, look, what I will say in response to that question is that our delegations are framed around positions rather than individuals, and the expectation is that those positions are in a position to make the appropriate decision.
Right. So the experience isn't necessarily required.
Okay.
Fair enough.
But when we're talking about delegation, because I picked up on that as well, that sort of statement about ultimate responsibility, when you delegate, you are not giving away your responsibility, you're delegating, but you're still responsible. So yes, the Secretary will always be the one responsible for procurement decisions across the board, right? Across transport.
That's correct. So our financial delegations, as mentioned, we take whether a risk-based approach, a financial-based approach, but ultimately those delegations flow from the Secretary's delegations.
And just back to that vendor management system, is that something that you've had external help with? Have you had consultants helping in relation to the vendor management system upgrades?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Not that I'm aware of. We're working with our colleagues in Shared Services, who are the sponsor for that initiative. Mr. Perdicus mentioned earlier that we've invested in category management. Again, apologies for another procurement term. It's basically more of a data-driven, kind of strategy-driven approach to expenditure categories and labour is an expenditure category. So we're working very closely with our corporate IT colleagues internally, with our shared services colleagues to implement that vendor management system. So to my knowledge, there is no external labour being used or advisory being used to implement that solution.
Thank you. I might just turn to, actually, can I ask while I remember, are you able to provide on notice a breakdown of total spend to each of the big four, so KPMG, EY, PwC and Deloitte, regardless of classification from Transport for New South Wales, the big three and the other one?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Yes, we'll be able to provide you with that information.
Thank
on
you.
notice.
Sorry, Chair, just to confirm, what's the time frame? Are you looking for the last financial year or?
Just how much is, yes, in the last financial year, that would be very useful.
Okay.
And also this, so the 22 financial year, so what we have to date on 23 would be very useful. So if we could just look, obviously, Mr. Perdiccas, you had a kind of a front seat view of what I call the Tahi debacle. People are divided on how they.
Point of order. I'll take a point of order on that.
On the Tahi issue.
Thank you. Are you withdrawing?
I withdraw the word debacle.
And insert Tahi.
Sham. I'll insert sham. All right, let's move on.
Okay.
So.
Well, I'll take a point of order of that too, but I just think
okay.
that
It's not.
accounting
point of
accounting
order.
processes.
Sure.
Yep.
So, how long did you work on the Tahi project?
Yeah,
Thank
thanks
you.
for the question, Chair. I started working on it in late 2017. Is when I stepped into that program.
Thank you. Did you have concerns about Tahi in the way it was structured?
Look, I think it's probably a matter for public record that, and maybe been picked up in previous standing orders, that, through that program and as part of my role, it was to identify risks and then mitigate those risks and work through the program. So I think there are aspects where I've called out whether the pace of our implementation or other aspects, those were called out as part of just good program management and then really seeking how we can rectify and mitigate those risks.
Were you concerned about safety aspects?
I think that was one of the overriding concerns for transport as a whole.
Did you ever attend or hear of a meeting in 2019? I understand Transport and Treasury may have attended, in relation to the PwC report on the accounting treatment of Tahi, and basically agreeing it wasn't a good idea.
Look, I'm very aware of the PwC engagement that you're referring to. Now, just as way of background, yes, there was an engagement through Transport for New South Wales, but for clarity, we had governance in place at the time. There was something called a Tahi Advisory Board. Now, that Tahi Advisory Board comprised senior members at an executive level from what was Department of Premier and Cabinet, New South Wales Treasury and Transport for New South Wales. It was that advisory board that asked for advice, and it was procured through Transport for New South Wales. Now, we worked with PwC to assess and determine a series of accounting-related questions, and there were a series of meetings, as you might imagine, through that process, including at the conclusion of that process.
Do you think KPMG were brought in to basically clean up after PwC said Tahi wouldn't work? Was KPMG brought in to offer a different opinion?
Thanks for the question, Chair. A little bit difficult for me to answer that in the sense that KPMG were brought on with respect to the engagement you're referring to by Treasury. And it wouldn't be right for me to speculate as to the intent of that. What I can say is that KPMG were looking at a slightly different questions that were put to PwC. The model of Tahi, or the proposed model, had moved on to an extent. We had new accounting standards that were applicable from 1 July 2019. There were others applicable from 1 July 2020. Also, Treasury, while Tahi was something we were working through at the time, Treasury is also looking at broader whole-of-sector advice, and which was applicable across other entities in addition to Tahi.
Were you surprised that the Tahi structure was sort of back on the table in 2020 after what you had seen with PwC?
Look, I don't know if I should be speculating that. I'm not sure if I was surprised. I mean, it was government policy and it was our job to implement it. And at no point was I aware that the government had changed that policy. So in the sense that it remained government policy, It remained our obligation, our duty to implement that.
The KPMG engagement after the PWC engagement, I appreciate that they were technically by different entities, but you do refer to this sort of, Tahi advisory board sort of sitting over things. Do you think it's fair to categorise that as an example of sort of doctor shopping or forum shopping?
Thanks for the question, Chair. Look, I don't want to speculate on that. And then just for clarity, I did refer to the Tahi advisory board and that the PWC engagement was sought through there. However, the KPMG engagement that you're referring to with respect to Treasury, that was not a matter that was progressed through and endorsed through the Tahi advisory board. That was a Treasury engagement directly.
And just a a clarification. The Tahi Advisory Board was constituted of Treasury, Transport, Premiers as well, was
Yep,
it? Yeah,
that's right.
Okay, thank you.
So you worked with Brendan Lyon from KPMG in relation to the transports engagement
That's
of
right.
KPMG for Tahi. Did you agree with the statements that the former Treasury Secretary, Mr. Pratt, alleged that Mr. Lyon's work on Tahi contained persistent errors?
Thanks for the question. Look, I'll answer it in this way. We work closely with Brendan, and the work that was brought on with that engagement for KPMG really focused in on the operational, asset management and safety aspects. Now, there was an aspect within that engagement and the scope of that engagement around the financial, understand the financial impacts and risks and the like. Now, the work that we did with Brendan was extensive, and Brendan, that work was just not with in relation to transport. We worked extensively with Tahi once they got stood up on 1 July 2020 and Treasury. Now, the work that went into that, whether defining the roles, responsibilities and accountabilities across what is a complex model, that was extensive work. It actually formed the implemented model. It was really critical around what we've got to, around informing that, including identifying those risks and mitigating those risks. We've done that through whether it's governance, whether it's things like the operating licence and the like. That work was critical that we worked with KPMG and Brendan Lyon on. So from our perspective, it got us into a position through the end of that work that we were much better off through having done that.
Were you happy with Mr. Lyon's work from a client perspective?
Yes. Look, I'll answer that. I think it's a matter of a former Transport Secretary has sat in different committees. I think, Chair, that you've been part of and others have been part of. That work was extensive and formed the basis through which we implemented the Tahi operating model. Now, from a transport perspective, we're confident that the risks, whether they be around safety, operational, asset management, were identified and mitigated, and they were able to implement a model that ensured, from a Chief NSW or rail operator perspective, all of those issues were addressed.
So from a Transport for New South Wales perspective, the engagement of Mr. Lyon and the work that was done was not, it did not cause you concerns or it was not a cause for concern or complaint?
No.
Thank you. Given what we now know from that previous inquiry, where we saw the former Treasury Secretary, Mr. Pratt, putting pressure, shall we say, on Mr. Lyon to change, to potentially change advice or to write something different to what he had written in his report. Do you think that that was appropriate for somebody from Treasury, who was not the client of Mr. Lyon, to be doing?
Thank you for the question. Look, there was a lot of things that came out through that inquiry. There was an element of what I was aware of at the time, and there was an element, a large part of it that I wasn't aware of, that came out through that inquiry. Some of what you've just referred to there, and to the extent of what was now in the public record, a large part of that I was not aware of at the time. Now, to comment directly with respect to your question, we had ongoing governance. I think it was weekly meetings at that point in time with Mr. Lyon and his team, with Treasury, with Tahi, and Treasury's engagement, KPMG as well. The reason I'm saying that is in those discussions, those were complex programs. Those were robust discussions. It's a matter of course that in developing that and implementing the Tahi operating model, there was a lot of discussion. Now, we engaged and we provided feedback, for example, to Treasury with respect to some of the advice they were receiving from KPMG as well, the separate engagement they had in place. So in a normal course of events, there was information shared between the agencies with respective KPMG engagements. Now, I think you'll get focusing in on the comments made by the former secretary. I was made aware of those largely through this or your previous hearings in the Tahi inquiry. The appropriateness of otherwise of those are probably not for me to comment on.
Just to recap, though, we have KPMG in this case working for two distinct clients. We have one engagement with Treasury and one with Transport. In your answer just now, you've said that you talked about the work that KPMG were doing for Treasury with Treasury. Did you at any point talk to or try to influence the work that KPMG were doing for Treasury by talking directly with KPMG?
So just so I'm clear, we're talking about the Treasury KPMG engagement. We had extensive conversations both with Treasury and the lead KPMG partner for Treasury on the advice that we were receiving. Extensive. I mean, that was whether through formal governance processes, outside of those formal governance processes. It was a fluid environment at the time. There was, as you might imagine, in the type of advice we were receiving from both KPMG engagements. And when you look at accounting advice and the like, it's not black and white a lot of the time. There's interpretations in that. So yes, there was a large amount of conversations through various parts of Transport with Treasury and KPMG. And that includes whether it's our finance areas, our legal areas and the like. But yes, we had direct engagement with Treasury's lead KPMG partner and we had ongoing conversations with she and her team and similarly with Treasury around the engagement.
So how does that work in practice? So again, we're talking about two distinct clients, the same firm. KPMG have talked about the sort of management of conflict of interest in that circumstance. Understanding that there will be conversations in those circumstances, as you say, kind of flowing between, where is the line for you then as to when communication would be inappropriate with another client's firm working on that work, I guess?
Ultimately, that engagement, whichever respective engagement we're referring to, the deliverable is back to that client. Now, as I said, it's a normal course of events, deliberations, questions, clarifications, understanding implications of the advice. If I just refer to, to get the advice that the KPMG engagement with Treasury, they largely relied on a lot of inputs from Transport. Whether that be revenue flows and other matters, decision-making rights. Now, in that, we provide a large source of information. There would be a lot of questions that we'd need to clarify and understand. Now, there's a line somewhere, I understand the question, Chair, around when does it become inappropriate. If I just talk from a Transport perspective, there was a deliverable finalised by KPMG to Treasury that was provided to Transport. Yes, natural, I think, again, it's on the matter of public record. There were questions around that, how we reconciled those things, and I think KPMG has commented on that as well. However, what we didn't do is, there wasn't a process through which we then went through and gave advice or requested changes to that advice. That was accepted, and we worked through the implications of that.
So that's what Transport did in relation to Treasury's work, but what we saw in the inquiry was that Treasury didn't necessarily do that in relation to Transport's work, where we saw direct interference in the writing of the report. And I believe that is what KPMG are referring to when they sort of have now admitted that they didn't quite get that right. Going forward, what has Transport done to ensure that a situation like that doesn't happen again?
Yeah, it's worth commenting on our conflicts of interest processes, and it's probably a broad range of activities that we've done since that. We've seen the recommendations that have come out of the Tahi inquiry. We've seen also the Auditor General's Tahi report, and similarly the consultants, Auditor General's consultants report. Now, conflicts of interest are a large part. You see that throughout there. Now, under the performance and management scheme, there's obligations across both, and we also have our internal controls, which I'll come to in a moment. There are obligations under the supplier where an engagement is made with a supplier, either at the point of engagement for that supplier to notify the client, in this case if it's transport, of any actual or perceived conflicts of interest. And at that point in time, whether it's at engagement or throughout the engagement, the client, so I'll refer back to transport, we can then make a decision, or we are obligated to make a decision, whether to continue with that engagement with conditions or alternatively to terminate the engagement. Now, with respect to our staff, we have conflict of interest training that we roll out with our staff, but also from a tender evaluation committee. Our staff, on those tender evaluation committees, our people involved in the procurement itself need to declare any real or perceived conflicts as well. The chair of those tender evaluation committees will then make a decision around the appropriateness of all the course of action that may be taken in those circumstances. Now, one of the things that we've done, we've referred earlier to an uplift program. Mr. Hassel has implemented what's termed, again, sorry for the buzzwords here, but these are the terms we use internally, a procurement risk oversight committee. Now, Mr. Hassel and his team review a series of different risks across our procurement, goods and services procurement. One of those is around conflicts of interest declarations. So we track that. That's something that Mr. Hassel and his team actively work through. So those are some of the things that we've done now. There's probably some obligation on the supplier, and then we have a decision point to make as a client, and then similarly with our staff internally around declarations and training to uplift that.
We bought 2 tickets to the Halen dinner.
Is that a question?
No, sorry. I was
just an
talking to
interject.
Scott.
Oh, right.
I was just
You
talking
could
to Scott.
talk more quietly.
Sorry.
Thank you. So I guess in terms of this particular, though, engagement with KPMG around Tahi, it ended up with the person that you had engaged with at KPMG and who you have said, you had no problems with their work, being effectively sort of forced out of KPMG. I won't recap the whole, and I will call it a debacle, that ensued. What did Transport then do to express its dissatisfaction with KPMG after that project had ended?
Didn't invite them to their birthday party.
Thanks for the question, Chair. I think I'll just refer back to, with respect to the work we received as a client from KPMG, we had no issues with that. It was actually high quality work that informed the basis of the Tahi operating model, and from a transport perspective, identified and mitigated all the risks and underpins the model that's in place now. Now, there were matters there throughout that process, that some of which I was aware of, and from a contemporary nature, some post fact that came out in the inquiry. I know that the former secretary, had worked through and was working directly with KPMG. I can't comment on what conversations he may have had with KPMG or otherwise. But in terms of, if your question is, what did I, engage with KPMG on? I didn't directly. Yeah. We had, as you might imagine, in any structure, I worked with my superiors through that. So I can't comment anything beyond that.
Has any regulators contacted you about the work that KPMG did on Tahi?
Thanks for the question, Chair. We have had some contact earlier this year, around March, April.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just clarify that, just so we're really clear here. It wasn't from the regulator directly. It was from KPMG seeking to provide the regulator with some correspondence.
Interesting. Okay, so correspondence to, so not seeking your views, but something that they needed to submit to the regulator themselves.
Yes.
Okay, but nothing directly from any regulator.
Well, I'll just clarify that, just as far as I'm aware.
Okay, thank you. Do you think that KPMG's behaviour throughout the Tahi project was ethical?
Do you mean their conduct or their behaviour?
either?
Thanks for the question, Chair. Look, I probably don't want to get into a debate as to whether it was ethical or not. As I said, I've only seen lots of what's come out post the engagement. There's a lot that came out in the inquiry that I wasn't aware of at the time. Now, if we look at, I'll just keep referring to from a transport perspective, from a client perspective, we were happy with the work that was provided. I think the process, it's on the matter of public record around the process, could have been improved. There were, in hindsight, if it would run something similar again, we may have had different controls in place.
We heard from the procurement board representatives that they effectively don't take anybody off of the pre-qualification scheme unless there's a process where a complaint is made, and then they investigate it, and then they might take away that pre-qualification. Is there an opportunity for you or anyone else in transport to complain about the behaviour of a consultant?
Under the performance and management scheme, there is opportunity for a range of post-engagement reviews to occur. There's a threshold there for anything above $150,000, but there's also more scope around supplier performance. So there is a mechanism, there is a process in place through which government agencies can, through the New South Wales Procurement Board, raise those matters.
Did you or anyone from Transport raise any issues about KPMG's work or performance?
Not that I'm aware of, Chair. Just noting that at that point in time, my role was in Tahi rather than from a procurement perspective, but I'm not aware that any issues were raised.
Thank you.
Can I just pick up a few questions on this? So, in terms of first principles, why was the decision made for Transport to, and I'll ask Treasury separately, but for Transport to engage KPMG individually and not go through the advisory panel? What was the rationale for that?
When you say the advisory panel?
The constituted Tahi, I think it was the advisory panel you called
it. The Tahi Advisory Board. Yep.
Premier, yep.
Now, the committee had been meeting for a number of years. Now, I think the last meeting, it's a matter of public record as well, was in early 2020. At that point in time, it had effectively been disbanded. And we had moved into weekly STICOs with representatives from the relevant departments. But at that point, Transport wanted some advice with respect specifically to safety, asset management, operational matters, including with respect to the rail operators, and in addition to the financial modelling. So that decision was made at a Transport local level.
Okay. And why the decision to go external to be able to get that advice from KPMG and not to do that in-house?
Look, one thing thanks for the question. The way I'll answer that is I wasn't aware, I wasn't part of the engagement or the decision to bring on KPMG. I think the former secretary has been on the record that there was a need, given the pace and given the impending implementation, stand-up of Tahi, to get some really detailed advice in a short space of time to inform the stand-up of Tahi. But I can't comment on anything further than that.
Okay. And in terms of that advice, you say you were happy with that advice and the work that was produced by KPMG. Do you think that was value for money, in a sense, in terms of what you actually got out of that and its use in being able to establish Tahi?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we do. I think it's a very complex program. We're talking about $40 billion worth of rail assets. We're talking about the day-to-day operations of a heavy rail network. Now that we delved into some significant matters around safety, around asset management, matters for which solutions were devised and implemented and still form the basis of the model today. Around our 3 lines of assurance, for example, around safety and asset management, around the different decision-making rights of the rail operators of NSW and Tahi. For us to think about the scale of what was being implemented, including the complexity of it, that advice was critical, and without that, we'd be in a very different position.
And with that advice, and of course the work that Transport for New South Wales and that did as well, do you think that the concerns that may have existed at that time in terms of safety and the like have been ameliorated in terms of Tahi's establishment?
We're confident that they have. Happy to step through why I'm confident. We have, what was established through that work with Mr. Lyon and his team, a very extensive process. I've referred a lot to Transport being the client. We didn't work in isolation. We worked with Tahi once they were stood up. We worked with Treasury, and we worked with our rail operators in Transport. Now, we identified the different roles and accountabilities, and from there, we got confirmation of that across the board, which has informed things such as the operating licence issued by the Minister to the Tahi board, which effectively defines the functions under the legislation for which they can and can't play. We've implemented governance, or Tahi's implemented governance around asset assurance. The safety aspects as well have been implemented off the back of that report as well. We're confident that effectively Tahi's playing a third line of assurance now with respect to asset management safety. And I know there's various ways of describing Tahi. I think we've heard some of the words here today, but with respect to asset management and safety, we're really confident around what has been implemented and the uplift in those areas.
Thanks, Mr. Perdigan.
Are there any more questions on Tahi? Otherwise, I was going to go back to contractors.
I've got plenty, but I'll put them on the
Okay.
list.
I just wanted to take you back. I've got an example. I just wanted to get a copy so I could show it to you. Sorry, let me just, if we could give one of those. So this is I'm just giving you the e-tender records for a contract that Transport New South Wales corporate has engaged in with Brian Joan Proprietary Limited. This is project management services for WestConnect's M4 to M5 Link Tunnel project for almost $165,000. I understand this is an example of a so-called secondment. Are you familiar with this one at all?
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm not familiar with it.
I'll then also hand up to you another contract with Brian Joan Proprietary Limited. Thank you, sorry. This one is actually with Infrastructure New South Wales. And this one is for 1.3 million. Where are we? 2.333912 million dollars. So this one goes for about 3.5 years. The one that you've executed from Transport goes for about 7 months, and so they are overlapping contracts. Have you got any knowledge of any of this? You may need to take it on notice.
No, don't have any knowledge of it, especially for the Infrastructure New South Wales part. But even for the Transport aspect, no, don't have any background or knowledge of it.
So then I'll also give you a copy of a LinkedIn record. Thanks, Peter. For a Mr. Brian Tan, who is the Managing Director at Brian Joan Proprietary Limited. And what you'll see here is 8 years of so-called secondments. He starts as a secondee with Sydney Metro Northwest. It goes on until we get to the last 4 years where Mr. Tan has been a secondee to various parts of Transport and Infrastructure. But notably what you'll see here is that the contract, that $2.3 million for 3.5 years, is the Director Commercial on Secondment to Infrastructure New South Wales that you see there on the front page. So that's a 3.5-year contract. So he's getting $2.3 million for that. But then in this new one that you have signed with him, he's also on secondment to Rozelle Interchange as the Strategic Negotiation Advisor for an additional $165,000. It does appear that this is one person who has 2 jobs and has been on secondment within the government for at least 8 years. Is this common?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I mean, I haven't seen this particular example before, so I can't comment directly on this. What I would say is that if we refer back to what Mr. Perdick has said right at the outset today around the differences in the operating model, obviously the accountability that we have within the commercial procurement and transformation component is focused on goods and services. So we don't have direct accountability for the infrastructure delivery services. That would reside with the either Sydney Metro, potentially in this case, or with our infrastructure in place colleagues.
Okay, but ultimately with the Transport Secretary. Is that a 2.3 million for 3.5 years at a director level? Is that comparable with what you'd get in a public sector role?
I don't believe it is. But I can't comment on the details without knowing the actual what sits behind this. I know we've called out an individual here, whether there's a team that's supporting this individual in this scope of works. Don't have any details around what's been, this scope of works or what's been presented. It's probably best we take that question on notice.
Thank you.
Could I ask
Yes.
a related question? Using this example, but going back to our vendor management system, if we had a cross-government vendor management system, would we not be able to check different engagements of different organisations across particularly quite related entities, such as infrastructure, metro, transport? Wouldn't that be possible if it was an integrated whole as opposed to agency-based?
Thank you for the question. I would assume if it's a single system with single definitions, integration that was possible across those different environments, then obviously standardisation could occur.
Okay, so currently with what we're looking at across the different agencies, including yours, that's not going to be a capability, so we still could have the situation where you wouldn't be able to have a line of sight to all the different tranches of work that an organisation or an individual might undertake.
I think it's. Thank you for the question. Again, just touching back on what Mr. Perdiccas said earlier, we have a weekly review of newly created purchase orders for consulting engagements. Weekly review for consulting engagements. So that is done applying the definitions that we referred to earlier. We also have a monthly review process in place with all of the transport finance business partners. I guess what we're trying to convey here is operationalising policy obligations through day-to-day activity, as opposed to it residing in a policy but not being operationalised and then not being assured upon. So we're trying to assure that information ongoing in the goods and services space. But we meet with all finance business partners in transport on a monthly basis to validate consultancy engagements, to cleanse the POs. If there's aged POs on systems, we're closing those off as efficiently as we can so that we do have an accurate position. Now, that's predominantly using purchase orders and contracts. What we're talking about here, if you move towards a vendor management system, you're getting much more granularity on the deliverables expected from those engagements. You're getting clearer descriptions, you're getting clearer statements of work that would be stored in a single repository that would then be able to be interrogated more efficiently. So I guess I'd just like to make the distinction between a supplier payment view, which is what we see through some of the procurement systems, where you see the contract and you see the expenditure, but you don't necessarily get the same granular information you would through a scope of work managed system through a vendor management system. They're two different types of technology.
I appreciate that. And look, I appreciate the efforts that you seem to have been making following the recommendations that have come out. I was merely asking if currently what's in train would actually allow the kind of information to come to light that might expose, potentially, we're not suggesting anything, but potentially the kind of information that the Chair has provided with you today.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I would say in simple terms the answer would be yes when we move to an implementation of the VMS, but again, it depends on the contracting entity. So if we're contracting on the same entity, then obviously you'd be able to see that information in the extract. If it's multiple entities, different ABNs, then being able to understand what the relationship between those ABNs would be the next level of interrogation that may need to be done either outside the system. The system isn't necessarily going to tell you what the relationship between ABNs are, if that makes sense.
I think the thing is there that we are looking at it from a transport perspective. So if we're looking at something more broad, we probably that's something we'll work with New South Wales procurement on, but that's really dependent on what their program is and rolling out their their uplift program, and probably that's my word, not theirs, so be careful there, but that's something that we'll need to look at from a whole of government perspective.
Yep, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
We're hearing a lot about, I guess, one of our frustrations in this inquiry has been just how hard it is to get information in relation to exactly how much is being spent on consultants, how much is being spent on consultants, by another name, by contracting or whatever, is part of the problem that we have a very siloed government where we have each department not really having systems and structures to talk to other departments in the right way.
Thank you for the question, Chair. I would say that's a contributing factor. There's different levels of maturity, there's different capabilities, there's different capacities that are being allocated to manage these. We're fortunate that we've been able to establish a category management function last year where we've recruited 20 people to come in and focus on specific expenditure areas like professional services. And that's really, delving down into the information, looking at the expenditure data, introducing a new expenditure taxonomy. So again, sorry to make it about procurement, but if we don't have the data that we can't mine, then we can't interrogate and we can't make insightful decisions. So, our starting point within transport was agreeing on a whole of transport taxonomy for goods and services and construction. So being able to interrogate the supplier payments that go out the door, so to speak, and being able to then break that down and categorize it. So imagine grandparent, parent, child, grandchild. Imagine kind of 4 levels of categorization and being able to break down professional services into the appropriate areas.
Is there a point where it's an interesting line of questioning and answering where, how many did you say you took on? 20?
We as part of a post-corporate functions review, it was deemed to, which Mr. Perdiccas referred to earlier, it was deemed to, in the centre-led component, obviously we've got a devolved environment within transport where we have procurement teams that sit in different divisions and different agencies, but the centre-led component was reviewed, and within corporate services where we sit, we've made investment in roles that didn't exist before. So we've moved from purely a sourcing and contract management or administration centre-led function to something that is more data-driven, strategy-driven, and then that informs the sourcing, that better informs how we manage contracts.
Presumably there's been some academic work on this, managerial stuff, MBAs, all that sort of thing. But I just wonder, does anyone ever look at this from a high level view and say, well, actually, we've got to spend so much time and energy into watching the contractors and the consultants that there might be a cost-benefit analysis in looking at, is it just easy to have everything in-house, direct reporting lines, deliverables are more accountable because of direct employment? Have these discussions ever been socialised internally about where do you draw the line? Because it seems to me as though because of the opaque nature of the data, it's actually a lot of time, resource and money spent on actually finding out what they're up to, right?
Thank you for the question. Are you referring to in-housing of procurement per se, or are you talking about the specific resources that are being engaged through consulting or professional services engagements? Is that what you're referring to, more of a workforce strategy, or are you referring to...
Yeah, more of a workforce strategy. Like if I've got X amount of the budget dedicated to consultancy services and Y budget dedicated to contracting and labour hire, and the ability to keep those people accountable is somewhat difficult, and you've actually got to take on resources to keep an eye on what's going on because they're kind of once removed, so to speak. Has anyone ever done an analysis to say, well, actually it'd be cheaper just to insource everything and build up the capacity over the long term will save a lot more money? Because that's one of the key themes that's been coming out of various evidence. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. I think there's probably a couple of areas I just want to add to that, probably answer it in 2 ways. We have identified within transport, through some key 3 job areas, and I'll just get these right: engineering, finance and commercial, technology and project delivery and management of particular focus. for in-house capability. And now we're working through that through recruitment campaigns to ensure that we have the right capability in-house in those areas, which matches to our work program. In addition to that, in our construction side of the business, infrastructure in place area, we understand that cyclical nature of capital programs. A project ends, a new one starts. But generally, those capabilities remain similar. So we have programs there where we seek to retain people as different projects end, and that we can move them over, raid and mobilise them, and put them onto new projects. Now, I think to your earlier part of that question, which was around the category management area of Mr. Housel's team. Now, that one part of Mr. Housel described what we're doing around consultants and contractors. Fair to say that particular team is accountable for a very broad range of outcomes. Now, that includes across, I forget what the actual number is, Mr. Housel, around the multi-billion-dollar spend annually, but they are looking at risk management. They are looking at driving cost avoidance, cost reduction across our broad suite of procurement. And as I said, we've been in place now for probably 18 months. There's a lot of runs on the board in terms of what they've achieved there. But so I just want to kind of differentiate that the people aren't there just overseeing consultants and professional contractors.
Okay.
Sorry if I could just add to that. They're really designed to do what you're saying, to look strategically, look more at a holistic level, and understand what better practices there may be that we could work with our internal colleagues on, for example, in labour services or professional services. They're just two categories. We have over 500 subcategories of expenditure within transport.
Does that include analysis on things like, in our 4 years in opposition, it's well known on
12 years actually.
On the last 4 years in opposition, it was well known and put on the public record some of the cost blowouts on some of these projects, and a lot of it was attributed to outsourcing and contracting, particularly to offshore entities. Has anyone ever gone back and looked at it from that perspective and thought, well, if we had an internal model of service delivery, we could have probably saved ourselves significant amounts on budget had we insourced it all? Is that part of that project?
I'll try to respond to that. Mr. House, I may want to add.
And I'm referring to things like the light rail, the new intercity fleet, the ferries. And
is that the ones your union mates blocked?
The litany of things that's well publicised on the public record.
No.
But it seems to me as though there's significant project cost blowouts, and it may not all be attributable to outsourcing and contracting. I don't know, but it seems to me as though there's some correlation there.
Thank you for the question. I think that the key thing we're looking at, I don't know specifically, to answer your question directly, if that has been looked at. We're happy to consider that. One of the areas that we've been really focused on, though, coming to the point you're making, is around, we look at a plan, source, manage from a procurement perspective. Now, the teams that have been stood up are really focused on looking at a holistic whole of organisational level, how we plan better. And the reason why I'm raising that is you see similar types of procurement across different parts of a large business like transport, where we can aggregate that spend, where we can ensure that we can have access to markets, seek where we can drive costs down, cost reduction, cost avoidance, and we can work at a agency, whole of department level, to source and plan for our procurement activity. We see great benefits in doing that. And we have launched more recently into a program of activity that's directly focused on that.
Maybe if I could just add to that, give you a practical example. So the plan, source, manage, which is you'll be familiar with, is the New South Wales procurement policy triangle of kind of the procurement life cycle, if you like. Planning before you go to market, then sourcing, entering the market, and then managing the engagement once you've post-contract execution. So planning would be firmly in the category space that we've just referred to. So applying longer term horizon, not 12 months, 24, 36-month horizons on aggregate expenditure areas that holistically touch the whole of an agency, for example. So this year we've worked with our executive and had sponsorship to implement annual planning, which is looking at specific category areas, looking at the volume of contracts expiring in each of those areas, and really trying to plan effectively in a longer term horizon. That's one element. Obviously, execution and having the right skills to go to market, the right internal skills as well is part of that. But the management component is another area that we obviously contract lots of goods and services.
But can I just ask you a bit more sort of granular question? When someone makes a decision to let a contract for a massive project like the light rail or the new intercity fleet or whatever, is that outsourced to consultants to come back to the department and say, we reckon you should go with firm X because they've got the capacity, the capability, the price is good, the quality, or is there internal sort of, is that an internal charge that you use for that, or would it be a consultancy firm that makes that decision?
Thank you for the question. Look, we have internal sourcing teams, and those sourcing teams should be engaged above $250,000. If it's goods and services, for example, we have a central team that would be engaged, that would work with the internal client, work with the internal business owner who's managing that project, and work to define the business requirements, work to define the evaluation criteria, work to define the terms in which we're going to go to market. Now, if there are advisors as part of that process, that's a decision that is made within the needs for that particular project. So it's not necessarily that you're outsourcing how to run a procurement exercise, not at all. We have devolved procurement functions that actually have accountability to run very specialist procurement within different parts of transport, or we have more general sourcing functions which service the remainder of transport as well. Now, it depends on whether the project has warranted the need for external advisory to be part of that project.
Okay, so when these projects come back and there's a cost overrun, is there a review process to say what happened here, how could we have done it better?
Thank you for the question. I can't comment on a particular project that you're referring to.
Just in general.
In general, what we have is and this is something that we've invested in over the last 12 months to uplift again. We have a contract management obligation with the business owners or the engagement managers that reside within the business. They don't reside in a central procurement function necessarily. They reside in the business that are operating those services day in, day out. So there is a contract management framework which we've actually reimagined this year. We've gone back and actually realised that we need to implement more effective controls. So, for example, we have an end of contract review checklist. We have a lessons learned checklist. We have a final contract performance review that's expected. That exists within the standard plan, source, manage New South Wales procurement policy. It's around assuring that those things are happening. So we're running assurance processes now which are helping us get visibility into the completion of those activities.
Okay.
Can I ask about another, just as a sort of a case or another example? I'm looking at a contract that was entered into with EY Sweeney or EY in relation to the household travel survey, which I understand is something that's been done over a number of years. The contract was for 4.5 years at a cost of $8.4 million. There seems to be a lot of money spent on surveys and similar things within different parts of government. Do you think it's money well spent, and is it something that really we could be bringing in-house?
Thanks for the question, Chair. Without knowing the specific details of that, I'm familiar with the household travel survey, the importance of that and the informing of our planning activities, service delivery activities and the like. With respect to the question directly, as I said, an important survey, whether that's a capability that should be in-house or otherwise, and an assessment of that, difficult for me to comment on. I'm just not aware of what part of the business we're potentially referring to here. But look, that's something, as I said, that we always make assessments on around what's our the right internal capability, what's our workforce strategy around those things.
Because I've seen I've got an example of one of the surveys. It's like a travel day memory jogger. So these things get, posted in people's mailboxes. And then it's asking you on it to write down where you've been for a particular period of time. So you select your travel day, and then you put down where you went and where you arrived. It seems very sort of rudimentary. $2 million a year for this sort of thing to go out. Does that just, what is it? What else is happening to justify that amount of spend?
Thanks for the question. I'm not across the details of that particular engagement. I know, including, I think what you're referring to there, Chair, all the activity that sits behind that around the compilation of any data that may come out of it or how it's used. Happy to take that on notice and come back to you.
I understand that a new contract has been signed with somebody else for a survey to continue into the future. Do you have any knowledge about that?
I don't. Mr. Hassel?
No, I don't have any knowledge. We can take that on notice.
Thank you.
It's like the bus survey, Butters SA52'd.
I think that's
was a good one.
all we have time for. Thank you very much. It has been very illuminating. To the extent the questions were taken on notice, or there are supplementary questions, which I'm sure there will be, you'll have 21 days to respond to those. But thank you very much for your time and taking time out to speak with us. We're going to take a short 15-minute break, and we'll be back at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's fascinating. the broadcast back. We're good? Thank you. Welcome back. I now welcome our next witnesses. If I could ask you to each state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Janine Lonigan, I'm Acting Chief Executive, Infrastructure New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Tom Gellibrand, Head of Projects, Infrastructure New South Wales, and I too solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to begin by making a short opening statement?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to appear as a witness at your hearing today. Infrastructure New South Wales provides independent evidence-based advice to government on infrastructure priorities and projects. We prepare the state's infrastructure strategies and plans, assure other agencies' capital works projects and deliver nominated major infrastructure projects and precincts. We're a small agency of 144 employees. We're a strategic user of specialist professional services, including consultancies. We engage external support during peaks in workloads as necessary. This enables specialist subject matter experts to be used economically and efficiently with no long-term employment liability to government. Infrastructure New South Wales has historically taken a conservative approach to disclosing consultants in our annual reports. Prior to the 2022 financial year, we included professional services, for example, large infrastructure delivery contracts, engineers, architects and the like, in our consultants' disclosures. This was broader than the Procurement Board definition. Since the 2022 financial year, Infrastructure New South Wales has disclosed its consultancy services in line with the Procurement Board definition. We disclosed consultants engaged specifically to provide advisory work for management, including capitalised consultancy. Our total consultant spend for the 2022 financial year was $2 million. For the 2023 financial year, our total consultancy spend was $1.7 million. Projects New South Wales accounts for over 90% of dollar value and number of engagements of total NSW procurements, with over 99% of those engagements being specialised professional services engagements rather than consultancies. The timing and scale of the projects delivered is highly variable. This limits opportunities for long-term workforce planning. Each project requires highly specialised, diverse and often scarce professional services. The services are generally required for time-limited, specialised elements of project work. It is neither feasible nor cost-effective to recruit required resources into full-time positions in INSW. Thank you. We look forward to assisting the committee with questions.
Thank you very much. I think, so if we just start with Infrastructure New South Wales is a bit different to some of the other agencies that we've been looking at. As you say, it was designed explicitly as a very small agency with the intention it would rely to a large extent on external contractors and consultants. So in the context of an inquiry into the government's reliance on consulting firms, it's an interesting one for us to look at. I just wanted to understand, and thank you for the level of disclosure in relation to consultants in your annual reports. But obviously, as you say, there is a huge amount of the spend which sits in a other category, whether it's contractors or consultants. Can you talk us through the different categories of that? So I understand that there will, part of my reason for asking is that I'm interested in working out where there is a true need for specialist advice and where perhaps we have ongoing work that we could be perhaps bringing in-house in some way. Can you tell us sort of what the main categories are?
Certainly. So the way in which we understand the definition of a consultant is it's somebody providing advice to management to assist with decision making. So it's specialist knowledge not usually held within the organisation, as opposed to a contractor that is really doing the doing. It's somebody that is delivering services. It's sometimes referred to as body hire or resourcing support. So in Infrastructure New South Wales, the vast majority of our professional services spend, so whether that's contractor or consultant, the vast majority of that spend is on our the delivery of our major projects, and I'll ask Mr. Gellibrand to speak to that in a moment. So we are our use of contractors is in the projects area. Where we do use consultants, and you heard me say in my opening statement that for the 2023 financial year, that was an expense of $1.7 million on consultants. The majority of that use is in relation to specific specialist pieces of work. So, for example, Infrastructure New South Wales prepares the state infrastructure strategy. That's of significance in relation to the whole state. It's a really significant piece of work. We have a core team of no more than 15 people in our organisation that work on that document, and that covers all the infrastructure sectors, and it also covers different technical areas, skills. So you're talking about needing skills in relation to economics, policy development, engineering. Whilst we have really highly skilled and professional people within, and we do a lot of that work ourselves, there will always be a need to supplement that work with additional consultants for really time-limited periods. So our use of consultants is strategic. I'll ask Mr. Gellibrand now to talk about our use of contractors in the project space, which is the vast bulk of our spend.
Thanks, Janine. As Janine's mentioned, the bulk of expenditure on contractors sits within my domain in the delivery of projects at INSW. And probably a good place to start is to think about a big project in a number of stages. And the way I would like to describe it is you've got the define, design, procure, deliver, commission and handover. And if you think about each of those steps, there are different requirements at each of the steps. So at the define phase, we work really closely with clients. It could be the Venues New South Wales, or Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences, Art Gallery of New South Wales, organisations like that. And we have to make sure that they actually understand what it is they want. I mean, often it starts off, we'd like to have a world-class art gallery that's attractive to people all over the world and can be cost neutral and da-da-da. That's terrific, but that's a difficult thing to build. I'm being slightly high level in my just for illustrative purposes. So we need to sit down with the clients and say, well, how many seats do you want in your stadium? What's your approach to the provision of amenities? The gender neutral for all the sports people? How many facilities? What's the ratio you're using for male to female, et cetera, et cetera. So we spend a lot of time at the definition phase really understanding what it is that they want. And that is something that we've got our own skills in working with a client, but we do engage a specialist like a brief writer, because ultimately we need to insert things in tender documents which are really clear. The state wants to buy these things. So that enables contractors to go and provide in a price for the thing that you want to buy. It helps with the process. So up front, there's some technical requirements around brief writing, concept design, early engineering, early cost planning. That's all really important. And it's around that time that government starts to make a decision. They'll say, yep, we really want a football stadium, we really want an art gallery. They make an investment decision, goes through an assurance process, which we can talk about, but that's a separate thing. They make a decision. We then move into a lot of detailed design. So we now know the scope of the project. We have to design it so we can get planning approval. We have to design it in such a way that people know what they're tendering for. That requires engineering. That requires investigations into contamination, all sorts of archaeological heritage investigations. Those skills are specialist in nature, and we require them as part of the planning process to make sure that we can demonstrate to the community and to the Department of Planning that we know what we're in the business of building, and we don't retain those. They tend to be upfront, short-term assignments, and they will do their work, goes into planning documentation, goes into tender documentation, and those people will leave, sometimes come back later on, which I can get to. Then you're into a procure phase, and for some of our projects, they're quite large. So Sydney Football Stadium, $800 odd million, Powerhouse, 600, Sydney Fish Market's got a funding envelope of about 750. They're quite large. And the market, as we all know, goes through changes where sometimes the market's willing to take on more risk than other times. Sometimes there's a scarcity of resources in the market, so people want to join up. And that means that when we go to the market, we've got to be aware of that environment and ensure that we're tendering in such a way that we get the best price, that we can actually get people turning up in the tender box in the first place. That's important. You don't want to open it up and realise that no one's actually interested in your job. That's not helpful. So we often engage experts in that field as well, procurement experts. These are people that work on, all they do is just assist organisations, private and public sector, into tendering. So is it a design and construct contract? Is it a PPP? Is it an alliance? Is it does it involve an early contractor involvement? There's all sorts of different ways you can form up contracts, and you need to reflect deeply on that before you go out to contract to make sure that you're in tune with the market. So in that phase, in that procurement phase, we'll often engage with a professional company that's up to speed with procurement. And then you're in delivery. And what does delivery take? Delivery, in terms of Infrastructure New South Wales, is a time when we have government employees working on the project, but they're very small in number. For Sydney Football Stadium, we would have had, not including myself, but 4 government employees working pretty much full-time on that project with the contractor. But those government employees were supported by specialist contractors. So cost planners, the understanding of the bills come in, has this work been done? Can I verify these invoices? We've got specialist programmers that can look strategically at what the contractor sought to do and where the contractor's up to. And when I say programs, some of these programs will have 10 to $15,000 lines of information in them. So they're very complex documents, and understanding where a critical path might pass through that program is absolutely critical in terms of how you manage the project, but also how you might assess claims that come in from that project. So during delivery, we are supported by specialists, and we always have a small core team of government employees. Having said that, on the Sydney Football Stadium, I did employ a government employee as project director, and on other projects, we had contractors fulfilling that role. So in some cases, we have a government employee, in some cases, they're contractors. It's a blended model that we apply. Why do we do that? It's because, as far as possible, we'd love to have government employees, but attracting the calibre of employees that you will need sometimes for a project that's between $500 million and $1 billion is quite difficult. You need someone with considerable experience. And where they're not available inside the public service, or you can't attract them through the normal processes, we need to engage contractors. And we've done that at Infrastructure New South Wales on a number of occasions. And then project's going well, and then when you're getting towards the end, you have to make sure that as the project's getting commissioned, that you understand what's happening. Testing, commissioning, witness testing, there's all sorts of things. We oversaw the delivery of a jail in Grafton, and probably the most secure facility outside the Australian Mint. Probably no more secure, actually. Nothing gets out unless they want it to. So witnessing the testing and commissioning of that, the testing and commissioning of that facility was really, really important for a whole host of reasons. And we employ a specialist consultant to do that, but it is one person, not working full-time, just participating. And that's really important also from a client point of view, because the client needs confidence at the end of the project that they're getting what they want, and they're starting to get visibility about how it operates. And then there's a handover process as well. And that's making sure that the contractor is preparing training manuals, operating manuals. If you can imagine a facility like a jail or a stadium, the number of rooms that exist in those buildings, each room has a key. Every key has to be described in a place so that when Venues New South Wales, for instance, walks in, they know exactly how to operate it. So there's a specialist skill set associated with that, and we've used specialist contractors for that. And then right at the end of that process, and thank you for indulging me in terms of my perhaps lengthy explanation, we also engage people that have written the brief up front to make sure that at the end of the project, those things that the government has wanted to buy have indeed been provided. So there's a check. It's not a short list, it's a very long list, but they go through assiduously to make sure that everything the government's been asking for has actually been delivered. And if it hasn't been delivered, there's a paper trail that says, yes, on the 7th of July 2022, there was a decision made by government to vary that. So it's been recorded, and then they've gone, yep, and did we get that variation? Correct. So that's a really important verification exercise at the end of a project, and we've used contractors for that as well.
Thank you. That was incredibly interesting.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Primrose.
Yeah, also to say thank you. That was very enlightening and very good. Can I just ask you to confirm, how much did you say you spent on consultants last year?
On contractors?
Consultants, sorry.
Consultants was 1.7 million. On contractors, 10.2 million. So our total professional services spend for the 2023 financial year was 11.9 million.
Okay. Can I say that I'm looking here at Treasury's Treasury document for Infrastructure New South Wales, and under, and I'll cite its reference, AE 2080200001 consultant expenses, and it says 13,348,000. So either there's a disparity and Treasury's got it wrong, or what you define as a consultant and what Treasury's defining as a consultant is significantly different.
We can come back to you on,
Yeah,
on notice with
that's
that.
why I gave you the reference. It's not a trick question. I think what we're finding consistently here is the issue of definitions. Whereas, as I said, and I'll give you that reference again to their code, AE 2080-2001. Okay, that's the Treasury definition. It also talks about, there's another category here, temporary employees and short-term staff last year, 1,114,000. Maybe you could come back and just tell us what's included in that definition. And there's also another one in terms of fees for service expenses. And that's AE 2080-990, and that lists 314 million. So I have no idea what that is, but I'd be really grateful if you could have a look at those documents. And as I said, I've got the Treasury documents in front of me here, and so I'm just reading off them.
We'll look at those. Thank
Please
you.
take it on notice. I don't expect you to have that, but I suspect it's to do with definitions.
Do you have any commentary on what that might mean, fees for services?
Well, $314 million, assuming that's over one financial year,
Yep.
is an extraordinarily large amount of money. And if it relates to Infrastructure New South Wales, I suspect it could only relate to a capital works project, because it's like if it was salaries, it'd be like $1 million a day, and it's like,
Well, if I could say that,
be capital.
Madam Chair, if I last in 2021-22, it lists the same category, fees for service expenses, 237,840,000. So, I mean, I'm just reading straight from the Treasury document.
Yeah.
So, please, it's not a gotcha or trick
Yeah.
moment. I'm just trying to work out what those allocations actually are for. And as I said, the actual codes are the ones that are used by Treasury, so it should be relatively easy to go back and work out what's in the code.
I mean, obviously take the detail on notice. Don't expect you to answer it now, but would it be conceivable that part of that could be internal governmental services provided, or would it be external?
No, for each of our projects, we incur governmental fees associated with planning applications.
Yeah.
And that's a percentage of the capital improvement value of the project. It's established by Department of Planning. But thankfully, it's not in the order of hundreds of millions of dollars. Normally, it can be up to $5 million, depending on the capital value of the project.
So that figure is relating to some sort of external services. See, this is the perennial problem the committee's had, trying to get a handle on the precision of the definitions of what's actually out, what's actually in, what's consultancy, what's contractors, there's this nebulous sort of amorphous service for external fees. So it's important evidence because it kind of goes to the heart of what we've been trying to get a handle on. So appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool.
Chair, sorry, can I just, my team has just updated me helpfully that the fees for services relates to client agency projects.
Okay.
Yes, and the
So it is
Treasury...
internal then?
So the Treasury financial system called Prime that you'd be familiar with, that's a definition used within that system. So perhaps we will take on notice those numbers that you gave to us, but I think we're needing to just align the Treasury definitions used within Prime and how that is then extrapolated across Infrastructure New South Wales.
So, for example, if Infrastructure New South Wales builds a hospital, you may have to charge health for services.
Will you be advising on it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. You go.
As soon as Janine was providing that advice, it made me think that for some of our projects, we get funding directly from the agency. So Create New South Wales, because they put up the business cases ultimately for PAWC Museum at Parramatta and for Sydney Modern Art Gallery as well as Walsh Bay. Treasury actually gives them the money, and then what I do is I write them a letter every 3 months saying, could you give me how much money I'm going to be spending on this project in advance for the next 3 months. So I'm actually charging them a fee for the delivery of their project. That would explain fees for services with respect to Sydney Modern, Powerhouse Museum and the Walsh Bay Arts Precinct. Whereas Sydney Fish Markets, $750 million funding envelope, there is no client. It's quite an interesting project. There's no Ministry of Fish. So in that case, Treasury gives us the funding allocation directly, so we wouldn't be invoicing anyone, we don't invoice Create New South Wales, but I write to them and say, here's our cash flow, could you please deposit this much money in our account so we can continue to deliver the project.
Could I ask a question about that? Is it a direct correlation with your example of Create New South Wales? So is it, what the bill's coming in and that's what you ask for, or is there a sort of internal government tax that you take from Create New South Wales? So it's like for like, whatever your bill is anticipated to be, that's what you get from Create?
Correct, and there's a reconciliation process. So we ask for the money in advance, and in the event our cash flow is less than expected, well then the following 3 months we actually ask for less. But the payments that are made to Infrastructure New South Wales are made to cover off the costs incurred associated with the contractor, the big builder, John Holland, Richard Crooks, whoever it may be, as well as all of our delivery costs. So that's a portion of my salary, project director, our project managers.
I guess one of the suggestions throughout this inquiry, in a sense, has been about internal consulting arms within government. In a sense, Infrastructure New South Wales somewhat fills that function, don't they, with other departments in terms of providing some advice around infrastructure procurement, infrastructure delivery, but also getting external consultants where needed. And I think you gave a good example before. It's not every year you're building a stadium, but probably some state government around the country is building a stadium every year. So it's about finding those experts in those areas to be able to get that external advice. And Infrastructure New South Wales effectively works in that role in procuring that.
To an extent, the extent to which it's a procurement, I'm not too sure. We hosted a meeting with Infrastructure Australia just recently on lessons learnt for Sydney Football Stadium, because Infrastructure Australia and the Commonwealth are delivering one of the stadiums for the Brisbane Olympics. There's two, one's being done by Queensland Government, one's by the Commonwealth Government, and they came in and wanted to understand lessons learnt for a Sydney Football Stadium, which we did, but we didn't. That was myself, people that had worked on the project. It was not. We didn't procure any advice to support Infrastructure New South Wales, and we are consulted infrequently in government. So again, Create New South Wales is a good example. They look at their cultural facilities on an ongoing basis, the National Arts School, the Australian Museum, and they look at how they operate and they come up with ideas for improvements. We often will go to meetings and they'll say, this is what we're thinking about doing, this is how much we think it's going to cost, what do you reckon? And often fairly high level discussions, but we'll provide them with advice on maybe a way of packaging it up, give them advice on what's happening with the market, whether or not projects can be staged. Certainly that was the case with National Art School. It's a very complex heritage environment, a very difficult place to work in, so we spent a bit of time with Create and the operators of National Art School just helping them with their thinking. We don't charge for that.
Sorry, excuse me. Can I ask a follow-up to Mr. Farlow's question? Because clearly for projects as big as stadium, etc., you need to get in the expertise. But looking through some of the consultants' spend over the last few years, there seemed to be quite a few, I think it was in 2019-20, that were about developing business cases. And we've had this with other agencies about engaging external consultants to write business cases. And I'm just wondering, in terms of the types of skills which are continually required, one would have thought that developing business cases is one that's a constant, as opposed to the occasional rebuild of a stadium. And even, for example, you're talking about brief writers, etc. I just wondered if you've engaged in any sort of multi-year analysis of the types of perhaps smaller consultancies to consider whether some of that might be undertaken in-house.
We haven't considered that. I think our agency is just too small to really to do that. We as I said, we have a staff of 144 people. We have staff involved in our strategic expert advisory function. That team prepares the state infrastructure strategy and then the annual state infrastructure plans. We have our assurance team, which assure all of the state's major infrastructure projects. That team is a team of about 20 people. So for something like a business case, we would need to work with consultants as appropriate, and we don't do enough of them to warrant having people whose skill set, and it is a specialised skill set, writing a business plan. It wouldn't be effective to have those people as employees when we have such an inconsistent need for them.
It's just that it's in that 1 year that I'm looking at, there seem to be quite a few, and I get that you don't have existing resources to do that, but whether the analysis has been undertaken across multi-years to sort of look at the different tranches of work to see whether there is the capacity, obviously not necessarily from your internal, but to save maybe $500,000 a year or whatever it is on fairly standard activities.
Thanks, Janine. I think it's a good question and it needs to be asked. And it's acknowledged that Infrastructure New South is quite small, and projects, we get busy when there's projects, and when there's no projects, we're a lot less busy, and in fact we decommission our part of the business. But we do operate, as I say, a blended resource model, and the core competencies that we retain are project management resources, safety, communications and engagement, stakeholder management. We've got a matrix arrangement because we are so small. I rely on the resources in our finance team to assist me in reporting, communicating cash flows to client agencies, things like that, as well as procurement. So all the small engagements, even the big engagements, all got to go through our procurement team. They use systems, SAP systems and what have you. We've got resources that help us with general procurement, not the really big stuff about how do you deliver a $1 billion project in today's market, but more like let's make sure that we engage this project director appropriately according to all the rules and guidelines, and we follow all the practices and procedures. So we've got those resources are held internally. And if I didn't mention it, safety as well. So we do retain those core generic skills for our projects, but not the more specialist ones. And certainly from a project's point of view, we're not in the business of developing business cases, but we do review them frequently with agencies.
Can I ask about, so when you were talking before about, very helpfully, about the different stages of the project, I have to say your job sounds great. It sounds very interesting. But you talked about a couple of types of consultant or contractor you would get on board at different stages. At one point you talked about brief writers. At what, I guess, how specialised does a brief writer have to be? Why can't we have a brief writer who is, or a team of brief writers, I don't know how many are required, that sit across projects and do sort of each project?
It is probably a skill that could be retained if you had the volume. So if you think of the profile, the resourcing profile for a brief writer is steep, goes all the way down, and then it's almost non-existent. So the bills we get on a regular basis from our people that write the briefs are just in the thousands of dollars. So every 2 months they'll do a review of progress and assess whether or not the components of the brief have been delivered at that point in time. So it could be some of the basic foundation works. They say, yep, tick, that's been done. So they do progressive verification. But it's very lumpy. A lot of, when you break down the projects into stages, you realise that the profile is quite lumpy and you need certain experts at certain times, and then beyond that you don't need anyone. So if you wanted to retain more experts, you just need to have a more predictable frequency of projects. So as you're coming off one project, there's another one next to it.
And excuse the ignorance, but is there a brief writer can't do any other sort of part of the, like, is a brief writer spending all of their time doing brief writing, or do they do brief writing and then other types of technical writing as well?
It's technical in nature, but it's probably one of those areas that if you had the appropriate person, they might be able to assist in other areas. Again, in a small agency, we had a period where we just wanted to review all of our project management plans, project management manuals. So when we get new staff on, we say, this is how we do it in Infrastructure New South Wales. These are the rules, processes and procedures. We actually got a technical writer in to assist there just to make them a little bit more uniform and user-friendly. And then they stopped. So we don't have a need for any sort of technical writers as such. But in a broader agency, if you're running out standard contracts, standard requirements for a particular product, a school or a more generic product, you could see a longer and a more uniform pipeline of work, and that could justify retaining more.
So what sorry, just
Sorry,
one,
go ahead,
just
Chair.
one more thing. So what about if you were to look at the work for a brief writer across the New South Wales Government as opposed to just across infrastructure? Would there be, is that the kind of thing that we should really be having as a in-house function that can then be used across departments? Is some of this a siloing problem that we're having?
I think it's a very interesting question. Okay, but generally when resources are centralised, agencies can experience difficulty accessing them, even though their job is to be, I'm centralised and my job is a brief writer, so come to me when you want work. But then an agency might go there and they'll go, well, I'm actually a bit busy at the moment. But if you've got a program, you need that resource right then,
But
right
maybe
now.
maybe then you could get additional resources on, but at least you've got that sort of minimum resource to begin with at what would presumably be much lower cost.
Yeah, so your question is, could the shared service model that's been deployed for invoicing and other transactional arrangements that exist in government, could that model be deployed for capital projects? And I think there would be opportunities for it, but they would lend themselves, and this is by no way of an excuse, but they would lend themselves to agencies that deliver fairly uniform projects on an ongoing basis. So we need schools. We always will need schools. Those schools need to not just be built, but to be maintained, expanded, redeveloped. That's a pipeline of work that won't go away, hopefully. And I think in those areas,
government it might, but anyway.
Similarly, you talked about procurement experts at sort of towards the middle of the project being brought on. Would those procurement experts not be able to be housed kind of within government?
certainly from my experience, when you're in the business of delivering projects, that's where the focus is delivery. And in the case of Infrastructure New South Wales, we've always, over the last probably 4 years, we've had 3 or 4 significant projects on the same time. And that's the focus of our attention, is delivering those.
Yeah.
The procurement experts are looking across many, many more projects, not just here in New South Wales or Australia, but overseas as well. And their ability to understand trends, pressures, availability of resources, contracting models is far superior to the knowledge that I would have, because that's not my focus. My focus is someone wants a particular project, we define it, and I say, okay, what's the best way of delivering that? What model will work best for this particular scale of project, this type of project, and at this point in time? And then I say, thank you very much. We assess that, we go through a process often, and then we'll deploy a model, an approach, and go and buy a tender, buy the service.
What's the overlap then with the resources that health infrastructure have and school infrastructure have? Is there a sharing of resources at all, or are they seen as being very different parts of government?
I'm not familiar, or I'm not aware if they share any resources, but one of the roles in INSW is to maintain a construction leadership group, which is a forum. I'll speak a little bit, but I can speak a little bit on it. I don't run the construction leadership group, but it's a forum that INSW facilitates that brings together people from health infrastructure, schools, transport, a variety of other agencies. And that group gets together understanding about what's happening, trends in the market, resources, contractor performance, issues around safety. So I think WorkSafe New South Wales also attends, talks about trends in terms of what's driving safety incidents on sites, so that the agencies have a shared understanding of some of the uniform issues and pressures that they face. So we've got good engagement with people across government. The extent to which those agencies then want to actually share project management resources is another matter. I know when we're looking to recruit government employees, it's not uncommon that phone calls would be made. Do you have any surplus people? Can I tap someone on the shoulder?
At all of those stages, with all of those different consultants being used, is all of that spend then capitalised within the project cost? Do you know? Is
Correct.
That right? Is there given that then sits on a separate part of, I guess, the state's finances and not part of the general budget, is there less focus on sort of constraining those costs, do you think?
Absolutely not.
Suppose.
Each of the
Straightforward answer.
each of the projects that we delivered is governed by a steering committee, Underneath the steering committee, we've got a government side project control group, and we've also got a project control group that we usually have with a major contractor. At the steering committee level, the chairman of the steering committee does vary a little bit. In the case of Sydney Modern, we had David Gonski, who was an appointee from the Art Gallery of New South Wales, but we had our CEO on that committee as well, and as well as independents. And those also included representatives from Treasury and then Department of Premier and Cabinet as well. So at the steering committee level, we have representatives from government, client agencies, and quite often independents as well. Independents that are involved in construction law or contract management or construction themselves. So we don't escape scrutiny at that level. And we also have to report regularly on our projects through like all other projects in New South Wales, through the high-profile, high-risk processes that go through Infrastructure New South Wales. We're assured actually by Treasury, not by NSW, so there's a separation there. But we have to demonstrate that we're operating within our budgets, that we're managing our contingencies appropriately, and we're on time.
If you take that brief writer example, if they were brought in-house and they were a government employee, would they... Presumably you could still carve out the work they did on a particular project in order to cost it as part of that capitalised expenditure, or does it cause an issue?
No, not at all.
So there's no accounting benefit of having an external party?
Well, again, at INSW, we capitalise all of the costs we're supposed to, so there's accounting standards for that. And if you're working on a project full-time, well, obviously all of your costs would be allocated to that project. Where you get to a point where it's part-time, you have to either make an assumption around percentages or you keep timesheets. So my time is largely capitalised, but not all of it, because I also am a member of Janine's executive team, and therefore I have to work on the business as well as in the business. So when I'm working on the business with Janine and her team, my costs are actually allocated on a staff budget to the government, but the rest of my time I'm actually just working on projects, so those costs are distributed across the projects that we're delivering.
Mr. Buttigieg, I interrupted you before.
No, that's okay. I was just curious if you had any commentary around the historical comparison of what used to happen years ago, which was you had like a clerk of works and the government had a whole department looking after. Like, how's it changed in that time, and if it's changed for the better, or whether or not there was some merits in that model, or you think we've moved on and it's just superfluous? So just curious to know how it evolved into this model from what used to be maybe, I don't know, 30, 40 years ago?
Yeah. So I'm not the best person to ask that question, but so state-owned corporations have generally delivered all of their assets themselves. Sydney Water, Endeavour Energy in the past, and Public Works and Services, I think it was called at the time, had a predominant role in the delivery of kind of everything else, but not totally everything, but they had a very large role to play in the delivery of assets on behalf of government agencies. And then there was a point in time which I wasn't involved with it, but that Public Works and Services area was basically reorganised, and understand resources were actually backed into agencies so that they could be more responsible for their own works. And then what we have now is a group called Public Works Advisory, which is a remnant of the Public Works and Services. I might be using the wrong names here as well, so I apologise if I'm not referring to them correctly. And Public Works Advisory now plays a very significant role in assisting councils and regional areas in the delivery of capital works. So they have a model where they will go and procure resources and services to build and repair bridges, roads, regional assets. They're not as significant, I believe, in metropolitan areas.
So is it possible that some of that overarching umbrella function, which the old Public Works Department would have performed through commonalities of knowledge across different projects, economies of scale, all that sort of thing, is it possible that some of that's been lost in the devolution to the agencies for responsibility, or is that outweighed by the specific boutique sort of approach you get of an agency carrying out its own projects? I mean, it's hard. It's a difficult question because unless you're around at that time, I guess it's hard to know. But it's just interesting to see what the difference in the models. That's all.
Yeah, I don't think I could answer it properly, but I was thinking of something my mother said to me, or maybe my grandmother. The proof's in the pudding. So if the other way of looking at it would be to look at the performance of particular agencies like Infrastructure New South Wales or Schools Infrastructure or Health Infrastructure, and actually look at the value of the capital assets that they're creating.
Yeah.
And you look at what the overhead would be associated with that.
Yeah.
And determine if that's efficient. And if the answer is that looks like an efficient model, well then I think that's the answer. It's by assessing the performance rather than looking at what the change has been.
Yeah, and who would do? Is someone in Treasury doing that?
It gets assessed as part of business cases. So a business case has to disaggregate costs and apply benefits to the expenditure. And when you disaggregate costs, it's really important to work out, well, how much will the thing cost to build? And how much will it cost to get it approved? How much would it cost to manage it and finish it off? So those, you can call those costs overhead costs. And the business case evaluates that. And there is a value for money proposition. You've got to make sure your overhead costs are fairly, always as tight as they possibly can be.
So who's the gatekeeper that says, here's the cost-benefit analysis, the disaggregation process you just went through, here's the cost-benefit. Who's the what's the gatekeeping process for signing off on that and saying, well, actually, we think there's too much overheads in this, or is there a process, or is it just
no,
it is what it is?
It's a very good question. It's a role that I'm not responsible for, but as Janine mentioned in her opening statements, Infrastructure New South Wales performs a number of functions. The assurance function is really important. Do you want me to just talk a bit more about that?
Yep.
With the assurance function, as business cases are going to government for investment decision, the assurance function in INSW does a rigorous evaluation of it. Have you got your costs right? Is your delivery model an appropriate one given the type of work, given the cycle in the market, given the availability of resources, what have you? And they go into the cost associated with delivery. Is it an efficient model? Is it inefficient? So that advice from INSW goes along with all of those investment decisions. And that's a really important part to get an independent, objective view.
And presumably this should be replicated across like health infrastructure, schools infrastructure, yeah?
Yes. Indeed, we publish business case summaries on our website, and those business case summaries include commentary from Infrastructure New South Wales on the robustness of that business case.
Okay.
Can I ask, sorry, it's a slightly unrelated question, but with the consultants that are engaged at the earlier stages, is there any mapping or anything available for us to see which shows, one of the things that's come out of this inquiry and others is the sort of land and expand model of consultancy, where they come in and advise on a particular aspect and then go on to provide other services, etc. Have you got any mapping or analysis of how that has worked across projects that you've delivered or that you've been responsible for?
I haven't witnessed it in my time at Infrastructure New South Wales. Having said that, my time at Infrastructure New South Wales has always been the head of projects, so but I'm under oath. I haven't witnessed that on any of our projects. Our engagements are really targeted, and the only people that last a duration are generally government employees who are project managers, our finance people, myself, a project director. And in fact, we've got the opposite. You'll see, I think in some of the, oh no you won't, but that we've employed Turner and Townsend as a project management group to assist us with the delivery of the Sydney Fish Markets project. And that's unusual for projects in my area. It was set up when it was with Urban Growth and then we had a changes in government, and urban growth was incorporated into Infrastructure New South Wales. So they were already commissioned and employed. Since that time, we've progressively reduced the size of that team. What you find, Turner and Townsend, Bechtel, some of the big companies, there is a reputation that they will go in and provide a really good level of service, and it will progressively increase in size during the project. I'm not going to critique as to why that occurs, but that's an observation. The observation at NSW, where we have used a company that provides project management services, has been it's contracted.
Thank you.
So to give some further context for Infrastructure New South Wales, in our 2020 annual report, we disclosed a spend of about $44 million on professional services. That reflected during that year we had a number of major projects underway. The following year we disclosed $17 million in professional services. So that goes to the lumpiness of the projects and the different phases that they're in, and the need for bringing in the contractors varies as the project goes along.
I understood that. It was more in the example that you were giving about, the getting in and what's the further work for the same contractor. So that's kind of a bit different to the global amount of consulting.
Can I ask how many secondees you have within Infrastructure New South Wales itself?
In relation to projects, I don't think we have any secondees at the moment. I'm aware of one secondee in relation to our assurance function, but in terms of the number of contractors that we have within INSW at the moment, we've got 30 people that are contractors. That could be contingent labour or consultants.
I was asking Transport in the last session about a person called Brian Tan, who has been, there's a tender record of them being appointed as Commercial Director of Infrastructure New South Wales. And on their LinkedIn, at least, they refer to themselves as being on secondment to Infrastructure New South Wales. What level of, what sort of position level is that?
So Brian, I'm not exactly sure why he recorded it as a secondment, but he's effectively a body hire. And we got Brian in.
What does body hire mean?
Oh, it's like a specialist.
Sounds like a sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
Not what I was.
He's a specialist contractor, but it's just him. It's not a company. It's an individual.
Yeah. But he's appointed through his company.
Yeah.
Which is just him.
Yeah, I think it trades as Brian Joan, but his name is Brian Tan.
Yes.
So Brian was brought in to assist us specifically at a time when, on one of our projects that had been, we'd let a contract, but we were in a very significant dispute and a variation process. And we needed specialist and very experienced assistance in terms of commercial negotiations. It wasn't so much a legal matter, it was more a commercial outcome that we needed to negotiate with the contractor. And I did talk to a few people about what sort of support we could get from government employees, whether or not people would be available. At the time we had an urgent need, and Brian filled that. He works, at the time he would have been working full time, but he works on a part-time basis at the moment with us.
So 3.5 year contract, part-time at $2.3 million?
I think the 2.3 is the amount of money that's the up-limiting fee.
So it's $2.3 million for his 3.5 years.
Part-time.
Part-time.
Yeah, he worked in a full-time capacity during that period when we were going through those commercial negotiations, which lasted for, it was the busy period would have been a year and a half, close to a year and a half. And then he's been working on a 4-day week, went down to 3 days a little while ago. It's essentially on a needs basis.
So
up until recently, it was coming down, and potentially exiting.
What level, I guess, what senior, executive level would he be if he was a direct hire?
So I think, and I'm not an expert at this, but if we'd used the government senior executive service bands, the most we would have been able to offer him would have been an SES 2 band. And because we did, I do
So
recall.
he's getting considerably more
Absolutely.
than that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you see it as a problem that we have somebody, I guess, being on effectively double the pay of a public servant doing the same job for such a long period of time, for 3.5 years?
Do I see it as a problem? I have witnessed and been employed in positions where contractors that I've engaged earn considerably more than me.
Yeah.
Probably that's been a constant theme for quite some time for different sorts of roles. It's often the case with a project director. So the project directors I employ at the moment, I've got a couple of external project directors. They earn more money than I do.
Yeah. He's also employed with Transport for New South Wales as a strategic negotiation advisor on another $165,000.
Seems like he's quite good at what he does.
And I'm making no comment on his ability. I'm talking about the practices of infrastructure, but that's a 7-month contract for an additional $165,000. So presumably he's doing that on his other day then. Or
Brian and I spoke quite some time ago about him supporting some commercial negotiations associated with WestConnex. I think it was, I can't remember what stage 1B, the big one down at Victoria Road.
Yeah.
And he worked for them for not so much a block of time, but a few days a week over a period of months. And then I think since then it's just been going and attending meetings from time to time.
So this is just one example that I've found just because it came up on eTender in the last couple of months. I'm sure if I kept looking, I would find more. Is this common? How many people do we have sitting on sort of long-term contracts like this within infrastructure?
Is it common? It's if in a relative sense, no, because most projects have people on short-term assignments or the government. So in terms of like a percentage, it would be quite minor, but it does exist.
When we have business cases prepared, are those business cases prepared on the assumption that we will be able to find people as permanent employees to fill these sorts of roles?
The assumptions for the business case, the business cases assume a resourcing approach.
Do they assume it at this level, though? I guess is my, we're looking at the moment at huge, significant, shall we call, blowouts on some projects. Is part of the problem that we have business cases that don't envisage that we're going to be spending twice as much money on labour?
No,
hire?
I think the to use the common term, cost blowouts are just associated with significant variations or just underestimating the impacts of escalation and the market. You think something's going to cost X and you go to the market and you realise it's cost 2 times.
Do you ever go back and look at the business cases and go, this project ended up costing a lot more than what was envisaged? Where were the assumptions wrong? Do you ever go back and look at those business cases and analyse them?
Happy to say that at Infrastructure New South Wales, all of our projects have actually been under budget. Essentially, we've actually returned money back to government. But a key role of Infrastructure New South Wales on the assurance side of things is to undertake project assurance at a series of gates. So gate 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 being benefits realisation. I'm not the expert in assurance, but at each of those gates, Infrastructure New South Wales will go in and say, how's it going? They also do health checks. So against your project objectives, against all the things you promised, where you'd be, how much you'd spend, what you'd provide, how are you going? That's a rigorous, ongoing assurance for all major projects. I'm not sure how many we're assuring.
But analysing the assumptions after the event?
Yes, so in addition to that, our assurance team prepare annually a Trends and Insights report, and that report is public on our website, and it really does look at what are the key trends. So, for example, the impact of inflation over the past couple of years and what impact that has had on major infrastructure delivery.
Could I ask a question going back to sort of the skill sets that you keep as permanent and those that you engage? So the example that we've just heard about the $2.3 million over a series of years, and there seem to be engagements before that. So is there a plan in place for someone within New South Wales to shadow this person so that skills are transferred, so that we don't have to spend 3 or 4 times the amount that we would spend if it was an internal? So is there a skills transfer planned as part of that engagement? And if not, again, it goes back to what kind of analysis do you conduct, particularly on those long-term engagements, to see where upskilling might be the appropriate way to avoid that kind of cost in the future?
I'm very happy that you asked me that question.
There you go.
When I joined Infrastructure New South Wales in May 2019, in the Projects New South Wales area that I was taking over, there was a very small number of government employees. I think directly employed might have only been 2. One of those was a young woman who was working in an administrative role, recording minutes of steering committee meetings and not doing fairly standard administrative work. Highly capable, highly competent person. Since that time, she's been given more and more opportunities. She actually worked directly with Brian Tan on the Sydney Fish Markets project. And one of the real focus areas that we gave her was commercial matters. So managing claims, variations, negotiations with the contractor. She didn't necessarily have any experience in that area, but she was shadowed by Brian Tan and also managed very carefully by the project director, who was a government employee. I'm really happy to say that she is now a project director on the delivery of the Harbour Park down at Barangaroo. So that's a role that we've just given her in the last month. So that's over 4 years. And her accession in part has a large part to do with the level of supervision she's had and management she's had from people like Brian Tan in terms of the commercial area. That was quite specific. But also the project director on the Sydney Football Stadium project as well. So over that period of time, we've got a homegrown employee. We're a very small agency, but it's very, very satisfying to see someone that was working in an administrative role to actually being a project director.
That's an excellent example. Thank you.
She's also a mum of a young kid, working part-time, so it's a good story.
She sounds like
Thank
a gun. Thank you for that example, but I just wanted to ask specifically, so that was in relation to that period of time that's passed. So looking to the future, is it that kind of 2.3 million contract will be obsolete? You won't need to because you will have...
I think hopefully yes.
Right.
In the event that you're involved in a significant variation contractor dispute, which we were at that particular point in time, it's not unusual to bring in negotiators, people that are very experienced, and they would come and go. We've retained the services of Brian Tan a little bit longer than that because as that was tapering off, we were actually letting other contracts and we had other variations underway, so he was kept reasonably busy.
Thank you. Sorry, Jane.
No, it's all right. When we look, and again, apologies to Mr. Tan for using him as a case study, because I'm sure he's not the only one. But when we look at his employment, he's been in roles within transport for, transport infrastructure within, for the last 8 years. The current one where infrastructure has employed him as the commercial director for projects, it said that was done by sort of limited tender. When we talk about limited tender in that context, are we really just talking about a recruitment process? Are we just getting a few people and it would be like a normal recruitment process, but at the end of the day, we're hiring a contractor?
So the tender guidelines tell you that against certain limits, whether or not you can go to someone or a company directly, 1 written quote, 2 written quotes, and all the way up to when you have to go to an open tender and actually go through that process. So there are limits set for each of those.
I guess at what point did you make the decision not to do a hiring process, but instead to do a tender process and appoint a contractor for a role that otherwise would look like something that should just be filled by an employee?
So in this case in particular, the variation and the dispute was of a magnitude that we needed to get someone in, not just quickly, but someone that could help us straight away, as opposed to let's go through a recruitment process and try and get a government employee, because I wasn't confident that, given the amount of money we'd be able to pay, that they would actually be able to step in and provide us with the level of services we need. So we're talking about differences in a dispute of, in the 10s, 20s, 30s of millions of dollars worth.
Do these contractors effectively have us over a barrel then? Because they've got the expertise, they're then able to charge us twice what we'd get if we had an employee in that role. And that means that then, at the same token, we're then unable to hire an employee because they're not going to accept something less than what these people are currently filling these roles at. Because you could just become a contractor and charge twice as much. How do we break that reliance that we have?
I wouldn't say they've got us over a barrel, but where we've got unequal bargaining positions. So in government we can offer a certain amount of money for certain types of employee with different backgrounds, be they lawyers, commercial people, town planners, whereas the private sector at different times will pay a lot more. And the government will find it difficult to compete. There are some people that will still choose to work in the public sector because of all the merits associated with that, but other people will choose to be in the public sector and earn considerably more.
Could I just add to that, Chair, that we would say that the engagement of Mr Tan has been absolute value for money for the state, and I say that from the point of view that the really highly specialised work that Mr Tan has done in relation to the dispute resolutions and variations has saved the state millions and millions of dollars.
Can I just ask you about that though? Because he's spent 8 years working for the government and, according to his LinkedIn at least, not working elsewhere. So that expertise that he's gained has been in government roles, and you are now paying quite a lot of money, double what you'd be paying a government employee, to then buy back that experience he's gained from those roles in transport and infrastructure. Does that not strike you as a problem that we ought to be trying to solve?
Yes.
Yes. Do you have any suggestions for how we might solve that?
At Infrastructure New South Wales, my area, I'm responsible for delivering up to $3 billion worth of projects every year. I'm fully accountable for that. If it doesn't go well, I'd lose my job. And that would also reflect badly, not just on the organisation, but on the CEO as well. For someone in the private sector with that same level of responsibility, they get paid 3 or 4 times what we can pay inside the government. So the governments aren't uniformly attractive to private sector employees that have responsibility for very serious outcomes. When I say serious outcomes, I mean outcomes that involve, a lot of money, a lot of reputational issues for the organisation, be they public or private sector. So the infrastructure field stands out as one whereby governments have found it very difficult to compete with the private sector. We don't pay bonuses.
This is this is part of the whole problem, isn't it? It's. I mean, is it a problem? Don't want to really sort of preempt what is requires deeper reflection and study, but you could argue from the evidence we've heard now, and how many hearings have we had now? Is this 6?
This is 8th.
8th? Oh. That the government, by over-relying on consultants and external contractors, it's actually created a market that has allowed it to be have a monopoly on expertise and project management, and therefore where the taxpayer actually ends up paying more by virtue of government not taking a long-term approach of building up internal expertise, where a public servant like you two, for example, we're getting much better value for money, because rather than paying a private sector 3 or 4 times more, if we had have insourced all that capability over the long term, it'd be an interesting exercise to try and analyse, because it's kind of, that's the kind of the picture we're getting. Is that often we don't have the ability to go internally, but we've sort of created the problem ourselves over a long period of time. And this goes to the heart of what government policy should be. That's why this inquiry is so important. So I just wonder if you've got any commentary around that.
I think it's reasonable to expect that there's likely to be a differential between the private and public sectors in terms of remuneration for a lot of positions, and that differential increases with the speciality of those positions. So if you are working in a call centre, very important role, the salaries between the private and public sector will be reasonably uniform. But there's many people that work in call centres. It's not a specialised area like understanding the contaminants in soil and how you remediate those sorts of things. It's a much more specialised area. So there'll always be a bit of a differentiator
It's
between.
a case of where you draw the line, I guess.
Yeah. I don't think the state's ever going to compete with the private sector in terms of some of the specialist project development roles, because there are significant associated bonuses. The private sector, they're remunerated to improve their budgetary position in terms of cost versus revenue, whereas in the public sector, when the government agrees to a business case, so here's the money for the Sydney Football Stadium, my job is to make sure that we don't spend any more than that, and that the bid we get in from the contractor is how much we pay them. So, but I'm not. My job is not to screw the contractor to see if I can actually. Oh, look, I've actually got some money back from the state because I've been really, really difficult and managed this contract in an adversarial fashion. That's not my job. My job is to work within the funding envelope, minimise expenditure of contingency, but once we've set a price with the contractor, my job is to make sure that that's not exceeded unless it's been an agreed variation. Private sector's different. They're often incentivised to actually do better. So they might have a project and they say, okay, here's our margin, whatever it might be, pick a number. They're incentivised to, if they can improve that margin over time, they've done well. They've brought greater value to the organisation, and they will often be remunerated for that. So you've got a choice. You can work for the public sector and deliver according to the parameters set, or you could work in the public sector and actually be incentivised to even get a better deal through the passage of time.
Is it fair then, I guess, to having listened to all the testimony around this issue, I guess to distill it down to this, effectively it's supply and demand. So there is somebody who has gained experience through the provision of infrastructure within the government. There's been learnings, as the chair has indicated. That person becomes more valuable over time. They can leave and work for another organisation on other projects, or we can bring them back in a consulting or contract fashion to work on future projects where they can receive remuneration that's in line with what they might receive outside. Otherwise, we lose that skill set, and then we aren't able to perhaps deliver the project as efficiently or as in line with the budget as we may not have if someone like Mr. Tan, who has been named numerous times throughout this inquiry, has done so. That's just the way the business world works, isn't it? And if we can't offer those roles with the salary attached that the private sector can, this is one way of retaining those skills so that they don't walk out the door and then we're not able to have them on our projects at all. That's another view of it, isn't it, really?
I think if I'm correct, I think your first observation was that there are situations where people will work for the government and then they'll get to a point where they actually leave and join the private sector doing a similar thing for more money, and sometimes they contract their services back, or they might work for one of the big, UGL, John Holland, Lend-Lease or something. So that's correct. We've got evidence of that. Some of the people I've worked with are now working in the private sector, so that happens. They capitalise on the experience and the training they've gotten in the public service, and then they get a different, arguably better paid job in the private sector.
And sometimes they come back. They might be the secretary, they might not have the operational experience, but, they might come back.
We have experience working with individuals as contractors, and then they've come back into government as a government employee.
And
They buy tickets to the minister's dinner.
It's interesting, though, because we have, right at the beginning we talked about how we sometimes get external people in because they fill a special role. They've got a specialty, and that's why we require them. But I think from what we've heard today, there's also this evidence of sometimes it's for market reasons because you cannot hire into the public sector. In terms of us looking at, it's difficult now to unpick what has occurred over the last however many years of that happening. But is there, in terms of recommendations coming out of this inquiry, is there perhaps, I guess the question is if we were to offer something higher than what's being offered by the public sector now, but maybe not quite as much as a contractor, would that go some way? I mean, I know a lot of people work in government for less than the private sector because they want to, serve the public. Would that, is, an increase in executive pay part of the answer in your view of sort of repopulating the public sector?
I wouldn't use the word executive because I don't necessarily think we shouldn't look at it through that lens.
True.
I think we should look at what are the specialist skills and competencies that the state would like to retain and have a cohort of people, and then look at how much they might need to pay those people. That might be executives, but it could also might not be executives. It could be, and maybe people at a grade working in commercial areas might be worthwhile investing in through a differential pay arrangement. And we could be developing those people, and they could ascend into executive levels with that competency and maybe expand on it as they move through. So it doesn't always have to be executives. I don't want to be justifying paying executives more money, but I think there are probably cohorts of specialty that could be worth looking at in terms of whether or not you could provide a differential rate of pay.
But it was something else.
So
You said, sorry.
Sorry, just let me finish on that. So a more competitive pay might end up saving us less in the long run because we'd have to pay less for contractors in the long run. Do you think that's fair to say?
That's potential. I think right at the beginning of this session, I think you said something like, I had a really good job.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I'm here. It would be very unlikely that I would have had the same opportunity in the private sector to have been involved in the range of projects that I've been in. So it's kind of like, it's part of the privilege of working in the public sector is you do get opportunities that might not be available to you in the private sector. So that's one of the reasons why I'm attracted to working in New South Wales Public Service. Other people are more driven just by dollars, so it's not a simple answer. But I think there are situations where the public service could be more attractive to people if they looked at particular areas of skills and expertise to maybe review how much they're paid.
But one of the things that we really get value from by bringing in a contractor or a consultant when needed is the fact that they're drawing on their expertise that they have gained through their exposure to different clients. So you that's a real benefit to us. So you don't want to lose that either.
But that's not the case with the one that we've been talking about because he's not worked elsewhere. So or not for the last 8 years. So I take your point about there are cases where we would want someone coming in for their special expertise, but when we're talking about these long-running engagements, that's the question here.
I just want to put something to you just very quickly. Just something else you said, and it just struck me that when you were talking about your role versus, say, a consultant who comes in to look at, a project or deliver it, I guess that you've got oversight on, is that you in effect work within a certain parameter, that's given to you by the government. You've got a cost and a project delivery, and that you work within those parameters. The consultant that you bring in, though, from the private sector may have a slightly more mercenary type view. So is it not, in effectively you're bringing in somebody to do the dirty work, to get that project delivered, to bend the arms and to screw people down that you necessarily can't do, but somebody from the private sector can, because that's what they do. And so effectively a gun for hire to do, so that you can do what you do and you don't have to get your hands dirty. Is that one way to actually look at it?
It's a good question, and I can say absolutely not. We would never do anything like that.
Not you, but I mean...
No, it's a good point, but again...
Because it makes sense.
When we engage with large contractors to deliver projects, we agree on a price, and my job is to make sure that we don't exceed that price. But if they said it's going to cost $100 million, my job is also to make sure that they get the margin that they had in there. Like if success is a function of both parties being successful. It's not successful if we screwed the contractor right down and they end up, having to sack people, having to become insolvent. The state might be $50 better off, but, overall, are we better off? No. So we approach all of our projects, and it might sound a little bit trite, but in a very ethical fashion, and we make sure that we're only pursuing things that we think we're genuinely entitled to. If a contractor comes in with a foolhardy grab for cash variation, I'm going to deal with that really seriously. And I'm going to say, this is what the contract says, you are not entitled to this variation. That will be a very frank discussion, but we'll do it in an ethical fashion. I won't be seeking to recoup any benefit from the state that the state's not entitled to. So
what happens in the converse, though, when you have a contract overrun, and we've seen, we've seen projects run over by 30, 40, 50%, and then, so what's the sort of review mechanism for that situation? And I understand that some of this sort of private sector caper is about gaming on variations. Like that seems to be a constant theme too. Do you want to just give some commentary around that?
Well, again, we've mentioned it before, and Janine was talking about the role of assurance. So as you're going through the different gates of delivery, 0 through to 6, there's health checks, there's gateway reviews to look at the performance of projects, and they will provide government with a view to explain why the variation has occurred. Is it inclement weather? Is it unforeseen contamination? Is it industrial disputes? So there is a role for NSW in assuring those projects and getting a window in as to explain why.
But I mean, you just got to wonder whether or not, to be frank, it's working, given some of the cost blowouts we've seen. So I'll give you an example that I have some awareness of, and it's there was the light rail project down here, down in George Street. I know that a big portion of that cost blowout was because no one had really spoken to Ausgrid about all the underground electricity cables that had to be moved in that project. Now, you've got to ask yourself, in a situation where government's running a major project, and I knew this because people at Ausgrid had contacted me about this coming up as an issue. Now, the idea that government wouldn't have the wherewithal to get into the weeds there and say, well, what do we actually have to do to cater for these unforeseen circumstances? I'm sure I could find 100 other examples like that if we started digging, but those sort of things are quite concerning in terms of whether or not that's the fault of the structural makeup of the model, or whether that's just life, and we've got to deal with it because things are unpredictable.
I wasn't involved in light rail project.
No.
No, but I did work at Sydney Water for 10 years. And
so you'd be familiar with, yeah.
And there's nothing more certain than George Street was full of assets. And I'm 99.9% sure Transport would have been aware of pretty much all of them. I think it's reasonable to assume that the due diligence that was done on the light rail was pretty good, because it's a standard process for all projects. When you're in that definition phase, what am I proposing to do? What's there? Surveying the site, doing checks on what all the assets, where all the assets are, what condition are they in, whether or not some of them are heritage assets, because there are heritage sewer and water assets in the city. All those sorts of things.
I suppose the point I'm trying to make is it possible with this model, where you give it to a head contractor to sort of run the show, and sure, there's oversight, there's consultation, and there's feedback mechanisms, but they don't then go and speak to Ausgrid, for example, which is now a state-owned corporation and so not answerable to government either. They don't speak to each other at the level they need to, and therefore then they come back with a variation to say, oh, we had this issue with the electricity cables, therefore, sorry, extra 20%, and poor old taxpayers got to foot the bill because there's no coordination. That's my concern.
I've had direct experience with that.
Yeah.
Where, and that actually goes to some of the disputes that I've been involved with as well. As the contractor said, how could I have possibly reasonably known that these assets actually existed? Because on this plan it says it's dead, but on this plan that you now show me it's a live asset, therefore I've got to now relocate it and there's additional costs, therefore it's a variation. I don't think, again, government, when it's developing its project, has to go through a due diligence exercise, but there's also a requirement on the contractors to do the same thing. And it doesn't matter who you employ. I think there'll always be situations when you get down to the real detail that when people start excavating, they'll go, oh, I didn't think this would be here, or it's in a different location, or it's a different dimension.
Sure, but at the risk of sounding older than I'd like to sound, in the good old days, you would have had someone with corporate knowledge in government who would have gone, shit, we better talk to Ausgrid about this. There's a ton of electricity cables down there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Those old people still exist.
Yeah.
There's still...
Okay, order,
Yeah.
order. We are running well over time now, but I rudely interrupted Ms Lonergan before when she was trying to respond, and then other questions interjected on top of that. Ms Lonergan, did you... I'm giving you the chance now to answer if you can remember.
Probably just a couple of things. When we were talking about the tenure of contractors engaged by INSW, we have, so I mentioned that we have 30 contractors on our books at the moment. So of those, 9 have been with us for more than 1 year. So that just gives you a little bit broader context. In relation to Mr. Tan, he did come to INSW from and with the experience that he's had in his career. So to your point about different experience gained working across different sectors, that has been of benefit to Infrastructure New South Wales.
Thank you. Unfortunately, that is all we have time for. Thank you. It's been a really fascinating discussion, and I really do like the idea of your job, Mr. Gillibrand. I like the idea of being managing the looking at all and creating whole new structures and infrastructure. It just sounds fascinating. Anyway, to the extent that questions were taken on notice or there are supplementary questions, there'll be 21 days to respond to those. But that concludes this session, and we'll be back in just a moment with representatives from Tahi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just need to quickly...
It's a good temperature.
Everyone on this side is cold, so maybe we're sitting under.
Well, you know, I mean, that is your government side, so, like, you're supposed to be working hard to, like, in estimates, you'll be wanting it cold outside. We'll have you under the pump. You'll be like, you know, oh, got us again, can't defend the minister doesn't know what they're doing.
What estimates are you on, Wes?
Oh, all of them.
All-
If I'm not on them, I'll be a participating member. Even when there's like two of them, I'll just be going between room and room.
The old Shoebridge Mrs. Doubtfire
Yes,
special.
Mrs. Doubtfire. Miss Mrs. Doubtfire. That's good.
Senator Doubtfire now.
You are true. You're a professional.
Yeah, funny.
Like, I'm trying, you know, like the material's so dry, but like,
Just trying to keep myself excited.
Are we broadcasting still? Are we?
no, we can't stop.
We're good? Excellent. Thank you. Welcome back. We now welcome our next witnesses from the Transport Asset Holding Entity. If I could ask you each to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Lyndall Punch, the Chief Financial Officer at Tahi. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Reynard Smith, I'm the Acting Chief Executive Officer. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to commence with a short opening statement?
Yes, I would if that's okay. Thank you. And thanks very much. So good afternoon. I thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you today on behalf of Tahi in relation to how we use and manage consultants. My name is Lyndall Punch, the Chief Financial Officer of Tahi, and I've been employed by Tahi since December of 2022. I'm joined today by Reynard Smith, who is our Acting CEO, while Benedict Collin is on leave. Reynard is the substantive role as the Executive General Manager of Strategy and Innovation. As you may be aware, Tahi was established in 2020 to replace and continue the Rail Corporation of New South Wales. Tahi is the strategic asset manager and custodian of the state's approximately $20 billion rail network assets, which includes railway tracks, rolling stock, train stations, as well as the owner of over 300 million square metres of land across New South Wales. Rather than simply divesting any underutilised asset, Tahi retains and invests in its significant asset base through revitalisation projects, precinct creation, community heritage upgrades, affordable housing, and in doing so, providing long-term returns for the state of New South Wales. Tahi is also very focused on strategic asset management, improving safety and resilience across the network, generating whole-of-life costing models which take into account climate change and stretch the anticipated life of our rolling stock. At Tahi, we recognise the importance of good governance and transparency around consultant engagements. We have a comprehensive procurement framework embedded in the organisation, and we are committed to delivering an excellence in procurement outcomes. Our framework is designed to ensure fairness, transparency and maximise value for money in procurement. Our procurement policy framework consists of a policy, standard, procedures, delegation, systems, processes, templates, supplier code of conduct, Tahi code of ethics and conduct, and a conflict of interest process. At Tahi, we promote sound commercial decisions based on integrity and risk-based principles by applying high standard of ethics and probity while driving sustainability and social outcomes. We procure services in a way that maximises value for money, meets fairness, probity and corruptions and prevention requirements, is sustainable and encourages diversity, and is consistent with our supplier code of conduct. Tahi, as a state-owned corporation, is not obliged to comply with the New South Wales Procurement Board directions on engagement of professional service suppliers, which includes the use of consultants. Tahi is, however, consistent and compliant with those directions via mechanisms to consider the need, market engagement, decision-making and transparency. In particular, Tahi encourages our people to utilise whole-of-government pre-qualification schemes such as the Performance and Management Services Scheme, which sets clear boundaries on rates, expenses and discount structure. Our approval to commit and or expend public money is taken very seriously, and when approving a procurement request, approvers must be satisfied that expenditure is necessary and meets the Tahi business needs, the services are not able to be performed internally or from peers across the sector, that funds are available to meet the commitment, The procurement policy and framework has been complied with, including no conflicts of interest and probity concerns addressed, and that the approver has the appropriate delegation of authority. The Tahi instrument of delegation is limited in relation to the engagement of consultants. Only executive general managers and myself as the CFO, the CEO and the board have delegation to approve consultant expenditure at various financial thresholds. Contract variations require both CEO and board chair approval, and significant reasoning and justification is required when seeking a contract variation. These controls ensure that Tahi executive and board has appropriate powers and oversight in relation to consultant spend. In the interest of transparency, Tahi discloses any contracts valued at $150,000 or more per the Government Information Public Access Act of 2009. We also disclose all our consultant spend in the Tahi annual report. Our internal audit program includes procurement audits to ensure the highest level of transparency and value for money is maintained, and to ensure we maintain strong governance and control. The Audit Office of New South Wales also reviews Tahi expenditure as part of the year-end audit activities. Tahi's use of consultants in a financial year may vary. Noting our consultant spend in financial year 2022 was approximately 2.3 million, and in financial year 2023 is expected to be of similar value. Consultants may be used by Tahi to provide advice or services in an area of specialisation. As a relatively small workforce of approximately 50 people in financial year 2023 and 35 people in financial year 2022, every effort is still made to perform activities internally and leverage off our internal capabilities. Sometimes, however, this is not possible, and areas of specialisation that provide access to market information or expert analysis or independent advice is required. Consultants may also be engaged for statutory requirements, which can often be in relation to financial services. An example of this is the independent valuation of Tahi's assets, or the independent review and assurance activities required by the Tahi board on financial models. As with many other organisations, Tahi has also enlisted assistance with various consultancies to explore enterprise-level strategies required particularly within Tahi's implementation years. I note, however, that while the establishment of Tahi has been of ongoing interest to this committee, questions in relation to the use of consultants in the establishment of Tahi should be directed to New South Wales Treasury and Transport for New South Wales. Across our portfolio, Tahi may also engage consultancy services on broader strategic engagements, including affordable housing solutions, precinct revitalisation, heritage strategy, urban design, ecology studies, engineering flood modelling, geotechnical investigation are all further examples. Most importantly, when we engage a consultant, we focus on ensuring our engagements are necessary, that engagements deliver value for money and help to grow the skills and knowledge of our organisation. Our annual strategic business planning and budget process also helps inform the need and use of external suppliers, including consultants throughout a financial year. When we get to the project level, the planning stage when engaging consultants is critical and enables us to assess the risk and define the best strategy and market approach to procurement. The scope for a consultant engagement will often go through several review layers to mitigate the risk of scope creep and variations post-contract award, and most importantly, to ensure that at Tahi we are getting the best outcomes to achieve our objectives. Tahi actively manages and engages with consultants through the life of an engagement to ensure that the services is being delivered as agreed to the required level of performance and quality. A review of the services provided at the close of the engagement is also performed and communicated with the supplier. So in closing, at Tahi, we focus on ensuring our engagements are necessary, that engagements deliver value for money and help to grow the skills and knowledge of our organisation. Once again, I thank you for the opportunity to come and speak on behalf of Tahi today.
Thank you very much. Can I just start by asking, you did say that you've spent $2.3 million in financial year 22 on consultants, and I think it was 3.264 in 2021. What is 2023 unaudited spend looking like for consultants?
The unaudited expenditure is approximately 2.3 million.
For
2023.
Yep, okay. So same as last year?
Very similar.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. And when you've got, in your annual reports, you do list the other category of contractors, maintenance related and other. So, for instance, in 2022, that was 92.5 million. How much of that is maintenance related and how much of it is other?
I'm afraid I don't have that information in front of me at the moment, so I'll have to take it on notice.
That would be very useful. Can you tell me what is in the other category?
Again, I'll take that on notice so I can give you the correct information.
Thank you. You mentioned the approval processes for consulting spend in your opening statement. Can you just tell me again, at what level does the board get involved with procurement?
So we have a very
Yeah.
We have a very comprehensive delegations framework.
Mm-hmm.
Within that delegations framework has the required levels for individuals.
Yep.
So in terms of when the board gets involved, I've just got the delegation instrument now, so I can tell you when for
Thank
consultants
you.
they get involved.
You did say for an extension or, variation of contract, but yeah.
They also get involved for approvals.
Yep.
So bear with me for just 1 minute. So, in terms of to approve the expenditure to engage consultants, professional services, or labour hire personnel, the CEO has a delegation limit of 500,000. Anything above 500,000 must be reported to the board, and for board approval.
Okay, that's useful. Thank you. So, if we look at, I'm just looking at your spend. So something like. I'm just looking at the 2022 spend on consultants as disclosed in the annual report. So only that top one, that ICA Partners at 710,000 would have required board approval. Is that right?
Per the delegation instrument, yes.
Yeah.
However, our board and our audit risk committee do get visibility of all consultancy spend throughout the year.
Okay, but they don't have to actively approve it or get involved in the actual negotiations or signing off or anything like that?
Only for anything above 500,000.
Just above 500,000. Okay, and the rest is delegated to the CEO. So that was Ms. Collin. And now...
Excuse me, would you mind if I correct that?
Please.
Because the CEO has delegation of up to 500,000, but there is delegation limits for our executive leadership team.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of our executive leadership team, myself as the CFO and my colleagues at the EGM level have a delegation of up to 150,000.
150. So you've got a delegation of 150,000
Correct.
yourself. Yep. Okay. Just in terms of the management of conflict of interest, I understand that your chair, Bruce Morgan, was a PwC partner for 26 years. I think you yourself were at EY for a few years and other consultants. Mr. Smith as well was also at EY for some time. Have there been any contracts with PwC that aren't classified as consulting that are above that 500,000 limit, for instance?
Not that I'm aware, and not as reported in the annual reports. I can say that there has been consultants. I'm just having a look. Sorry, on our financial year 2022. There has been those PwC asset valuation was approximately 138,000.
Yeah, and then there was one that was disclosed on e-tender 2023, valuation of transport asset holding entity cash generating units of $279,400. So there's definitely been contracts with PwC, but none of them at that sort of board approval level. So presumably Mr. Morgan didn't get involved in those contracts?
No, he would not have got involved in those contracts, but as the Audit and Risk Committee, for the appointment of a valuer, the process we did an independent tendering process. The recommendations did go up to the Audit and Risk Committee just for noting, from my memory, and the chairman did refrain from any comments in relation to the preferred supplier for the engagement.
Just on that one, the 279 $1,400 one, which is for a contract between the 8th of November last year to the 30th of June this year. So presumably will be captured in your 2023 annual report. It said on e-tender that was a non-tender, that it didn't go out to tender. Do you know why that is?
No, I'll have to take that on notice, but I know that we did, to my knowledge, we actually did go out to tender. So I will have to take that on notice to clarify.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Also, another one that came up was Frontline Strategic Services, providing asset management services for $300,300. And again, that one, I think it's like a 5-month contract for this year, and again was specified to be non-tender. So maybe it's an error. But if you could come back and let us know.
Absolutely.
That would be very useful. How many staff do you have employed to do communications and media work within Tahi?
I can take that question.
Thank you.
We currently have 2, and we have one coming back in, I believe, a couple of weeks from maternity leave.
What are their roles exactly?
We have a member of the executive team in terms of the corporate affairs, and then we have another role reporting, or the other 2 roles report into that in terms of the community engagement and corporate affairs.
Okay. Tahi spent significant amounts of money on SEC Newgate for communications work, and I think we may have talked about this with Tahi in a budget estimates session. How much in total has Tahi spent with SEC Newgate?
I don't have that number in front of me, but I'd happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. Are you able to tell me why it's felt necessary to employ SEC Newgate?
Thank you for the question. I can confirm that we no longer engage SEC Newgate. The engagement of Newgate was before Lyndall's and my time at Tahi. However, I understand they were engaged to perform those communication engagement functions that we have since brought in-house. Tahi's placemaking projects, such as the precinct creation, affordable housing pilot projects, require significant engagement with key stakeholders, and that's looking to local communities, councils, obviously property groups, and that requires a lot of time and effort by these communications professionals. Until we were able to perform those critical services in-house, we did rely on specialist communication firms such as Newgate.
Newgate's also a lobbyist, though, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I'm happy to provide that on notice in terms of what their full capabilities are, but I wasn't there when they were first engaged.
Are you able to provide us with the terms of reference or the brief in relation to the Newgate work?
I would have to take that on notice and see what information we can provide.
Thank you. That would be very useful. Just coming back to Tahi's spend on the Big Four, I know we have what's been disclosed in the annual reports, but are you able to tell us the total expenditure that has gone from Tahi to, for example, PAWC in each of the last sort of 3 financial years, whether or not it's treated as a consulting spend or whatever it is, just PAWC at one end and Tahi at the other?
I can confirm that in 2022, as part of the annual report, the PAWC independent asset valuation was $138,096. At the moment, I'm unable to confirm the amount for 2023 for PAWC. And in PAWC, PAWC in 2021, PAWC were engaged for rail management advisory services, which was a total of $129,100, as reported in the annual report. And PAWC were also engaged at the time for the independent asset valuation, which was $60,000.
Okay, but that's what's disclosed in the report as being consulting spend. My question was, how much in total has Tahi paid PAWC, whether or not it was acting as consultant or anything else in total? So if you look at the spend where you've put a certain amount of money to PAWC, for example, how much would that be?
I'll take that on notice and provide that amount and percentage for you.
Thank you. And also for EY KPMG and Deloitte. That would be incredibly useful. One of the things that we're finding very hard is being able to actually get that figure.
And
So
may
useful.
I
Please.
just ask in relation to that if you could also provide the categories, what they're actually called, whether X amount of has been labelled in your budget processes as for communication or for consultants or for contracting or for something else. If you could just disaggregate it that way, that'd be useful as well. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be incredibly useful. Thank you. Do you have any secondees or contractors sitting within Tahi?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell me how many?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I do not have that number in front of me, but we do have a few secondees at the moment from Transport for New South Wales. I think there's approximately 3, but again, I'll take that on notice just to confirm the amount.
Sorry, 3 secondees from Transport.
Transport for New South Wales, from my knowledge, and we also have contractors as well.
How many contractors?
I'll take it on notice, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And at what level those contractors are sitting would be good as well,
Sure.
sort of what their position titles are.
And where they're from.
And where they're from.
Could I just confirm, was that for this financial year only?
The ones you currently have?
Current, yep.
Yeah, that would be very useful. Do you have any questions over there while I
No,
continue to look
the
through?
comms one was my
Yeah, right.
obvious.
Okay. Just looking at looking at the this is a contract award that was published on the 23rd of May. So it's for transport and traffic planning evaluation, $705,000. Can you give us, just so that we get a flavour of what sort of consultants you're using and what for? Can you tell us, firstly, would that go into the consulting spend, or would that be part of that other, for sort of other contractors?
I understand the question, but I don't have the information in front of me, so I will come
Okay.
back to you on that one.
All right, I might need to come back to you with a bunch of these then. Again, we're just trying to understand what gets disclosed and what doesn't. In terms of the recording of contractor versus consulting that Tahi does it follow the same definition as the rest of government? Is it so when we're talking about I forget what the exact definition is. Where's it from? Is it from the Treasury guidance or the procurement? Does it work under the same guidelines, even though you're a separate entity?
So in terms of our definition of consultants, we are consistent with the Procurement Board. Tahi defines a consultant as a person or organisation engaged under contract on a temporary basis to provide recommendations or professional advice to assist decision-making by management. It is the advisory nature of the work that differentiates a consultant from other contractors.
Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up
Please.
question? That raises a question about the comms contract again, because so you were saying that you only had a small team and then you could in-house. So that seemed to be, you seem to be suggesting that what are they called, SE Newgate, performed the work as opposed to provided advice. You were saying you only had a small team, you've now in-housed that work. So was their role not advisory as per the description you've just spoken about, or was it there were other things in that we haven't heard about? So was it advisory, or was it indeed that you didn't have the staff there able to do the website, do whatever else you were doing?
I would say, from the best of my knowledge, there's a bit of both.
Right.
But I'm happy to provide a further breakdown. And
No, that's
if required.
what it goes to illustrate is this conflation between the consultancy contractor spend. So if you're saying there's a bit of both, does that mean that there's also SEC Newgate somewhere in contractors?
No.
Okay.
It's all under SEC Newgate, yes.
Thank you.
I'm a bit worried you're going to have to take this on notice, but I'm going to give it a whirl. There was a contract published on eTender on the 13th of February in relation to, and it's in relation to computer equipment and accessories. The contractor name is Expertech, and it says particulars of goods or services is market analysis of audio-visual equipment for meeting rooms, non-tender, $210,000. Why are we spending $210,000 on analysing audio-visual equipment for meeting rooms? You want to tell me more about that one?
That's actually the establishment of our meeting rooms. So we don't have any meeting rooms in the offices we have, so that's the actual purchase of TV screens, video cameras, to actually establish those meeting room facilities.
So it includes the actual assets
Yes,
as well
yes,
as the...
yes.
As well, okay, so it's not just... Why market analysis then? Why is that the description rather than...
I would have to have a look at that and take that on notice. Sorry.
Because we
Come
don't
back to you.
normally disclose kind of every bit of equipment unless are you hiring that equipment? Is it is the contract rather than actually becoming the purchaser of it?
I don't have the details in
Yeah.
front of me. Sorry, I will have to take that on notice.
Okay, this is giving me flashbacks last time I asked Tahi representatives about eTender, because it's there's a bunch of very different types of approaches here. Okay, we've got one for contingent workforce from the 30th of September. For $153,000 with Hayes Recruitment. You ever tell me anything about that one? Is that just recruitment services, or is that the actual contingent workforce itself? Do you know?
I wish I did right now. I'm afraid I don't, and we will take it on notice.
Yep.
So sorry.
Okay. Anyone else? Anything? I might just put some of these
I'm
in on
happy,
notice.
Except I'll just put all mine on notice. I think that might be the appropriate thing to do.
Okay. Are there any, I guess, looking at your position within the broader transport sort of department and network, are there any sort of problems that Tahi experiences in relation to procurement that, or suggestions you have for streamlining? Is there anything that, if you were in our position making recommendations on how to make our procurement systems more efficient or transparent? Are there any recommendations that you would make?
We have an internal audit of procurement. As part of that audit, it always looks at the deficiencies and opportunities for improvement in our processes. While from my review of those audit recommendations, they have only ever been to low or opportunities for improvement. If anything, it has identified that Tahi does have internally has strong governance and processes in place, including the policies, procedures that I outlined in the opening statement. I am, however, aware that we are working very closely with Transport for New South Wales to introduce a supplier consultant management framework to ensure value for money, risk management and performance management. This framework is still very much in its infancy, but it's certainly intended to provide benefits from a stronger supplier relationship, from both the benefits for Tahi and the benefits for the consultants and or contractors.
Can I ask a follow-up? We heard from Transport earlier that they're developing their vendor management system. Will you be using the same one as them when that's developed?
So at Tahi, we utilise Transport for New South Wales for a number of systems, given that many of the staff originally came from Transport for New South Wales at Tahi's establishment. We try and leverage off for efficiencies and for scale as well, to leverage off their systems. We would certainly be working with Transport for New South Wales to determine whether we were able to leverage off that system and ensuring that there's appropriate privacy and controls in place to manage between the two entities.
Okay.
But there's no overarching direction to use a uniform system, is there, from Treasury or procurement or anyone like that? It's just kind of each agency just uses what they're used to using, is it?
While I can't comment for the other agencies, what I can say from my own experience working in the New South Wales Government, that every effort is, particularly in terms of shared service arrangements, to try and find efficiencies of government and to ensure that we get the best value for money for the
No,
public
I understand
money.
there's a agency specific motivation to try and do the right thing, but as far as you're aware, there's no dictum from government saying you will use this standard accounting framework or a standard invoicing system so that we've got like for like. We're measuring apples and apples essentially across different agencies. There's no kind of overarching guideline on that or software to use or system to use. It's
Not that I'm aware, unfortunately.
okay. Thanks.
I know there were problems last year with the audit on Tahi's. Your eyes just went very wide. But for
Your eyes just went very narrow.
for Tahi's financials, do we anticipate any issues this year? Are we going to see the annual report anytime soon?
Every effort is being made to ensure that we meet the government's timeframe of requirements for the annual report. The financial statements is clearly going to be an element of the annual report. We are still working with the Audit Office of New South Wales on the finalisation of our accounts, so I'm unable to comment any further on what you may see in those accounts.
Are you? I understand that Ms. Collin is leaving at the end of the year.
Shame.
Are there
She should have been.
active efforts to recruit
Shares operation.
for that position on a permanent basis?
NGS Global would be good.
Thank you for the question. It's not really for me to comment on the decisions of Benedict, but in terms of the appointment and recruitment, that's a matter for the Tahi board with the approval of the voting shareholders in accordance with the Transport Administration Act.
Will it be difficult to appoint that position given the current government statements around effectively changing the status of Tahi?
Again, I can't comment on the government's policy and said that matter is for the board.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions? Otherwise, I think we might close early. I anticipate I will put in some questions on notice. Supplementary questions. Thank you very much for attending. We do appreciate your time. To the extent that there are questions, supplementary questions or questions on notice, you'll have 21 days to respond, and the Committee Secretariat will be in touch in relation to that. But we'll now break for lunch, and we'll be back at 2:15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're on. Excellent. Order. Order. Okay, we're back. Welcome back. If I could please ask our next witness to state your name, position, title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you. My name is Fiona Trussell. I'm the Chief Finance and Commercial Officer of Sydney Metro. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And would you like to begin by making a short opening statement?
I would.
Thank you.
Thank you for your invitation to provide evidence to this inquiry. I'm Fiona Trussell, the Chief Finance and Commercial Officer for Sydney Metro, having commenced in the role in December 2022. Sydney Metro is the New South Wales Government agency tasked with delivering a high-capacity, high-frequency metro rail network across Greater Sydney. We are the biggest public transport project in Australia, overseeing a portfolio of more than $60 billion worth of works. Our program includes operation of the Metro North West line and 3 lines currently under construction: City and South West, West and Western Sydney Airport. These 4 metro lines will deliver a fully automated railway that include 46 stations, 113 kilometres of new metro rail connecting people across Sydney to fast, reliable and accessible transport. Our role is to plan, build, operate and optimise rail services and to create vibrant and attractive precincts and places. While we have a range of in-house capabilities and skills, due to the scale and nature of our projects, there is a need for flexibility to supplement our workforce with experts at different stages of a project's delivery. As such, we engage a blended workforce. Sydney Metro is a corporation constituted under the Transport Administration Act and is administratively arranged within the transport sector. The cluster's principal agency is Transport for New South Wales. Separately, Sydney Metro is governed by a decision-making board. As a New South Wales Government agency, we are subject to all standard legislative controls applicable to public authorities. This includes our engagement and management of consulting services. We are accredited to conduct the procurement of construction works and related services under the New South Wales Government Accreditation Program for Construction Procurement. We abide by the arrangements set out by the New South Wales Procurement Board, and we operate in compliance with the New South Wales Government Procurement Policy Framework and Transport Procurement Policy. We monitor and test our compliance with these regularly. We comply with our reporting obligations in accordance with the GIPA Act and Government Sector Finance Act. In our 21-22 annual report, total annual expenditure on consultants was $2.7 million across 12 engagements, predominantly for strategic, independent advice to inform the board or senior management to assist in decision-making. We have policies, procedures and systems in place to ensure our engagement and management of consulting services is undertaken in a considered and ethical manner that delivers good outcomes and value for money. We strive for continuous improvement and always welcome opportunities for further enhancement and innovation. And thank you for the opportunity to be a witness today, and I welcome questions from the committee.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming along and for providing that opening statement. Can we just start with the overall picture? So looking at your annual reports, there's a sort of combined contractor and consultant spend, which is multiple times the value of the consultant spend. So, for example, in 2020, consultants were around 587,000, whereas total contractors and consultants was 47.2, and a similar sort of magnitude of different suppliers as we go through. So 2022, 3 million disclosed, 205 million in total. I understand that was a particularly big year because of some COVID-related expenses. Can you tell us what sits within that sort of larger amount of contractor and consulting spend?
I I think with our large program of works, our $60 billion program of works, and as I mentioned, our blended workforce, the way in which we operate to manage and deliver our program of work, our 3 mega projects concurrently, and the phases and the life cycle of project management, and also the scale of activities, means that there are different phases and activities that occur across our business throughout the year and throughout the program of work. I think as you're reflecting on the 21-22 annual report, the specific detail I'm happy to take on notice, but it does reflect some step up in COVID-related activities as well.
What sort of percentage are we talking of that amount that is, as you say, the blended workforce is a sort of contractor for individuals to come in and perform work within Metro?
I think what would be helpful if I just describe the nature of that blended workforce for the committee. So in addition to government employees, and our government employees are also a mix of fixed term, permanent and temporary employees, we may also utilise, and that is very much subject to the nature of the work and the specialist skills that we may need at a particular point in time, skill hire contractors, professional services contractors, some of which may be integrated staff within our teams, and others may be specific to delivery partners and industry partners specific to the nature of the work. In terms of the mix of employees relative to external providers, which I think the committee's question is, it's circa 70-30, 70% government, 30% professional services contractors, skill hire.
So, okay, which makes sense. I'm just looking at your at the 2021-22 figures. We have 1,071.7 full-time equivalent people in your head count. 852 of them are government staff and around 230 are labour hire. Does that sound right?
Look, I'd have to take the specific, to be really clear and check those numbers, I'd have to take that on notice. But typically around the 70 to 30% mix, although as I indicated, as the nature of the program of work changes and the phases of program delivery change, the nature of the activities changes and the nature of the skills changes, reflecting we've got a large number of in-house skills, in-house capabilities, and it will vary. It will vary throughout the year, and it will vary towards the end of the year and across multi-year programs relative to what that need is.
And then how does that relate to that, or when we take it back to the annual reports and we see the consultant and contractor spend? So, for instance, take a more normal year, 2021 financial year, the total contractors and consultants was 28.6 million. What percentage of that would be from that sort of non-government staff spend?
Oh, I would have to take that specific question on notice, if I may.
Thank you. That would be really useful. Are you able to also take on notice how many of those people have been working within government for, more than a year, more than 2 years, more than 3 years?
Happy to take that question on notice.
Thank you. How many professional service contractors hired at Sydney Metro in the last 3 years have been sort of on contracts worth the equivalent of like a band 2?
Again, that's a level of detail that I certainly don't have with me this afternoon, but I would be happy to take that question on notice.
If you could also, because I can't see the specific number of labour hire and contract staff, just anything you can give me as a bit of a breakdown as to what sort of, how many there are, what level that they tend to sit at, equivalent, that kind of thing, that would be incredibly useful.
Sure. May I ask a
Please.
question that's relevant? I look at, for instance, and earlier today I was looking at things like Transport for New South Wales and the Treasury advice that they produce in relation to all different agencies. And Transport for New South Wales, there are two categories, and they give specific, Treasury gives specific numbers to them. And there's consultant expenses and contractor expenses. In relation to Sydney Metro, there is a particular classification, but called contractor expenses. It lists a particular number, but there's no consultant expenses. Now, it's almost impossible, I suspect, if someone goes through and simply looks at this. You would assume that I don't understand why Transport for New South Wales has two, whereas Sydney Metro only has contractors' expenses, according to New South Wales Treasury. What is a contractor?
I'm not immediately sure about what particular document you're referring to, so it's a little bit difficult for me to provide context to your question. In terms of definitions of consultants versus contractor, we work with Transport for New South Wales. We sit within the transport cluster. We utilise New South Wales Government policy, procurement guidelines, procurement board directions and the like. And we also utilise a transport consultancy definition fact sheet.
But you would see why I'm confused, because you say you use the things. Transport for New South Wales, the others agencies that we've met with this morning, have both, so you can disaggregate it. Whereas I would assume Treasury would be a reasonably central agency, and it for your organisation there's only contractor expenses. If anyone was going through this document, you would assume you don't employ consultants at all.
Well, we do report in our annual report every year our consultancy expenditure. So certainly, as I indicated in my opening statement, 2.7 million worth of consultancy expenditure in 21-22 against 12 engagements.
Well, can I ask you to take on notice, please? And I'm not being funny about it. I just don't understand why the Treasury doesn't list you as having any consultants at all. Either Treasury's wrong, or there's something wrong in terms of your reporting to Treasury.
I'd be very happy to take your question on notice.
Please take it on notice and just let us know, who's in the poo. Okay, thank you.
All right.
That's one way to put it.
It is one way to put it. Can I ask you, and I suspect you'll have to take this on notice, but
Maybe not.
how many, what is this sort of average, I guess, amount of remuneration that's being paid for that sort of project manager level when it's a contractor within Sydney Metro? Do you know?
Well, I would have to take that on notice in terms of our employee salary bands. I'm happy if that's your question.
No, it's
is
in
it-
terms of the contracting. So I'm not sure if you were watching this morning, but we were talking with Transport and also with Infrastructure about the numbers of consultants or contractors who are appointed into a particular role instead of an employee. Do you know how many, I guess, of those that you have in Sydney Metro and what the average kind of remuneration might be?
Well, I'll take it on notice, but what I will say is we may not know the remuneration specifically that individuals are paid by third parties. We will engage our contractors and through the professional and managed services scheme. Those schemes have rates notated in them, and our arrangements are relative to those schemes that we have utilised. In terms of what those employers pay their individuals, I wouldn't be able to provide that level of information.
Are you aware of I believe a director within Sydney Metro, a project manager, called Barry McGrattan?
I don't personally know Barry.
So Barry McGrattan has been at Sydney Metro for 9 years and 11 months in various roles, and during that same time has been the managing director of a company called Belgrove Advisory.
Mm-hmm.
Belgrove Advisory is also listed I just did an e-tender search, and I came up with 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different roles that Belgrove Advisory has been granted by Metro in the last year. They range from some of them are as high as $700,000. I've got one here. Well, that's for 2 years, $951,000. There's a bunch of contracts which appear to be effectively hiring people into Metro. Are you aware of these?
I am aware of Belgrove Advisory, amongst other contracts that the organisation operates, all of which are disclosed on our e-tender website. As I mentioned at the outset, we do operate a blended workforce, and that blended workforce can engage specialist skills as required. They may be in the commercial management. They may be there's a variety of specialist skills that are required, subject to the timing of the project and the phase of the project. And all of those arrangements are conducted in accordance with the New South Wales procurement guidelines, and use of panels and schemes is applicable.
How many Belgrove Advisory people do you have sitting within Sydney Metro?
I'll be happy to take that question on notice.
Thank you. Are you part of Transport's new thing where they've got a clear listing of, who is not an employee of Metro and who is? Is it made clear so that people know that those sitting within Sydney Metro who aren't government employees, sort of where they're from?
Transport recently, yes, we are part of the Transport cluster, and we are part of the cluster's arrangements in terms of IT systems and the like, and the staff profiles. All of that is visible to us.
And prior to that, would it have been well known, sort of who was a employee and who was not, before that new Transport?
I do think this makes it particularly visible.
But was it? So previously it wasn't visible?
Well, I've only been in the organisation for 8 months, so it's a little bit difficult for me to answer that particular question. But
I understand that didn't come through though until
this is quite recent. But staff profile and understanding PSCs and contractors who work in our business is generally well known.
So given that you had this Barry McGrattan sitting within Sydney Metro for, it's up to almost 10 years, and he is also the Managing Director of Belgrove Advisory, what steps did Metro take to ensure that the information he received while being at Sydney Metro was not then used to benefit Belgrove Advisory in relation to these contracts that have been signed in the last however many months?
Firstly, what I would like to say is, in terms of professional services contractors, skill hires and the like, they do not have any delegated authority. They are not in a decision-making authority role, and they all report ultimately into government employees. So their ability to hire and recruit people is not an authority that they have. So those decision-making authorities sit with government employees within our delegation.
I understand that, but if I'm sitting within, if I've been sitting within Sydney Metro for 10 years, even if I'm there as a secondee or a contractor for another company, presumably I'm in a better position than someone else in terms of working out what Metro would want when pitching for further work from Metro. So what does Metro do to ensure that people who are sitting there on contract are not able to take the information and knowledge they have to then enable, more people from their firm to work with Metro?
Well, procurements are assessed on a needs and outcomes basis. We have rigorous policies and procedures, procurement policies and procedures in place to assess, plan, manage,
That's the
source
procurement side.
our arrangements.
What about the information?
And in terms of arrangements in place to make those assessments are made by management, by government employees. So I'm not quite sure what else you'd like me to
So the question is,
respond
what
to.
steps does Metro take to ensure that the information obtained by these consultants or contractors while sitting within Metro is not then taken and misused in order to benefit their company getting more work out of Metro?
Well, what I can say is for all of our third-party providers, first and foremost, they all are provided the Transport for New South Wales ethical policy provisions which govern how they are to behave and the ethical requirements. Anyone that sits within transport positions or Sydney Metro positions we have rigorous conflicts of interest procedures, and they are all required to comply with conflicts of interest policies and procedures. And we have very robust processes that allow that to be determined and assessed, identified and managed.
The e-tender system only requires contracts to be kept on there for 3 months after they have been published. Some of them stick around a little bit longer, but we don't get to see much past that or to go sort of, historically. Sitting on there at the moment are 10 contracts for Belgrove Advisory, and we know that somebody seemingly employed in Sydney Metro for 10 years is the managing director of Belgrove Advisory. Does that not raise flags for you in terms of conflicts of interest?
As I said, we have rigorous processes for managing conflicts of interest. Contractors and professional services providers are not decision makers. They have no delegated authority. They have no ability to make decisions.
Perhaps you could confirm whether he is in fact an employee or a contractor. Do you know off the top of your head?
I'd have to take that question on notice. I believe we're talking about a contract, not an employee.
In terms of having a contractor sitting in Sydney Metro for 10 years, why wouldn't they be an employee by that point? Why are we having people at executive levels sitting as contractors for a 10-year period? Does that...
Well, I can't comment on the specifics of the example that you're putting before me, but organisations that we bring in to help us, support us with our and support our in-house capabilities, they may be a number of different individuals with a number of very specific skill sets. And I think, importantly, in the environment we're operating in and the macroeconomic conditions that we're operating in, which means that there are skill shortages and challenges around recruiting specific skill sets, means that it will flex across our business from time to time. And the nature of the skills that we're going to source will change as well. So, and that can happen over an extended period of time.
One of the people hired under those contracts at Belgrove Advisory is Sydney Metro's Interface Management Acting Director, James Hayward. Are you familiar with James Hayward?
No, I don't know James Hayward personally.
He's contracted on more than $600,000 a year and has been continually employed via contracts on Metro Northwest and other related Metro projects since 2014. Does that strike you as unusual?
Well, as I said, our contractual arrangements are sourced through the PMS scheme or varying panels, government panels, or open tender or tender arrangements. There are a variety of different ways in which we procure our services. and they have terms of arrangement. We go through processes of review, KPIs, performance measures, and it is very much about the outcome of the delivery of the service that we're looking for.
Do you think it's common, or I guess, are you surprised that there are professional services contractors employed by Metro on over $500,000 a year? Does that strike you as a lot?
Look, I'm not going to comment on the specifics of what we pay on a daily rate. They are relative to the PMS scheme. There's competition limits and the like that are in place, and they're competitively sourced.
And is that sort of director level, if they were employed directly by Sydney Metro, they'd be on about half of that, wouldn't they?
I'd have to take that question on notice.
Is $600,000 more than what the current Secretary of Transport is being paid, or roundabout?
It was roundabout.
Yeah, roundabouts. So we have people sitting at director level within Metro who are earning more than the Secretary of Transport. Does that strike you as problematic?
He's probably got operational experience, though. That might be the difference.
Well, what I would like to say is that.
It was pretty good, wasn't it? Yeah.
Okay, order.
Thank you. What I would like to say is that what individuals are paid by their employers, we don't have that level of information.
Okay, I understand, but you do have the contracts which have been made public on e-tender, which tell us how much they're paid.
It tells you how much we pay for those services.
It tells you how much we pay for those services, and in many of those cases, they're single contractors who come from a company that's just them. So I guess the question then is, and I appreciate you've not been at Metro for very long, but do you think, I guess, I don't know, that all of these people who are currently employed on these massive salaries could be more effectively employed as employees of Metro? What could we do to make that happen?
Well, in operating a blended workforce, and a blended workforce, in fact, provides our employees also the ability to learn with a knowledge transfer from specialised skills that are provided by external contractors and the like as well. So the blended workforce also enables a transfer of capability, and knowledge management is also important in that.
Can we just drill into that? So if you've got someone who's sitting within Metro for 10 years as a contractor, what is their sharing of capability there? What is presumably Metro has given them that experience for 10 years. They're now valuable because they've worked within government for 10 years. But because they've always been a contractor, they're now on a really quite exorbitant salary compared to the same people who would have just been employed by Metro. What are we getting out of that situation? What is what are the public getting out of paying so much to train up someone and then continually be reliant on them?
We are delivering an incredible program of work, 3 concurrent mega projects with fabulous outcomes, and they're complex. They are complex.
Yeah, but that's not the question. The question is why these particular people. Go on.
No problem. The complexities of those and the challenges, the commercial arrangements, the challenges, problems that need to be solved and outcomes that are to be delivered. There is knowledge sharing amongst the teams, and there is learnings. There is learnings from the specialised skills that are brought into the business. They do not operate in silos.
Can we talk? Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to reframe maybe or rephrase the Chair's question, because when you've said there's knowledge that they've brought into the team, I think the confusion from our end is if they've been sitting in that team for 10 years, what is it that they're bringing that isn't already in the team?
Look, I'm happy to take the specific question on notice, but what I can say is that individuals that are brought into the organisation with a specialised skill set, typically are brought in for discrete periods of time. Those skills may be utilised across different activities, different teams, different projects and outcomes, not only within Sydney Metro, but other parts of government or other parts of transport. So the skills that they provide and services that they provide to our projects are absolutely utilised and understood by others in our teams.
The chairs said that this is a 10-year
That was 10
continuous contract. So effectively,
10 years working in government across different.
So effectively, where the department's paying someone the equivalent of the secretary of the department, so presumably there's an assessment that the value adds are equivalent to what the secretary of the whole department adds. Essentially, that's the...
It's more than the Prime Minister, it's more than, like, it's, you know, when we're talking about value add. And this isn't an exception. You know, this is just one, like, again, I don't want to devalue the work of my office, but it's very easy to find examples of this type of arrangement.
May I just... my only point would be, Ms Trussell, if you're, given your recent arrival and your position, are unable to answer the questions we're putting, I mean, who within your organisation can?
Well, it's best we take them on notice and provide you a response.
Are you saying you don't know, or you won't say?
No, I'm saying that I'm happy to take it on notice and provide and consider your specific question and provide you the response.
So you're not aware of who in your organisation knows the reasons why these people are being employed?
Well, there's a specific example that's provided, and my response was I don't have the details for that specific example, so we'll take it on notice and provide a response.
Okay.
Do you know Paul Rogers, the Sydney Metro Utilities Director?
No, I don't know Paul Rogers.
Paul Rogers, I think he's... I'll have a look at how long he's been there. But he sits as the Sydney Metro Utilities Director. He's also the sole director of a company called Pro Consultants. Pro Consultants has won contracts worth $13.3 million just since August 21. So in the last 2 years, $13.3 million. At least 6 people have been hired to work at Sydney Metro on contracts equating to a $500,000 a year salary. And 6 of those people have then been reported, report directly to Paul Rogers. So again, we have someone who has their own company. That company has, he's been sitting within Metro. Some people are then employed, or he wins some contracts for some people that he then employs in his other company to be hired to sit beneath him in Metro. Does that strike you as unusual?
Again, it's no different to the response I provided previously, Chair. PSCs, skill hires, do not have an ability, do not have a financial delegation to hire people into our business. Those decisions are made by government employees.
And there's no, I guess from a probity perspective, there's no conditions put on these contractors when they're sitting within Metro to not be running businesses separately or not to be, tendering for work as external operators. I mean, I understand you've not been at Metro for all that long, but you've been around a long time. Surely this strikes you as unusual.
Well, any individual that is sitting in a government role, whether they're or engaged within our business under a contract, have conflict of interest and probity obligations, and we have very rigorous procedures in place to manage those obligations.
Are there any checking or enforcement of conflicts of interest?
Sure. So conflicts of interest in terms of our employees. All employees are required to declare their conflicts of interest.
That's just a declaration, though. Enforcement.
And and there's ongoing obligations on individuals to declare where situations change. Our senior managers have annual declarations required to declare their conflicts of interest.
And apologies for sighing. It's just that we have seen this from department after department, from firm after firm, this idea that you just declare the things and then it's not a problem. Clearly, it's not enough to just declare a conflict of interest.
Sorry,
or
may
to
I,
be held
if I could add,
to a standard.
So if there are conflicts disclosed, then there are management plans, management controls put in place to manage those conflicts, and no doubt a variety of actions follow as a result of that.
What if they're not disclosed? How do you know that there's not one?
Well, we have, we certainly take fraud and corruption very seriously. We have an internal team that is focused on fraud and corruption.
So do they check
management.
conflict of interest declarations sort of periodically, or?
They most certainly do, and in terms of conflicts, we have probity assessments. They can review and advise our conflicts of interest. The probity controls management of those controls. We can seek advice from them. We also use, throughout our full procurement process, we have a conflicts of interest process and probity controls in place there. We have probity reviews, probity advisors throughout evaluations, through our evaluation committees. So there's many and varied procedures in place to manage for this.
Could I ask maybe for you to provide on notice the last report of the probity committee that looked at conflict of interest and checking those that weren't declared, but checking, could we get that on notice, please?
Happy to take that on notice.
In terms of, I guess, we have processes and procedures, and this is very similar to what we've heard across the whole of government, and there seems to be a lot of trust being put in people to simply do the right thing. But what we haven't seen within government is any sort of enforcement or checking or consequences for doing the wrong thing. Do you have any examples of that at Sydney Metro?
Well, as I said, we do have an internal fraud and corruption team, certainly who investigate matters. I am not at liberty to discuss any matters that may have been investigated.
Perhaps you could come back on notice with the numbers of people who may have been, the number of investigations or some sort of information that could give us some assurance that some action gets taken somewhere. That would be really...
Happy to take that on notice.
Thank you.
See what we can provide for you.
And can we just come back again to... So I've given you 2 examples. We had a third example that I raised this morning of situations where there are people sitting within transport, and particularly within Metro, who have been there for a long number of years, 10 years, 8 years. These people are contractors. They describe themselves as being on secondment, and in many cases they run other entities that then pitch for work back to the government to get more consultants and contractors put within Metro. I have described the consulting profession as being a bit like an infestation. When I look at this situation, it does seem like consultants have got us over a barrel, or contractors have got us over a barrel when it comes to embedding themselves in our operations and then making themselves pretty much hard to replace, or, does that cause you concern? And having heard this, are you going to be taking some action to work out the extent of the problem within Metro?
Well, firstly, what I will say is that Sydney Metro has grown from a single delivery office through to an organisation that's been established under Transport Administration Act in 2018 to managing concurrently, as I indicated up front, 3 mega projects operating the services of Metro, Northwest and the like. So over the last few years, we've used a blended model to deliver the outcomes. Sorry, I've forgotten the rest of your question, Chair.
Let's ask you a different one.
Yeah.
If we're paying large numbers of people sometimes 2-3 times as much as what they would be getting paid if they were direct employees of Sydney Metro, is that contributing to increased costs of the projects that Sydney Metro is running?
Look, the program of work that we have means that we use a multitude of delivery partners and contracted services to meet the program of work and the life cycle of that project at a point in time. And the market forces, the supply and demand, the economic conditions that we work our way through mean that skills and capabilities that we need will ramp up and ramp down according to the cycle of that project. And in terms of the overall value for money is assessed right through our life cycle. It's assessed right up front through the planning process, it's assessed through how we source, and it's assessed through how we manage the outcome of the project that we're delivering.
We've allowed a two-tier workforce to occur within Sydney Metro and other parts of transport. Wouldn't you agree? Where some people are paid one thing and then somebody sitting across from them who happens to be a contractor is paid 2 or 3 times more than that. Again, is that not a problem from your perspective and something that you would be looking to investigate and potentially change in the future?
Well, workforce planning is certainly an area of activity and review that is ongoing all the time relative to the project, relative to the projects of the activities, the skill sets, the capabilities and the capacity of the business. So we are continuously reviewing our workforce plan and our workforce needs. And to deliver a $60 billion program of work, we work with a multitude of industry partners and providers to enable those services to be delivered. We absolutely have a continuous program of work and planning to enable us to be comfortable that we're delivering value for money. It's a rigorous part of our ongoing assessment, as I said, right through the life cycle, through the plan, through the procure, through the manage of the project.
Yeah, but somewhere along the line, doesn't someone look at these things and go, well, hang on a minute, this bloke's been on the books for 10 years. I'm just using this as an emblematic example because the chair's raised it. And we're paying him $600,000 a year effectively. I wonder if we could do that better. We may as well resource someone internally for 300, 200. Does anyone actually...
Yes, we look at... maybe I didn't explain myself well enough. My apologies. If we look at our workforce needs and we look at the outcomes and the services that we need to deliver, and it depends on the peak and the nature of the activity of work. If we assess that we're going to have a need for those particular services right up front over a longer period of time, it can be short term or it could be mid term. We will assess that and review that. All of our arrangements have contract dates. They are reviewed relative to contract dates and business needs throughout the program of work. So,
in terms of this particular example, and as the chair's pointed out, it's with a bit of legwork, there's many more. You're confident that there's been value for money in that particular arrangement over a 10-year period?
In terms of the specific examples that were provided, I'm happy to take the detail notice. I don't have the detail across those, but value for money is certainly an important assessment in everything that we do.
Could I follow up on that value for money question, Ms. Russell? You'd be familiar with the Auditor General's report on the use of consultants and the use of Sydney Metro as an example. So in terms of value for money, the report points out that a selected consulting firm, it was a single source procurement, that was engaged just under the threshold, the $250,000 threshold for approvals, that consulting firm had not agreed to the government standard commercial framework, that is the maximum rates that consultants can charge. In that type of situation, how could the Metro be sure that they were getting value for money?
Firstly, what I would like to say, we absolutely welcome the findings and the conclusions of the audit report, and I am pleased to say that the audit report did not identify any non-compliance with New South Wales procurement policy or guidelines. And in terms of that report, we are committed to working through recommendations with a recommendation program of work we expect to complete through to the end of this year, and a number of initiatives have already been undertaken. In terms of the procurement of our providers, we utilise the performance management scheme, and there are requirements within that and requirements within the procurement board in terms of engagement of any providers that are outside the commercial framework, and we've complied with the requirements of those.
Now, I understand the official requirements that you've complied with. The question was, how can you be sure that it's value for money if there's no comparator? And while I appreciate that there were no adverse findings in terms of the actual letter of the regulation, it was included as an example because of the gaming aspect of getting an organisation in under that threshold and then continuing and varying the contract, which actually does allow sort of a subversion of the framework. So I appreciate what you're saying about no black letter non-compliance, but the reason that the example was included was about that other aspect.
So if I can respond to your observation, wherever possible, Sydney Metro plans and assesses the full value of contractual engagements upfront. And so the scope of work that was approved upfront within, as noted within the Audit Office report, was in accordance with that. That was our assessment. Supplementary scope of work was not anticipated at the time, or at the outset of that engagement.
So it was just a coincidence that it was 249,000, the initial?
It was a scope of work, I understand, a scope of work, and we've utilised the panel, the PMS scheme, and that was the quote.
Oh, okay, big coincidence.
Can I ask you, just while we're on variations, can I ask you just about two specific ones before I move on to other things? You may need to take these on notice,
Okay.
understand. There's one for cost consulting services that was awarded to E3 Advisory. There was a variation published on the 20th of March. Under that variation, the contract was extended by a month from the 29th of June 23 to 31st of July 23. And the amount payable went from $262,405 up to $660,000. I'm curious as to how it doubled for 1 month's extra work. Do you know any visibility on that?
I don't
one?
have that level of detail with me, Chair. Happy to take that on notice.
And then I've got another one here for probity advisory services with O'Connor Marsden. This one is advisory services of the Sydney Metro West projects. This one runs from 21st of October 2021. The variation was published on the it must have been the original, published on 25th of November 2021. Not sure. It then says that the amended contract duration is 1 day extra. So it's gone from 31st of August 24 to 1 September 24, but the amount goes from $331,338 to $1.153 million, which is like a 3 times extension for a 1 day extension in contract length. So another one, it'd be good if you could look into.
Happy to take that on notice for you, Chair.
Thank you. Did you? No? Can I ask, I know for your sins you were also involved in the work that Transport did in relation to setting up Tahi. Is that right?
I have previously worked for Transport for New South Wales, yes.
Yeah. And were you involved in the Tahi project?
Yes, I was.
did you have oversight of Transport for New South Wales's work with Mr. Lyon from KPMG?
Chair, can I say that this afternoon I am here representing Sydney Metro. I don't have much information at hand with regard to Tahi, so I would be more than happy to take your questions on notice, if I can say that from the outset.
Sorry, Ms. Trussell, that was a fairly straightforward question that didn't require intricate knowledge of Tahi. It was about whether or not you'd worked with...
And I'm just going to take a point of order, given that we have the procedural fairness resolution, and just say that the witness should probably be allowed to complete her answer prior to any interjections from the Honourable Mark Buttigieg.
I wasn't aware that she was giving an answer, but if she's giving an answer, please do.
So I do think it's appropriate to say that absolutely up front, that I will have to take questions on notice with regard to Tahi, but I can confirm that I do know Brendan Lyon.
Thank you. The reason I'm asking, firstly, unfortunately, we were not able to have the chance to speak with you during the Tahi inquiry, even though you were named on a number of the emails. So it's very handy to have you there. But given that we're looking at the way in which the government is using consultants, I'm particularly interested in your thoughts from that time around the conflicts of interest that KPMG had and how they were managed, and whether you had any, I'm trying to put this in a way where you don't feel that you are stepping outside of the role that you're here for, if there's sort of any recommendations you'd have in terms of government using consultants going forward to avoid the conflicts of interest issues that happened during that Tahi work.
I think with regard to conflicts of interest, it's important for our organisations, as we do at Sydney Metro, to have really robust policies and procedures that address the manner in which conflicts of interest are managed, not only internally for our organisations, but being clear with our service providers. And I think being clear and managing our processes in accordance with that is very important.
Have you been contacted by any regulators in relation to KPMG?
I have not personally.
Has KPMG contacted you in relation to any regulatory inquiries into KPMG?
I have not personally had any contact on that matter.
Thank you. I'll just pause to see if anyone else has any questions while I look at some more. I think the rest I could probably put through as questions on notice. Is there any other questions anyone else had at this point? No, we might close 5 minutes early. Thank you so much for attending and for coming along and giving us the benefit of your insight. To the extent the questions are taken on notice or there are supplementary questions, you'll have 21 days to respond, and the Committee Secretariat will be in touch to discuss. We'll take a 5-minute break and we'll be back with representatives from KPMG.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back. We now welcome our next witnesses from KPMG. If I could ask you please to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Paul Lowe. I'm a partner in our Infrastructure, Assets and Places division, and I'm our national leader of our Infrastructure, Government and Healthcare business. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Marcus McArdle, a partner in our risk management practice of KPMG. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And would you like to commence by making a short opening statement?
I would, thank you, Chair. Committee members, we welcome the opportunity to appear before the New South Wales Public Accountability and Works Committee's inquiry into the government's use and management of consulting services. Joining me today, as introduced before, is Marcus McArdle, a risk management partner and a member of our firm-wide Risk, Ethics and Independence team. We recognise the vital role that New South Wales Public Service plays in protecting and securing the state's future by delivering on the policy agenda and priorities of the government and of the Parliament. For KPMG and other private sector firms, it's unquestionably a privilege to be engaged to support the New South Wales Public Service in the work that it does. And we recognise that in these roles we must operate with the highest levels of integrity, trust and confidentiality. We are committed to exhibiting the highest standards of personal and professional integrity. We acknowledge that there have been times in the past, like the matter involving Tahi, where we have made mistakes. We have been candid about that. As our CEO told the Senate inquiry earlier this year, we use these difficult experiences as opportunities to improve the way we work and the services that we provide. KPMG is a compliance-based firm. Robust policies and procedures related to our confidentiality and conflict management obligations are in place at all levels in our organisation to ensure that we must and do take our responsibilities seriously. All KPMG partners are subject to the Accounting Professional and Ethical Standards, APES 110, Ethics for Professional Accountants. The requirements of APES 110 are reflected in numerous KPMG policies and procedures that apply to all partners and our staff. Given community expectations continually evolve, it's important to ensure the regulatory landscape reflects the contemporary environment. From our perspective, we believe the regulatory regime can be strengthened to help enhance trust in both our sector and the work that we do. We are committed to working constructively with this committee and the Commonwealth's review of the regulation of consulting, accounting and auditing firms to consider practical and fit-for-purpose reforms that would build confidence amongst clients, stakeholders, our staff and the community. When working with the public service, our obligations are twofold. We understand the need to deliver high-quality service through independent, robust advice to assist the public service in fulfilling its role. And we must demonstrate value for money, ensuring that the public is receiving significant benefits for what are valuable taxpayers' funds. There is an important point to make about our work with the public service. Our agenda isn't to replicate or replace the work that the public service can do itself. For example, KPMG is by choice not a member of the New South Wales Government Contingent Workforce Scheme, which is essentially a labour hire panel. Our focus is to add value to and strengthen the public service work by tapping into our specialist national and global leading expertise in digital and technology, commercial and transaction advice for infrastructure projects, and in the areas of risk, compliance, assurance and controls. Our submission recommends to the committee several opportunities for greater integrity, transparency and value for money improvements. These are in addition to the steps that KPMG should, can and has taken to support these outcomes, including release of our impact report, our partnership agreement and strengthening our conflict management and confidentiality controls. But we recognise there's more that we can do. We support the New South Wales Government's commitment to increase penalties for improper disclosure of confidential tax information, and we support strengthened processes in relation to confidential consultations. We also support greater transparency of consulting spend and continuous improvement in procurement frameworks. These include better centralised collection and reporting of procurement data through a single platform, options for better public service knowledge transfer and skills uplift, and that governments consider the introduction of an integrity charter for working with the public service. Thank you for the opportunity to make this opening statement. We are proud of the work we do to support the New South Wales Public Service and welcome questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming along today. Can I just because the media will ask, is there a reason that Mr. Yates didn't appear today?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. We determined, given the scope of the focus of this committee, my previous appearance before this committee in relation to some of the matters that we'll no doubt discuss, as well as my role leading our government business across the country, that I was best placed to respond in more detail to the committee's questions around its terms of reference. Equally, Mr. McArdle is an expert in our ethics, independence and risk team, and we felt between the two of us it was appropriate, we had the appropriate leadership coverage for the committee's terms of reference.
Can I ask you, you said in your opening, and I also heard this said at, I think, one of the Senate inquiries, that KPMG made mistakes in relation to Tahi. What were those mistakes?
Thank you for the question, Chair. As the committee would be aware and is on public record, we failed to understand that we had gotten ourselves into a conflict situation around the two pieces of work that we're providing services to the New South Wales Treasury around the accounting standards and treatment of the Tahi entity, and the work we did for New South Wales, Transport for New South Wales, around the long-term operating and financial implications for Tahi. Our challenge was that when we realised that the government agencies, there wasn't a consistent policy view within the government agencies around implementation of the Tahi initiative. Committee members will know this has gone back a number of years, probably a decade or so. And so as we stepped into that, we were under the understanding that through these two pieces of work, our role was to help support the implementation, provide advice in two specific areas to support implementation of Tahi. What we failed to understand at the time of the engagements was that there was not a alignment between the government agency interests, and what we should have done was we should have stepped back and shown courage, stepped back from those engagements and asked the government to resolve those issues through its agencies, which on reflection and is consistent with the Auditor General's report findings, was probably something that we should have done at that time, and we did not. And I guess the only thing I would add to that, Chair, was we felt that we would be able to bring forward the advice in a consistent manner to support the government's thinking, but obviously we were not able to do that, and we should have stepped away at that time.
It's heartening to hear you say that there were mistakes and to admit those mistakes. What have been the consequences of those mistakes internally?
Well, I think there's a couple of elements of consequences. I mean, I was the engagement quality review partner on Mr. Lyon's engagement, so we can talk about that role if that's helpful for the committee as a way of understanding how we support our more complex projects. And that the role of that, my role was really to work with Brendan and the team to deliver those transport outcomes. And similarly, there was an EQCR partner for the Treasury piece. The implications for us were very significant reputationally. And we've also lost two partners from our business during that period of time. And having been in that engagement and supporting our teams, as I described to you, it had a personal toll on many people. It was a very challenging environment. And so for us as a firm, that's why we felt we needed to really lean into that and own up to our mistakes and put in appropriate appropriate controls, I should say, in the future, arrangements so that we don't find ourselves in that situation again.
I'll just take one question on this. Mr. Lowe, one of the questions we've been grappling with throughout this inquiry is about the Chinese walls, so to speak, that exist within professional service firms and how that works, particularly in the context of government and private sector clients. Here was a case, of course, of two government clients effectively, and we saw that the Chinese walls broke down entirely. And of course, that was partly contributed by the government. What do you see as some of the changes you've made to be able to actually enforce those Chinese walls in such situations?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Farlow. I would say that not dismissing the significance of Tahi, it was quite a unique situation, just as you described. It's not very often that you get to this stage in a major transformation where there isn't an alignment around the idea and the implementation pathway. So what we did was we stepped back from that moment, and two things that we did. Firstly, we strengthened our engagement review and acceptance arrangements so that when we receive a brief from government, it triggers then a risk management process within our firm, which Mr McArdle can speak to and give the committee a sense of in a moment. But the focus of the engagement review is a series of questions to understand the intent, the complexity, the risk, the conflicts perceived or otherwise, and allow us to determine then should we accept this piece of work or not. We included an additional step in our risk management processes to say, are the government entities in conflict, right, to draw out this particular circumstance? And the other thing that we have done is strengthen our client lead partner network so that we had greater insight as to what was happening at the time within our business, so that we would be more informed about these things as they come to the foreground and be better prepared for making decisions in relation to the scopes of work that we respond to. It might be helpful for Marcus to talk a little bit about our risk management processes and what we've done around confidentiality, etc. since that time, if that would assist the committee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. So just to build on that, the systems that we have in place, we've reinforced those, and our people that are working through these engagements to ensure that they know the way in which those processes need to be applied. So any time that there is an engagement we have an opportunity to participate in, we go through a rigorous engagement assessment process, a client assessment process. And in the event that there is conflicts identified through that process, we do elevate it to a commercial conflict resolution committee. And that's a committee that is led by the national managing partners of each of our parts of the firm, and they assess the highest risk commercial conflicts that have been identified through our systems that require that level of oversight. And through that committee, there is certainly instances where we would decide not to take on an engagement because of the conflicts that have been raised, or alternatively consider whether we can implement mechanisms that would enable us to deal with those conflicts. But as I say, there can be circumstances where we would reject engagements because we cannot deal with those conflicts.
Could I ask what that threshold is? So do you have a set of guidelines which is, we will accept this, we'll ask more questions when it gets to this level, and then when we've got two different sections working on the same issue but for different departments, we'll say no? Is there a threshold? How is that going to be uniformly implemented?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Dr. Kane. There isn't a black line, if you like, that would just automatically require that, but in the individual circumstances, partners that are involved would complete questionnaires that are part of the engagement and client risk assessment process. That would trigger then the need to raise these matters to the Commercial Conflicts Committee because of the fact that we've identified that there is potential conflicts there. So it's not a one-size-fits-all, but through that process, we would raise it through to the Commercial Conflicts Committee.
I'm just a bit, probably not cynical given the history, so we're then expecting the partners involved we're accepting that they're going to be the ones that identify this and set that in motion. And I don't mean to be cynical, but there are things which suggest that as the public or as the government, maybe we don't want to take your partners at their word with regards to conflict.
Yeah, so to probably, I might just hop in there, if that's okay, Dr. Kane. In our business, the focus is at two levels. One is what we need to do within our business, what are our obligations, fulfilling our code of conduct, APES 110, and what our risk and control environment is, which is as an independence environment, which is what Marcus just described. But we only activate that when we're engaged around a scope of work by government. And similarly, under the professional management services schemes, there are particular requirements for us to advise around any conflict situations in the discussion about when we put a bid in, or in some cases, we'll determine not to bid a piece because we feel, particularly given our reflections since the Tahi matter around perceived conflict, because actual and perceived are in fact the same thing. And that was one of our other learnings. So there are control mechanisms coming back at us the other way. And I'm not sure if the committee recalls or whether it's been briefed in full on this, but under our arrangements under the Professional Management Services Scheme, there's a balanced scorecard report every year about our compliance around risk management, financial matters, operations and client satisfaction. So they are tests generated as a result of surveys commissioned by the agencies who engage us around our conduct across those four categories. And so there's a whole means there of ensuring that there's appropriate expectation coming back at us around how we manage and consider and have the conversation around conflicts and independence issues. But I think it's fair to say, and with every kind of intent about looking for solutions here, this area is a great focus across the country right now. So there's no question that further things can be done to strengthen this activity. Extending disclosures of client arrangements or commitments, being more transparent around the reporting of who gets government contracts and the value, etc. So there are many things that can be done to strengthen the transparency and the independence platforms around these issues.
I mean, you might forgive me for saying this, given the circumstances that we've all seen play out this year, but it seems that suddenly, now that all of these things have been revealed, we had Tahi here, we've had the PAWC, we've had you guys, finding a whole lot of your staff cheating on ethics tests. I mean, you can understand that there's a bit of a credibility gap, that you are all now saying, oh yes, how wonderful that we can be regulated and we should be regulated, and that's all appropriate. It's sort of a Damascus, road to Damascus moment for you all, isn't it, really?
Well, I think it's something that, the issues about ethical behaviour and consequences, we lent into that with the internal exam cheating matter that you mentioned, and I think it might be useful for Marcus to talk a little bit to the committee. We've been on a journey for 3 years, and we've had two very significant moments in that, right? The first one, as you identified, was the internal exam cheating matter, right? And then Tahi. Neither of those were our finest moments, but in every instance, we've looked to reflect back on ourselves and say, okay, what can we now do to improve ourselves and participate in processes like this to enhance that arrangement, to make sure that all the elements that sit in our code of conduct and the value and purpose that we bring to serving the public service are there clear in our intent and in our delivery. And also publishing the transparency report. 3 years now we've been publishing the transparency report. So again, ways that we're leaning into this issue in a public manner. But I might hand to Mr McArdle to reflect on the exam cheating.
Thank you, Paul. And to go further on that, Dr. Kane, when that came to light, we did identify regulators immediately that we became aware of it. We launched an investigation, but we also engaged an independent party to conduct an in-depth cultural review of the firm. And that has been a journey that we've been on to strengthen our culture. And a key part of that is reinforcing the speak-up culture within our firm. So that people should feel that they have the ability to raise any issues regarding code of conduct, independence matters, anything that they're not comfortable with through the organisation. We had that in place, but historically they were very senior people that you had to reach out, you had to contact. So they were our Chief Risk Officer, they were our Ethics and Independence Partner, they were a head of our People and Inclusion. So what we decided, and the feedback that we got through the review, was we implemented an Ethical Champions Network, which is 60 individuals across our firm at levels lower than partner, so that our people could feel more comfortable raising an issue with someone who is closer to their level within the organisation.
So when was that, sorry? When did that come in?
We did that through last year, Chair.
Okay, in response to the ethics
as part of the review
cheating?
that we conducted out of the independence cheating matter.
I'm just sitting here and I think, can we just come back to the mistakes that were made in relation to Tahi? We've talked about conflicts of interest, but another major one of them, I hope, is in relation to the way that the firm deals with whistleblowers and with people calling out wrong conduct. When Brendan Lyon attempted to raise red flags in relation to the work that you were doing for government, what was the response, Mr. Lowe, to what Mr. Lyon was saying?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The response to that was, as soon as we identified that we had an issue, which was very early, around about June, I think it was June 2020, which was at the time that Transport commissioned, as per the Auditor General's kind of reflections on this, commissioned KPMG, in the understanding that Treasury had also commissioned us on the accounting treatment side. As soon as we realised that situation, we set up an oversight committee so that we could openly within our firm bring forward those risk issues to deal with at a senior level within the firm, between the national managing partners overseeing those pieces.
And was that effective?
I think, well, history would say that it was effective at bringing the issues forward in our firm for consideration. it wasn't effective in getting us to the right decision point, which was, as I mentioned before, treating the two clients as separate entities and understanding that we had got ourselves into a conflict situation.
But Mr. Lyon raised multiple red flags around the conflicts of interest, the unethical behaviour from the former Treasury Secretary. He kept raising those flags and nothing was done, is my understanding. And then we had an inquiry and it all came out. He's lost his job at KPMG. Do you think that that was a mistake in relation to the way that the whistleblowing procedures or the calling out procedures worked within the firm?
Well, as Mr. Lyon raised those issues, and I will remind the committee that I was in that chain with him delivering on that transport piece of work, right? So I'm aware of that passage of time and what we were dealing with in terms of bringing forward the challenges in the two pieces of work. So the firm grappled with that and it couldn't find a solution. And it did listen to inputs from all sides in our firm as we were making sure that we delivered within the scope that we were commissioned to do for the two agencies, Transport for New South Wales and Treasury. It is unfortunate about the personal impact on many people, as I said earlier in this conversation.
It's more unfortunate for some than others, though, isn't it? I mean, if some people are losing jobs after trying to call out bad behaviour, from our perspective, when we're looking at the government's use of consulting firms such as yours, and coming back to what Dr. Kane was saying about, there seems to be a bit of an ask on us to just trust that consulting firms are doing the right thing. How are we to be sure that the culture that allowed that situation to occur in relation to Tahi, that ended up with the man losing his job, isn't a culture that still exists today? What have you done to reform?
So a couple of responses to that question. I guess in terms of matters of fact, I don't mean to be trite about this, but Brendan resigned 7 or 8 months after the Tahi reports were delivered. He made a choice to go forward and set up his own consulting business with the support, as per his emails as he left the firm, from KPMG. I'm not suggesting for a moment that the challenges of Tahi, which we were all facing into at a personal level, at that particular time didn't have an impact on him, his team members, people delivering on the Treasury side, their team members, and in fact probably within the government as well. It was a very unfortunate set of circumstances, and we had a responsibility in that around our clients and our people. There were a range of elements as per previous submissions from KPMG in relation to the previous inquiry about things that KPMG did to put support around people. But I think the important question that you're raising as well is this issue about behaviours and ethics and how our firm responds to and drives forward the right culture. We have in the last 2 weeks released our impact report, which I'll get Marcus McArdle to talk about for a moment, and that indicates over the 3 years the movements and indices in how people feel about the culture of KPMG and the responses from staff members. So we are constantly focusing on ways to drive that conversation in the right way, and if it's okay with the committee, I'd like Marcus just to reflect on some of those elements that might assist with those reflections.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. And it does pick up on your comments, Chair. Within our impact report, and this is the 3rd year that we've published that report, which we provide a lot more transparency on the firm that has been provided in the past. It is prepared in accordance with a global reporting initiative set of standards. But to your point, we provide detailed information regarding code of conduct matters which have been raised by our people and the result of the investigation of those. And, for example, through the year ended 30 June 2023, over 65% of those matters that were raised as code of conduct matters through whistleblower hotline, for example, through other channels within the firm, were substantiated and action was taken. And that action could be on a spectrum from impacts to people's remuneration all the way to being exited from the firm. So we've really leaned into that by providing a lot more transparency on those matters, and you can see that in the impact report.
Sorry, just finally. So, Mr. Lowe, you said before that Mr. Lyon resigned. He's made it very clear on multiple occasions that he was sacked. Why is it that nobody else faced consequences in relation to the mistakes that were made in relation to Tahi?
Mr. Lyon did resign from the partnership on the 30th of June 2021.
Was he strongly encouraged to resign? Was he?
That's a matter for Brendan. That's a personal decision. I wasn't in the room. I'm not part of that conversation, so I can't answer that question. What I can say to you, though, in relation to issues around consequence, in our firm there is a structure, a balanced scorecard around performance, and each and every year, we look at how our staff and our partners respond into the particular areas of behaviour, of living the values, etc. And so during that process, there are times when people's behaviour and activities are brought to the fore around their contribution and how they went about it. So in that environment, there would have been conversations at the time around performance. I'm not in the performance chain for those conversations, so I can't give any insights to the committee about others that were impacted. But what I would say is that both Heather and Watson and Brendan resigned from the firm.
So, sorry, are you saying there were performance appraisals that fed into that process?
I'm not sure if there were any performance appraisals, Mr. Buttigieg, that was going into the resignation, retirement process. I can't provide insight on that. I wasn't in those conversations.
Are you able to provide the committee with any of those performance appraisals on notice?
I'm happy to take that question on notice.
Could I ask a related question? Could we, I think it was Deloitte who were in here recently, could we also get your framework, your performance framework, most particularly interested in your KPIs and how performance bonuses are awarded? And equally, maybe it's for you, Mr. McArdle, if we could get, how many people have been, obviously we don't need to identify them, but have been disciplined or gone through some kind of a process because you've identified behaviour that doesn't comply with your standards and your codes. If we could get that as well, please.
We can take that on notice,
Yes.
Dr. Kane, yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Mr. Lowe, were there any concerns that you had or matters that you observed during the firm's work in relation to Tahi that you should have reported to a whistleblower hotline or to some other framework within the firm?
Thank you for the question, Chair. It was an area of rich contest of ideas and stress. That is, we get engaged to deal with very complex, very challenging engagements at times. This was one of those situations. In any environment, there is a contest of ideas. There are people who have got tense reactions to what we're trying to manage, so the stress of the environment that you work in at times. But I didn't see anything in my overview of supporting Brendan in that material which warranted reporting. There were moments of concern, and he was offered. And I do go back to the original kind of reflections that this is a committee around the terms of reference. I don't want to get involved in the personal side of things, but what I would say is that there were, as per responses to previous inquiries, opportunities provided to Brendan around care. And part of my role was to support him and the team in ensuring we delivered our objectives and the scope in relation to the Transport for New South Wales piece of work.
Sorry, Mr. Lowe, I'm just trying to reconcile two bits of evidence you've just given us. Early on this afternoon, you mentioned that it kind of took you by surprise that you hadn't managed the conflict because you hadn't realised that there were differing views of different agencies. And then we're now hearing that actually there was quite intense discussion and firm views. So which is it?
Well, I think what the sort of passage of time, what happened at that particular point in time, is the Cabinet had made a decision to pursue Tahi as a policy initiative. As I recall and understand, it instructed the two agencies, Transport for New South Wales and Treasury, to come together and prepare a submission to support the implementation of that. That required advice around the accounting of treatments, which you'll be aware of, for Tahi as an entity, and a piece for Transport for New South Wales to understand, okay, what are the implications here for us? What are the long-term risks and opportunities and things that we need to consider? That was the piece of work that Brendan delivered and I oversaw with him, and that's the piece of work I think was subject to discussion and reflection by the committee, by representatives or witnesses to the committee this morning. In that environment, there's an understanding, as we were leaning into those two pieces of work, that we felt we'd be able to bring the agencies together to solve for the equation that government had around implementation. And as the Auditor General's report noted, that was one of the factors in Transport deciding to seek Mr Lyon and KPMG's support around advancing the Tahi matter. But those relationships broke down quite quickly at the agency level, and therefore in our business as well, we then were struggling with, okay, how do we then advance this? So it happened became acute in a matter of probably weeks, if that makes sense, in a fast-moving timetable where we were trying to support our public service agencies to deliver the outcomes for government through our technical advice across the two engagements.
Did Mr Lyon ever raise with you his continuing concerns?
Mr Lyon raised it several times during our discussions about the challenge that we were leaning into. We had for that piece of work that he led, Mr Puddingig, we had a committee comprising the Tahi entity, Queensland Treasury, and also Transport for New South Wales. So these were all challenges, these are all committees these are all agencies that were trying to work through the perspectives of each other to try and make sure they got an informed view to Cabinet.
There weren't just challenges though, were they? I mean, Mr Lyon raised clear concerns around ethics, not ideas and challenges. He was claiming that KPMG were not acting ethically, wasn't he?
There was one dimension of some of his representations, and it was a challenging environment as I described to you.
But he was right. Like he was raising red flags around ethical conduct that have been borne out to be correct, and nothing was done within the firm's processes.
As I said, Chair, at the start of this committee hearing, there were extensive learnings on behalf of all of us in relation to Tahi. I wouldn't say there was unethical behaviour. I would say there were errors of judgment in our firm, and we sought to bring together the right mechanisms to provide support and a means by which to work through the expectations of our two clients. There's not much more I can add apart from indicating to you that we have reflected on that and we have put in place new arrangements to ensure that we don't have those sort of situations occurring again. And in terms of the whistleblower dimension that you referred to before, we are strong supporters of the whistleblower environment. It was one of the issues that enabled us to respond to exam cheating, and we are strongly leaning into that conversation about an appropriate whistleblower regime supporting our staff and the community.
Were those whistleblower protections, what were they like at this time? Have you since updated them, or were they always of this standard?
I might get.
I can comment on that, Paul. We have enhanced our retaliation monitoring system so that if people raise concerns through whistleblower hotlines, there is what we understand concerns when people decide to do that they think that they could be some sort of retaliation to them in the future. We've put in place mechanisms to attempt to monitor that and ensure that that doesn't happen, and we've communicated that to our people. So it is the sort of things that I referred to earlier, Mr Buttigieg, are a range of things that we have put in place as a result of it. The independent culture review that we undertook 3 years ago, the retaliation monitoring system. We've trained all our people on an ethical decision-making framework. We've put in place the ethical champions networks. We've reinforced the use of the whistleblower hotline. That is an independently operated hotline. We don't get the initial results of that. It goes through to our KPMG global operations overseas, and they then provide that back to us and request us to provide comments on that.
Could you just tease out the retaliation piece for me?
Yeah, so it is a process that we've put in place so that people that would have raised matters through a whistleblower hotline, if they felt that in any way that they were receiving retaliation through their work, their interaction with superiors, that they could raise that through separate channels of the firm to further investigation.
Was that in direct response to Mr Lyon being called back from leave the day before his wedding?
These matters, Mr Buttigieg, as I say, were part of the external review that we had conducted, where we identified a number of things that we did want to action to enhance our culture within the firm.
So the external review found that retaliation was obviously a weakness in the whistleblower protections.
The external review was conducted back in 2020, and as I say, as a result of that, a number of opportunities to improve our ethical culture framework were identified for us, and we have worked to action those.
Peter?
I've got Mr.
Just briefly, what external oversight is there in relation to all of this now? And I say that because one of the things that we've found in relation to, for instance, the state whistleblower legislation is the fact that a whole lot of it is based upon internal, in-shop oversights, where frankly, if I'm someone who's been victimised or seeing something, that if the only thing I can do is to ring some of the people higher up in the organisation who are mates with the people who are a couple of steps down in good old Australia, I'd feel a bit wary about that, and I'd like to know that there's someone outside. Now, when we were setting up the legislation in New South Wales, for instance, there's a provision that after you've gone through these matters within your organisation, you can choose to approach and still be protected, as a protected disclosure, a Member of Parliament. Now, I'm not suggesting that is what you should do, but it's simply someone outside the organisation who is also independent and maybe on your side. I mean, that's why one of the reasons people approach their trade unions. So, can I just ask what powerful body outside who's not part of KPMG can people approach who have the power to take action?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Primrose. There's probably a few dimensions to that which I'll ask Marcus to reflect on in a moment. Not diminishing what you mentioned at the outset, we do have a core responsibility in terms of looking after our people to be strong supporters and enactors of appropriate whistleblowing regimes, and that's something that we continue to work on. So in our business, that's very important. But
every organisation that I've ever spoken to says that.
Yeah, I'm just about to...
So that's why you need someone outside.
I'm just setting that foundation down, moving to your question about external. Marcus, do you want to talk about CANS or the other regulatory bodies in relation to this?
Yes, and if I could just comment, Mr Primrose, on that comment on the whistleblower regime. In one of our submissions to the federal inquiry, we have noted that we would be a strong advocate of more uniform approach to whistleblower protections. We voluntarily apply the Commonwealth whistleblower regime for KPMG Australia partnership, but we recognise that, to your point, that there's not consistency there, and so we've certainly, per our recent submission, encouraged a review of this to provide consistency and, as you say, comfort to people who wish to use that. To the point that Paul noted, many of our people are members of professional organisations, so many of our accountants are members of CANS, Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand. Other professions that we employ, similarly members of those professional bodies. They have opportunities through those bodies as independent bodies to raise concerns regarding things that, to this point, they may be faced with in their professional obligations.
If I can just pick up on this one,
Well,
sorry,
point
just very quickly.
I hadn't go to the chair.
Sorry, Mr. Fang first.
Can I just ask one question on this?
Sure.
Okay, sorry. Just in terms of that issue, so when it comes to, let's go back to the Tahi situation. You had Ms. Watson, who was an accountant, and you had Mr. Lyon, who wasn't an accountant. Correct. What happens in that situation? Where is the recourse for Mr. Lyon in that instance, if it's not through the CANS framework?
He was still a member of CANS.
Was he a member of CANS, or?
He would be.
As a partner?
Mr. Fowler, yes. As a partner, he is a member, yes,
Fair
correct.
Enough. I'll defer to Mr. Fang.
Thank you. I'm just trying to, understand the governance structures where, a lot of these issues would be teased out. So it ultimately falls to the board of directors of the company in relation to the governance aspects of the organisation. how are the directors appointed? How they how do they gain their roles?
Yeah.
What do they do by way of continuing personal development in that role? Can you provide some insights into that?
Yeah, so I can comment and Paul can add to that. So the board that you're referring to is the board of KPMG Australia. Is that correct, Mr. Fang?
Yes.
Yes. So, and that board is made up of a number of partners of the firm and also independent board members. So we have 2 independent board members sitting on our board who are not partners of the firm. They are, as it says, independent of the firm. We engage an external recruitment organisation to identify independent partners, and they are appointed by the board for 3-year terms.
But in relation to, the whistleblower aspects, they're ultimately, the body which is going to be at the front of any prosecutions that may be in place. Are you providing to those independent members and to the other members the clear training that's required in order for them to understand what it is that the state and also, federal legislations entail?
If I could just clarify, when our people would wish to use the whistleblower hotline available within the firm, that is run by an independent party. So KPMG in Australia does have no visibility at that point of which of our people or what are the matters that are being raised through that process. That information then goes to KPMG Global, so that is the overseeing entity of the KPMG network of independent member firms. They receive that information through the hotline. They then provide it back through to the firm, to our chief risk officer, and they specifically say these issues have been identified. You need to action this and respond back on what has occurred. So there is an independent oversight through the KPMG Global network that is monitoring anything that has been raised through the whistleblower hotline.
And that's all de-identified?
Correct. Yes, exactly.
And so in relation to Mr. Lyon, when he identified issues, and that's obviously been well ventilated, was that done through that process or was it done through another process?
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Fang, for your question. I'm not aware, but it is anonymous. I'm not aware of any formal whistleblower submission by Brendan, but as I say, I may not be aware of that because it is in fact, a confidential hotline.
So when he left KPMG, did he leave on, reasonable terms with the organisation? There was no exit, interviews where... Sorry?
I guess it depends who you ask.
Well, no, I'm just curious because I'm actually looking at some...
Tomorrow, I guess.
Well, yes, no, I'm just looking at some of the information I've got on his LinkedIn page, and he says with kind agreement from the firm, he's seeking to leave. So I'm just curious as to how he might have provided you with some information prior to his leaving.
The negotiation or his retirement process was handled by our former CEO, so I'm not privy to what happened within those conversations. But you are correct in referring to his LinkedIn account and the way that he publicly reflected on his departure from KPMG and the support that KPMG provided to allow him to start up his business and pursue new ventures. So I'm not discounting the challenges which were faced during the intensity of the Tahi period, but I would say there is a personal reflection about where Brendan was and the reasons why he left.
And you've obviously seen his testimony under oath in front of the inquiry we had into Tahi last parliamentary term, where he made it very clear that he was he felt quite unhappy about his treatment at KPMG.
No, I appreciate that. I'm just trying to, cover off all the aspects of it.
I'm sure he'll have reflections tomorrow.
Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Buttigieg.
Just in terms of my colleagues, Mr. Primrose's questioning regarding this, so let's call it the gold standard. You've got the federal legislation, the whistleblowers, and that's all about external accountability. Am I right in saying that as a partnership you're not bound by that federal whistleblowers? So wouldn't it, if you subscribe to the view that that is the best system of accountability. Wouldn't it be better to set up that external accountability that my colleague suggested?
You are correct, Mr. Buttigieg, in that federal Whistleblower Act, we have voluntarily applied that for KPMG Australia Partnership.
But what does that mean if there's no external accountability?
What do you mean by no external
Well,
accountability?
my colleague pointed out that if you're a whistleblower and you've totally lost faith in the credibility of the firm, ringing someone inside the firm is not going to cut it for you. So you need some sort of external body or person to go to. How, in the case of Mr. Lyon, how would that have been availed?
we can only speculate in the sense that the federal legislation that is there for whistleblower protection is a federal legislation, which is Australian companies that are actually bound by the Corporations Act apply that. As a partnership, we are not bound by that, but we have sought to apply it as you say, as a gold standard of what is applied in Australian corporate landscape for whistleblowers. So I think your question around other potential options or avenues for people to use or what could be contemplated, I'm afraid I couldn't answer that because we are working with that.
And this is genuinely a question out of ignorance, so it's not a rhetorical question. So the current federal legislation doesn't have provision for external recourse?
I couldn't comment on that.
We would have to take that question on notice, I think, given that we're not experts in the HR dimensions and human resource dimensions. But what I would say to you, to the committee, is that we have a strong human resource people and inclusion team within our business. During the course of Tahi, they were required to speak to a number of people within our business around the challenges of meeting the expectations of our clients as a consequence of the Tahi arrangements that availed, and that in that situation, every staff member, whether they're a senior member or a partner, has the opportunity to raise and engage, and that's the role of the leadership group in our people and inclusion group, is to look after the care and issues raised by members of our staff. So I'm not aware of any formal complaints or formal submissions made by Mr. Lyon into that environment, but they are probably of a confidential nature anyway and should be. So it's a little bit hard for us here today to give you all of those reflections because we weren't in all of those conversations. But what I can say to you is that our focus is on ethical conduct and the highest levels of integrity and independence and conflict management, and that's what we strive to achieve. And we recognise, as I've outlined today and as we have publicly done for the last 2 years, that we made some big mistakes during that process.
Sorry, then I'm going to Dr. Kane and I'll come back to you. Sure. Mr. Lowe, Mr. Lyon signed a deed of release with KPMG on his resignation from KPMG, did he not?
I wasn't involved in his departure, so that's a question for Mr. Lyon to answer.
Do you know that, though?
I don't know. I don't know the specifics.
Is it common for KPMG to enter into deeds of release with partners that then prevent them from saying things once they are no longer a partner?
That's not something for me to comment on. I'm not in a position of authority to know what happens in those circumstances, Chair.
Are you able to take it on notice to tell us how many partners have resigned with a deed of release in, say, the past 3 years?
I'm happy to take the question on notice.
Thank you. This goes to, and this whole question really goes to a theme throughout this inquiry where we have seen every time we ask about potential for, either potential or actual breaches of ethical conduct or the standards we would expect from consulting firms, we are told about processes and procedures that get followed, boxes that get ticked, forms that get signed, conflicts that get declared. But what we are finding it very hard to discover is any form of regulation or binding mechanism or anything else that holds anybody to account for if there is unethical behaviour. And from a government's perspective, that then makes it very difficult when you're being told to simply trust a consulting firm to have that trust. And so if indeed, as you are as your evidence is saying today, that both Ms. Watson and Mr. Lyon left voluntarily, presumably, from your organisation. Who did face consequences for the mistakes that were made in relation to Tahi? Actual consequences?
Well, I guess in terms of, and I mentioned this earlier in one of the other responses, Chair, is that there was significant reputational damage for the firm, which means that when government considers the use of KPMG for engagements, that is something that they would consider in terms of how we perform and discharge our duties.
Mm-hmm. And has the level of work tapered off from government? What was if you look at the percentage increase or decrease from the New South Wales Government to KPMG in the last few years, what's the trend look like?
The trend would reasonably be about even, but remembering that we also had COVID during that period, which was a significant impact on all of us in terms of the amount of support that was needed to support the community. So it's very difficult to going back to your point, to trace back the directness of that. But what I would say to you is that we are judged through our professional and management services contracts around our performance and our engagements.
But let's just take a step back. So when I asked what the tangible consequences were of what you have admitted to be mistakes made by your firm, you referred to there being reputational damage. What we know from what you've now said is that there certainly wasn't a drop-off in work from government to KPMG. So what were the consequences of bad behaviour?
Well, there was some adjustments in some of our agencies, Treasury by way of example.
What do you mean by adjustments?
Well, we didn't do as much work in Treasury as a consequence of the outcomes of Tahi.
But made up for by other agencies?
We provided services to other agencies as government came to us, public service came to us, seeking assistance.
So it's a very small pool of people that damage to your reputation was done within, and so sort of one department, very briefly, is that correct?
As I said before, Chair, it's very difficult to draw a direct relationship between what occurred and what didn't occur in terms of the consequences from a financial perspective. What I would say to you, and during that period of time post-Tahi, that it was, we were very aware of our reputational damage and what we need to do to rebuild that with the New South Wales Public Service.
Is it possible that the amount of work that Treasury was giving to KPMG dropped off once Mr. Pratt left?
I wouldn't be able to answer that question.
Are you able to tell us if Mr. Pratt ever worked for KPMG?
I'm not aware of Mr. Pratt working for KPMG.
Could you double check your records? Because there's media, there's certainly a media report that refers to him as having worked at KPMG.
I'm not aware of that, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. Dr. Kane.
I've got a couple of questions. One is you're talking about reputational damage, and I guess relatedly is what might be uncharitably called spin about KPMG. Mr. Lowe, you'd be obviously familiar with the submission that you signed off on.
That's correct.
For this inquiry. I've got to say, it doesn't really accord with your evidence today, if I'm honest. Reading through your submission as I did, you seem very concerned about the Tax Practitioners Board case that, of course, was one of your competitors, and yet no sort of self-reflection on either the Tahi case, the speak-up culture piece, the ethics cheating. In fact, there seems to be some gratuitous mention of gender equity reports that don't fit within the scope at all. So I'm guessing why didn't your sort of enthusiasm for expressing or admitting the mistakes extend to the submission? Because, as I said, it really does perpetuate sort of a cynicism around the approach that I don't think is helpful for you or your profession.
So thank you for the question. We do lean into the Tahi issue on page 10 of our submission where we call that out. We felt it was important, as we have done in terms of appearing previously before this committee and appearing before the Senate Committee on these matters as well, to be fulsome in our reflections around what we got wrong and owning our mistakes. So we took the approach to this committee around its terms of reference of identifying ways in which we could enhance the outcomes from a taxpayer's perspective in terms of value, transparency and accountability, which is why we've put together a series of 5 recommendations to support some of the considerations of this committee. So leaning into the challenge that the committee put to us about coming forward with some ideas around how this could be strengthened. And I mentioned it before, and we've also, outside of this forum, done things within our business about creating greater transparency around it, such as our impact report, which has a number of indices that we talked about before, about being clear about complaints, etc., and other inappropriate behaviour. And we have also, in our submission, in our impact report, talked about the current environment, both the federal inquiry and other parliamentary inquiries on these matters in the content of our impact report. So leaning into the challenges that we see. So I would say to the committee that we are here to provide our insights and our reflections, which have included some unfortunate circumstances. We're not moving away from that at all. There are things that we have learned from that experience at many levels in our organisation. So we are committed to working with the committee and other forums to get the right contemporary environment, which I said in my opening statement, the contemporary model that people will expect of firms like ourselves who are providing value around taxpayer expenditure.
Sorry, it might have been that in the report it's presented as learnings rather than mistake that might have got me on that one. Mr. McArdle, can I ask you a question? And again, I think we asked, it might have been Deloitte. Could we please get a sample partnership agreement? We already had a brief discussion about how partnerships are different to other business arrangements, and I know you're probably going to say there's commercial.
Well, no, Dr. Kane, that one is, we've released that publicly.
Right.
We're the only Big Four firm that has released our partnership agreement, so we can certainly provide it to you. It's now out in the public domain.
Excellent.
So that is something we, again, to the point of transparency, we referred to it in our impact report. To Paul's point, we're leaning into the opportunities to be more transparent, and that's an example of it.
Right, if you could provide that, it'd be helpful.
Sure.
Just in relation to the work that was done with Tahi, I guess we've had a lot of debate today around the way that there's tasks that a consulting firm, I guess, do that not necessarily the public service can do. And also there's that level of experience that perhaps is missing within the public service due to the difference in the wage structures between a private organisation and a public service organisation. Could you detail what it is that KPMG was able to do in relation to the Tahi project that meant that they had to come on board as opposed to the public service doing it? And what was the actual fee that was paid in relation to that work? We heard from Transport today that obviously there was one component with Transport, one component with Treasury. Yeah. There were some numbers that were, I guess, there. I'm just curious as to the value that was, I guess, available to the public service in engaging a Big Four firm as opposed to trying to get that work done within its own public service structure.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Fang, for the question. So firstly, maybe one of the last questions first in terms of the fees from Tahi. So our fees for Tahi between, I think, 2017 and 2021 were 3.4 million, around about 2.4 million in relation to the Treasury advice. The Treasury advice was around providing specific accounting advice around the application of public sector accounting standards to understand how the ABS should categorise the Tahi entity, in this case as a public non-financial corporation or corporation. That required specialist CFOA advisory advice. So I'm going to a question earlier before, Mr. Farlow, that required someone with deep accounting capability and a team that focuses on how to deal with public assets in the appropriate way. And that's a specialist skill that gets developed over a range of time and periods, and our partners and our team members involved in that had that deep expertise supporting then advice into Treasury, who could then consider, well, what does this mean to our state financial position? On the transport side, an equally complex piece, looking at the long-term operating model and implications for Transport for New South Wales. So what are the safety considerations, although they weren't the domain of our report? We aren't safety specialists, that was the independent regulator, but needed to understand, could the other elements, system integration, what were the service solutions, could Transport achieve the transport system outcomes it was trying to achieve for the community through the structures that government was asking it to examine in detail. That did not require accounting advice, and our team was focused on financial modelling, which is different from accounting advice. But that's very specific skills, understanding the complexities of the transport system and the long-run financial implications. I think the committee would have heard this morning about the quality of that piece of work from Transport in terms of assisting it to understand, and ultimately government to understand, was Tahi the right solution at this point in time for the transport agenda of the state. So they are quite specialist skills, feeding two technical reports into the public service, who are then required to frame the advice to government. Our role is not to policy make, our role is to support the public service to bring forward robust and independent advice to support downstream decision making and their advice to government around what's the appropriate way to undertake a transformation or an initiative such as Tahi, which has a strong infrastructure dimension to it.
And you don't believe that those skills exist in the public service at the moment? And is there and obviously you'll have a view about this as perhaps not might differ because obviously it might impact your business model, but is it not worth the public service perhaps looking to engage with those skills in order to have them in-house? Is it you'll say that it's better to have a big four firm to do it, but obviously we've heard some stuff today around whether we need those skills within the public service.
Yes, it's a very relevant question, and it goes to the point of what the New South Wales Public Service, or in fact the APS, is required to do. These are very complex times, many matters bumping into each other: energy transition, social reform, housing, transport integration and system development. That scale, it's very hard to have that level of capability on tap when you need it, given the scale of what governments and the public service are doing. But going to your point, our view is that we need to have a well-informed and very capable public service. And so part of the work that we do often in our projects is to either work in a joint team with the public service or leave assets, financial models, economic models, etc., with the public service, so there's something behind they can use and skill and train. From our perspective, and I think the Tahi example is a great example of that, a well-informed public service means that it's very clear for us to be where we need to focus and the advice that we need to provide into that system. So as a firm, a stronger public service is in the interest of everyone, including a KPMG.
Mr. Lowe, I think one of the themes throughout this inquiry has been that effectively the public service goes to consultants to advice shop effectively to get something that confirms something they want to get up. So we've heard some instances, for instance, I think of very worthy projects where they've had consultants back it up to get it over the line in terms of the rest of government. So I think New South Wales Ambulance had an example in that regard where they were able to get additional funding in government because they had a consultant's report to back it up. I guess one of the things that the public sector is supposed to be is frank and fearless advice to government. How does a consultancy that is paid for by a certain arm of government provide that frank and fearless advice to government?
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure whether the committee's heard testimony from Treasury or Infrastructure New South Wales at any stage during the hearings, but one of the core dimensions about ensuring robust and independent advice is the application of consistent frameworks around value for money assessments which underpin the business case processes. And these are well established, nationally consistent, and each jurisdiction has one which it puts across all of its investments. So going to the point that you described before, Mr. Farlow, there can be a clear independent view about what is the cost benefit of a particular initiative so that government can make then an informed decision based on the advice from the agency that brings that forward. That's absolutely integral to effective policy making and then policy implementation. So from our perspective, every consultant, I'm not sure what our peers have shared with the committee, but every business, every consultancy wants to be really clear about the framework it's applying so that it knows how to exercise that independent judgment and working through established frameworks to support better decision making around how taxpayers' funds are best managed. And in some cases, there will be business cases which are difficult to get up because they're not hit at the right time for the benefits that are sitting there that could be realised. And sometimes those projects then go away, get rescoped by agencies, or are not implemented or taken any further by governments.
Would it be fair to say that without the benefit of Mr. Lyon on the inside, so to speak, that the Auditor General would never have got to the bottom of Tahi?
No, I don't think that's true. I think there was during that whole period a requirement for government, for Treasury, to demonstrate the classification of Tahi as whatever entity it was considering for state financial purposes. And the classification of Tahi as an entity is something for the ABS. They do those classifications around what is the nature of the entity, and then the Auditor General engages around those issues. It's fair to say that during the consultation and discussions that government agencies were having around Tahi, there was a question about, is this a public non-financial corporation? And the Auditor General, in terms of conducting her review of Tahi, determined for the state government accounts that it still had that status, but they would monitor that status going forward as the Tahi initiative was stood up, and maybe those circumstances would change.
But she backed up Mr. Lyons'
Well,
approach and advice, didn't she, ultimately?
Mr. Lyons, let's bring us back again to the nature of Mr. Lyons' engagement. He was about the long-term financial and operating model structures for Tahi, for Transport for New South Wales. It wasn't the remit of Transport nor KPMG in that engagement to provide insights around accounting standards and treatments. Mr. Lyons is on the record, as I was and as many others were in previous evidence, that he is not an accountant. He's got a policy background and a financial commercial background, and it was the Treasury responsibility and our support to Treasury around the accounting standards, and that's where the skill was applied, and that's the remit of State Treasury. Yes, there was a contest of ideas, but at the end of the day, the Auditor General, in relation to the technical matters we're discussing here today, was clear about what she found at that point in time in relation to the treatment. There are other observations, I recognise that, but in relation to the treatment issue that's come up in this conversation, she was pretty clear about where her opinion was at that point in time.
Can I ask, so just coming back to this, sort of how we get comfortable that when there are breaches of ethical standards or the standard of behaviour that we would expect from consultants, that there's actual enforcement. Firstly, that there's monitoring, then that there's enforcement and actual consequences. Looking at the CANS investigation into the Tahi issue, when did you first get involved? When did CANS first contact KPMG in relation to investigating it?
Is this the confidential CANS investigation you're referring to?
This is the investigation CANS told us that they were running in relation to.
I'm not privy to that investigation. That's a matter for CANS.
Okay. We were told earlier by Mr. Perdiccas that he had been contacted by KPMG in relation to the CANS investigation, asking him for information. Presumably you have been contacted by CANS in relation to the investigation?
CANS have made contact with KPMG to get access to documentations that Transport had, and so KPMG engaged with their client about the provision of those documents.
And when did CANS get in touch with KPMG?
I'm not sure when that was. It's a confidential investigation. I'm not privy to when that contact was made.
I understand the content of it is confidential, but the fact of it has been well aired in this inquiry already. Are you able to come back on notice, perhaps, to tell us when you were contacted?
Yes, within the realms of those expectations that CANS has around confidentiality, I'm happy to take that question on notice, Chair.
Given CANS has pretty limited powers to do anything, even if they do find that there was some wrongdoing as part of the Tahi affair, do you think that there needs to be some sort of stronger external regulator of the consulting industry?
Thanks for your question, Chair. I'll ask Mr McArdle to answer that for the committee.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As part of our submission to the federal inquiry into audit, that's one of our recommendations, that there be consideration. We're happy to be part of discussions regarding an overall reconsideration of regulation of the broader consulting profession.
And what would under that type of stronger regulatory regime that you envisage, what kind of consequences would a firm potentially be subject to, do you think?
Well, I can comment where we're at the moment, Chair. At the moment, KPMG is overseen by over 40 different organisations at a national level, state level, territorial and international level. A number of those agencies oversee the firm, some oversee our people, some of them require annual audits, many of them require licensing. So there's quite an overlapping framework, and that goes...
I understand that, but when it comes to something like a breach of ethical standards, even the banks will have, they routinely are fined for doing the wrong thing. What sort of organisations come in and fine KPMG for the unethical behaviour of partners?
Well, picking up on your question earlier around CANS, our people are members of CANS. Partners are members of CANS, and a number of our staff are members of CANS.
Yep.
KPMG Australia as the partnership is not a member of CANS. However, regulators such as ASIC or the US PCAOB, they regulate the firm and they can apply sanctions against the firm for breaches of particular requirements.
And are you aware of ASIC imposing any sanctions on any consulting firm?
Well, again, ASIC are on record through a previous inquiry of saying they are required to enforce the application of audit and accounting standards. But again, if you compared ASIC to other foreign regulators, their oversight of professional services firms does differ to international counterparts.
It does. So again, who do we have to regulate the firms in a way that would actually, whether for individual partners or for the firms themselves, result in a fine being imposed for breach of ethical behaviour?
So I think this is the question of the day at many levels, isn't it? I mean, it is a very complex regulatory environment. There is no single regulatory setting that oversees the consulting industry. There are multiple overlapping ones depending on the professional status of individuals and the role of various bodies. And so this is, I mean, there's two elements to the question. The first one is what could possibly be done? I think that's part of what this committee and the federal government is contemplating around what is the appropriate regulatory regime to ensure that all standards of behaviour and compliance are met. That's one dimension to that. The other point, which we talked about a little bit earlier, is that we are assessed on every single engagement about the way that we comply around 4 dimensions. And so there's an opportunity for our clients to provide advice around their expectations to us and whether we are delivering to the appropriate standard.
So you were talking there about these kind of overlapping, there's a number of regulators who could potentially get involved. I see it more like a lattice than a overlap. Yeah. It's just full of holes. There's compared to when you look at financial regulation, when you look at even the regulation of the legal profession, what we have in relation to the consulting firms is effectively no regulation, because it's all processes, procedures, signing off things, but there's no actual consequences for poor behaviour that we have examples of actually ever being implemented or enforced. Tell me I'm wrong.
If I could pick up on that, in response to matters that individual associations that our people, our partners and our staff are members of, they have responsibilities to apply the relevant requirements of those organisations, and they can take action where there has been breaches of those, and there's evidence of that in the past.
And what is the action that they will take?
That could be, they could have their ability to practice in that particular profession removed.
But they could still practice at a consulting firm in a different profession. So we have people in consulting firms who have no profession. We have some who are, accountants and lawyers. We have, there's a range, isn't there?
As a member, as an accountant, for example, who is part of CANS, so Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand, if there was a sanction levied against that person by that organisation, through our internal processes, there would be a reason for that person to identify that they were subject to a sanction. So,
but you can avoid a sanction from CANS by just resigning, can't you?
I'm not aware of that fact, Chair.
Again,
think that was out there
I
evidence
guess
to us,
where
effectively.
is the incentive for anyone to act ethically if there's no consequence or real likelihood you will ever be held to account for that breach of ethical behaviour?
Well, I would go back to the fundamental premise of our firm. Our values, integrity is a core value of the firm, and acting ethically and honestly is a fundamental precinct of.
But
the last
yet
couple of
we've
years,
but yet we've got these examples of ethical breaches. So I understand, and again, this is my point, that we have, we're set up and we're ethical. We've got these rules, got these procedures. We've signed these documents. It's all fine, but then we have breaches of ethical behaviour on record, and no consequences. Is it ever going to change if we don't ever have real consequences for bad behaviour?
So I think a couple of dimensions to that. There have been instances in our past where there have been sanctions applied. The exam cheating one was one of those, right? So people left our organisation. There were financial penalties.
That wasn't an Australian regulator putting those sanctions on, was it?
No, there was. So Cairns did levy sanctions on individuals as a result of that.
What were their sanctions?
Again, they're confidential investigations by Cairns on those members, and Cairns levied, as far as we know through the public discussions that Cairns has had in other parliamentary inquiries, Cairns levied sanctions on members as a result of that exam cheating scandal.
So Cairns have come back on notice to questions telling us that they've only, I think, 9 people they've ever actually put sanctions against, and only 2 of them in Australia. So are you saying that in Australia, the only sanction for something as shocking as the, cheating on ethics exams was 2 people not being able to be in their profession or not being members of Cairns, basically? But is that sufficient, do you think, to hold an entire profession to account?
To your point, I can't recall the exact numbers that Cairns is responsible for administering those disciplinary matters on its members. But the reality is, in that particular matter, there was a range of investigations done by different bodies who took different sanctions. KPMG, the firm, received a financial sanction by the US regulator, and that was a US $450,000 fine.
In the US,
No, here in Australia. The firm, KPMG
yes, but
Australia.
imposed by the US regulator.
Correct, who has oversight of the Australian firm by the nature of the fact that we service global clients.
So we're to rely on the US regulator to enforce ethical standard in Australia?
Well, I think that goes
consulting firms in Australia?
I think it goes to the point we mentioned earlier. ASIC did respond in an earlier committee meeting to say, as they are currently constituted, they do not have a remit to enforce, in that particular instance, oversight over audit firms' training.
Brings us back to where we began.
That's the question, isn't it? Do we require a legislative framework with more punitive teeth rather than a ticker box situation where everyone feels good because there's a paper trail?
I think, this is, we're not here to defend the way history has played out in relation to the role of regulators. We've been very clear on the public record, both in our submission here about strengthening arrangements, but also in our submissions to the Commonwealth around leaning into, is there a better regulatory model to ensure that the expectations of consulting firms around value for money, integrity, trust and accountability are best served. In the opening statement, we talked about it being more contemporary. We are supporters and happy to work with what are those new models, and some of that will be picked up through reviews by Treasury underway at the moment, and Federal Treasury that is, and through the other joint parliamentary committee.
Because the Cairns body, is that a membership advocacy body as well?
As well as what, Mr.
Well,
Blake?
as well as regulatory standards. So when you join Cairns, right, you get industry support with that's one of its key functions, presumably, isn't it? I join and I get XYZ services. I get the latest tax law, whatever it is.
Yeah, so I'm a member of Cairns, and as a member of...
So isn't that an inherent conflict in itself? Because you join an organisation for our advocacy and support, there's an inherent tension between that and then telling you're a bad boy, out you go.
Same thing could be said for the Law Society.
Well, that's
sure.
right. I think it's a fundamental premise as you say, of many organisations, as I sign up, or as members sign up to CANS,
No, but this
for example,
goes to the chair's point, right, about an alternative regulatory regime.
and that's our point. As we've said openly, we would be very supportive in being part of discussions around a review of oversight of regulation on the consultant profession.
The less grey, the clearer the black and white is, the easier it is for us to make sure we enforce the appropriate standards in our organisation and lead those in the most effective way. We are a compliance-based entity, and we made that point in the opening statement, so we would welcome views, perspectives, commentary and discussion amongst industry participants around what could be done to create a better environment.
So in the meantime, what the second point that you talked about was, it is within the rights of your clients to look at, to sort of, I guess, put their own sanctions on firms that are breaching requirements. We heard before that it doesn't look like government work has dried up for KPMG. What could we do to protect ourselves against ethical breach?
So we talked a bit earlier, and I don't want to diminish the significance of our reflections and what happened in the Tax Practitioner Board's matter, but that did trigger within the Commonwealth Government a review of expectations around consulting firms around what's called a significant event disclosure. So in the procurement models, the Commonwealth Treasury and Finance Department have been framing the notification requirements that consultants need to provide under their main panels when events occur, and there's a process of engagement underway at the moment about defining what is a significant event. So I think what's happening across the country is that there are reforms coming through to reflect the changes of an expectation. We can do things ourselves, and we are doing that starting a number of years ago, starting with some of those very first unfortunate circumstances. But there's more that we need to do and the industry can do as a consequence of deliberations of this committee and the federal parliament around our industry to make sure that those expectations are able to be clearly implemented and responded to by firms such as ourselves going forward.
Would you give the public back the $3 million that you were paid for the work on Tahi?
So thank you for the question. The work that we did for Tahi was accepted in full by the two organisations that engaged with us. So we feel we fulfilled the requirements of our obligations to those two agencies, and in fact there was commentary obviously earlier today about the quality and the benefits of that advice to Transport for New South Wales to help them navigate some complexities. So in regards to those matters, we feel we've delivered to the expectations of government at the time.
And maybe we can keep the transport work, because that one actually has proved the test of time. But when we look at that Treasury advice, the $2.4 million,
so the Treasury advice was over that 3-year period, and I will, it's very similar to the transport advice. Treasury used that advice to inform their thinking around the state's assets. That was proven by the Auditor General to be an effective way to treat that entity at this point in time.
The Auditor General agreed with that there was created basically a $10 billion hole from that advice.
The Auditor General confirmed the public financial non-corporation status of Tahi, which was the entity that we were asked to provide accounting standard treatments on. What government decides to do with that advice and how they use that designation in their thinking around policy matters is a matter for government. That wasn't a matter for KPMG.
Okay, so in terms of, again, consequences, there's no consequence that the client can put on KPMG for the breaches of expected standards and behaviour in relation to Tahi.
As I mentioned earlier to the Chair and to the committee, we have fulfilled the obligations. Our performance is monitored through the Professional and Management Services contract arrangement, panel arrangement, and there are engagement reviews undertaken around our performance across the 4 areas of the balanced scorecard in terms of the quality of advice. I think the question is best directed to the New South Wales Public Service than to us.
Thank you.
Can I just ask you quickly, is there a KPMG partner on the board of CANS?
I'd have to take that question on notice, buddy.
Okay, thanks.
Expect there is. Just in the few minutes we have left, can I ask you a little bit about something quite different? Secondments.
Yes.
How many secondees do you have within New South Wales Government?
We currently have 5 FTE seconded into the New South Wales Government.
Which agencies are they sitting in?
They're across, I think, 5 agencies. I could take that question on notice, but I think there's one in health. Well, I have to take the question on notice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Could we ask how long they've been there as well?
Less than a 12-month period.
All of it?
Yes.
I understand that under the standard commercial framework, there's a 10% discount given on work where there's a secondee put into government departments. Is that because having a secondee within government creates a benefit equivalent to cash to a consulting firm?
No. A secondment is the request for specific capability, usually at a junior or middle level, to provide particular technical advice, whether that's taxation or accounting advice, financial or commercial advice, or technology or digital advice. It's a very specific requirement. As the committee members would know from probably previous evidence from our firms, when we receive a scope of work and determine that we wish to respond to it, we invest time and resources to develop a methodology and ensure we've got the appropriate risk and management controls in place, and we scope the project effectively for the client. That is a cost that we incur in terms of the business development cycle and competitively tendering. With a secondment, normally an agency would come to you and maybe an alternative and say, I need this particular skill set for this particular time to come in and provide advice and support to the public servants. So there is inherently a less time and cost associated with providing that resource, hence the consideration of a discount under the scheme.
So it's a 10% discount where the contract is only for a secondment, as opposed to where it is for something larger and you happen to have a secondee. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that so if I go to other competitive tendering processes, etc., we, under the panel, as you'll be aware, have a kind of ceiling rate for our personnel. In any particular engagement or scope that comes to us, we make a decision as to what is the nature of this piece of work, how do we think we could best deliver it, and what resources should come to bear. And so in that regard, there's also a pricing conversation about how do we deliver the right value for money for the taxpayers. And in that environment, that ceiling I talked about before, that ceiling rate that sits inside our panels, we will invariably come well below that to understand how we can competitively bring together a team to deliver. So we inherently look to discount as we go forward at every opportunity. What I was trying to get to with the secondment piece, though, is there isn't a transaction cost in that, if that makes sense, in that we don't have to spend that same amount of time developing the proposal, preparing a methodology.
So hang on.
In that case, that reflects a cost that we then don't pass through, obviously, because it's a secondment arrangement.
Okay, but if you've developed a scope of work and all the rest of it for a project that's going to take 5 staff members or 5 team members, and one of them is then put in as a secondee, does that one person get a 10% discount on their fee, or is it across the project?
Sorry, Chair, we wouldn't put a situation where we would bid a piece of work and then have a secondee as part of that.
Okay.
The secondee arrangement is completely different from tendered work. There are different ways that the public service decides it wants to secure work.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's through consultants. So as I said, it's quite a small number, but sometimes they need that specialist skill.
Yeah.
That's done through a different mechanism. What I was talking about before, and sorry if I confused the committee, was the more competitive process about the time we invest in a methodology and bring a team together to answer the exam question that sits within the scope that's been provided by the client.
So we are talking about a secondment where it's just one person.
Yes,
Right.
correct.
And do you we heard from PwC that they have a program of putting their partners and employees onto boards. Do you have a similar thing?
I'll ask Mr McArdle to respond to that. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, I can answer that. We prohibit our partners and staff from acting on government boards that have a for-profit or commercial motive. So that would be boards such as energy or utility, transport.
Yeah.
We prohibit that.
But health, for instance, you wouldn't.
No, health, we would consider that would be a commercial or for-profit government board, and we would not allow our partners or staff to serve on those sort of boards.
So what kind of boards could they sit on?
So they could sit on not-for-profit boards. So examples would be, for example, a museum.
Okay. What about universities?
Yes, we do have a small number of partners and directors sitting on university or public school council boards. That would be an example, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions at this point?
No. I think
Yeah, I really thought you had one.
well, yeah, no.
Okay.
I just
All right.
do you? Sorry, no. I'm just curious. So, when somebody leaves KPMG, do they still have a share or equity in the organisation? Do they still get paid, or when they leave, are they in effect out?
Yeah. I'll take that question, Mr. Fang. As per our partnership agreement, there are no mechanisms in our business to maintain any financial relationship with a partner once they retire. Once they retire, there is no further financial connection point with that partner.
Okay.
So our partnership agreement does not allow for that.
And we'll see that when we get it.
You will, yes, clear.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, that is unfortunately all we have time for. Thank you so much for coming along and answering questions. It's been very informative. To the extent the questions were taken on notice or there are supplementary questions, you'll have 21 days to respond to those, but the Committee Secretariat will be in touch to discuss. But that does conclude today's hearing. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair.
Committee.
Thank you, Committee.
I think a quick